Arthur Versluis. The Egyptian Mysteries. Arcana. London and New York. Part 1. Chapter 1. Introduction. There can be little doubt that whatever traditional symbology and metaphysics remain in the West today can be traced back to ancient Egypt, that land whose people, said Herodotus, were scrupulous beyond all measure in matters of religion. Indeed, though the ancient mysteries have, it seems, long since waned, or perhaps better, been eclipsed, their influence is still felt even today, whether we know it or not. Even so, some might question whether it is worth studying the nature of the Egyptian mysteries in present times when, after all, the mysteries belong to the very farthest reaches of our recorded history, to a twilight realm upon the horizon. To why then should we seek there, in antiquity, for the truth? Are we not better off ignoring the ancients, the origins of Western culture, such as it now is, and concentrating upon the future? Perhaps so, perhaps ignorance does bestow a kind of security. Yet, like a man trapped in a cave and beset by strange noises, it is better to see one's true position, however unpleasant it might appear. One would undoubtedly be in a better position to act with knowledge of who we really are, of what our true situation is. And there can be no doubt that, while we cannot return to life in a traditional culture like that of Egypt, neither can we create such a world of primordial meaning out of our nightmarish future, as certain New Age fantasies might suggest. Nonetheless, awareness of how things actually are, of the origins of that which remains of traditional Western culture, transmitted through Neoplatonism and Hermeticism, can be of inestimable value in orienting our lives, in finding meaning and purpose. Despite the abnormality of our present circumstances, it is towards this end that this present study is dedicated. For both of these goals, individual awareness of metaphysical truth, an understanding of the origins of the Western tradition, an understanding of the Egyptian mysteries and tradition is virtually indispensable. This is particularly so in light of the fact that the present state of confusion, the modern world, arose from the West, suggesting that our present anomalous and fragmented state, with its relentless 4. Introduction. Drive toward the quantitative, toward solipsism, and toward destruction of our natural world, derives from an eclipse, an occultation of traditional metaphysics and symbology, of the metaphysical understanding upon which the Egyptian tradition was founded. Indeed, virtually every chapter of the New Testament is replete with Egyptian symbology, albeit in an attenuated, diluted form. The Blessed Virgin Mary, we might recall, has often been seen to be a reiteration of Isis. Christ of her divine son Horus, emanation of her consort Osiris. 1. Might consider, 2, the words in Revelation that these are the words of the Amen, the faithful and true witness, the beginning of God's creation. 3. In fact, had we but the time to delve into them, the parallels could be shown to run much closer even than this, for the later faith is illumined from behind by the former. At any rate, it is clear that to understand our present we must understand the past. We have reason to believe that the culture of ancient Egypt from, say, 9000 BC onwards was itself derived from an earlier, purer culture, out of which both Oriental and Occidental traditions arose, and out of which came, finally, the present Iron Age, the Kali Yuga. Some evidence of this yet earlier and purer culture can be seen in the historical remnants of the Chaldean culture, which flourished prior even to that of Egypt, and which was devoted to the celestial harmonies. Indeed, according to some reports, the Chaldean civilization flourished for some 473,000 years, from the time of their first astrological observations and calculations to the time of Alexander. For whether or not this is so, and we have more reasons to concur with the Chaldeans than to criticize them, there can be no doubt that a primordial man, being but newly upon this earth, had a stronger relationship with the stars and planets because of their celestial longevity. In this lies the key to the longevity of the gods that preceded men upon earth, as also their reflection in the Old Testament figures of Methuselah and others. while Egypt still retained the initial unity of celestial and terrestrial. Earth, the primordial divinity of the king, in short, many of the signs of a primordial, golden age culture, she was still after the flood, that is, the flood of ignorance of which Manetho spoke in his Sothis. Hence, despite her exceedingly conservative tendency, despite her reverence for the past, she was nonetheless preserving the residue of a still purer, more divine culture, a relationship to the past in which Egypt stood as we now stand to the splendor that was once Egypt, a mere shadow, a shade, pale reflection upon the waters. There has been since the time or Egypt, yet another flood of course, an unparalleled catastrophe, in Introduction 5. Which a translucent world, a marriage to the celestial reality was dissolved, earth sundered from the heavens, in which the sacred symbols and mysteries of the ancients were condemned and ignored, in which nature came to be seen merely as a concatenation of matter, in which gnosis was replaced by mere reason, by mere dogmatic externalism. This process is rapidly reaching its nadir in the present era, a nadir in which pure chaos reigns once again and in which, as in the eons preceding creation, the alone is delivered unto the alone, resting self-sufficient, radiant, within itself. Hence the underlying, indeed, the central, purpose of this study is to remember, in the Platonic sense, that which has slipped away into oblivion, been lost, obscured by our forgetfulness, our ignorance of the divine. For because the course of our present era lies toward virtually absolute ignorance of the traditional world, of metaphysics and symbology, we must all the more look to the ancients for guidance and wisdom, in order that we might not lose what little remains for us, and slip away into absolute oblivion and its corollaries of dissolution and solipsism. The chief obstacle to our understanding the Egyptian tradition, specifically, and traditional metaphysics in general, is the current modern incapacity to think analogically. The modern mind has, for some centuries, been ever more conditioned to think only in evolutionary, materialistic terms, so much so that the visionary, symbological thinking which traditional metaphysics demands is virtually incomprehensible for most people today. Indeed, it is so alien to us that, baffled, modern commentators literalize and trivialize the most profound of myths, rendering them as mere children's tales rather than as profound manifestations of visionary understanding revealing the supratemporal, celestial realms. This is all the more true in regard to Egyptian thought, since all that remains to us are the intricate carvings upon steles and temple walls, and certain papyri, the efflux of the civilization and religion, while its metaphysics, being transmitted from master to disciple in the mysteries, remain closed to us. It is necessary, then, to enter into the study of Egyptian mysteries forearmed from other sources containing that sacred knowledge which in Egypt was transmitted only verbally. For this purpose it is necessary that we turn to the Vedanta, not only because the Upanishads provide the purest metaphysics available to us from the primordial past, but also because they reflect the same or culture that the Egyptian tradition did, the culture prior to the flood which we mentioned earlier. For this reason. 6. Introduction. To approach the study of Egyptian culture with Vedantic teachings in mind is not a violation of the original, as is so much literalist and profane interpretation of the Egyptian mythos, for example, the vegetation gods theory 5, but rather complements and infills such study, reinvesting it with the metaphysical power and meaning which it once had. Indeed, it would not be inaccurate to say that the Oriental teachings reflect a time which in dynastic Egypt had already been eclipsed. A time after the primordial era, the Golden Age, in which, as in the RG Veda, men required only the briefest of mythological references and symbols to remind them of their origin and of their responsibilities. Only later came the descent into mere mythology divested of its metaphysical meaning, and finally into the modern ignorance even of mere mythology. In Oriental teachings the metaphysical explication of divine truth was manifested by means of the writers of and commentators upon the Upanishads and, later, the Buddhist sutras. But whereas the Oriental teachings to which we refer were Comparatively recent, in Egypt the explicit revelation of metaphysical truth took place far earlier, before the flood, and in any case was attenuated by comparison with the Orient. There is, as Ganon 6 has pointed out, a fundamental divergence between Orient and Occident, which is perhaps glimpsed here at its best, in which the Orient turned inward, toward metaphysical understanding, while the forte of the Occident lay in symbological manifestation, mythological profusion. This latter tendency is reflected in the very hieroglyphic and sacred images themselves. The Occident tended always toward a more exterior manifestation of reality. But here we approach the nethermost horizons of our own era. In any event, it is very difficult for modern people to conceive of an era in which earth was not severed from sky, in which there was no duality between humanity and nature, sacred and profane, but such was, in ancient Egypt, most manifestly the case. For as we shall see, even in ancient Egypt the world itself was a glyph of divine reality, which was everywhere manifest, as the Hermetic dictum, which itself comes to us from Egypt, has it, as above, so below. It could well be said that the central aim of Egyptian culture was to prolong, to extend those aspects of the primordial unity of man and nature, of the physical world and the celestial realm, which remained to them. To this end, they went so far as to embalm their dead, so that the influences of their reverence for the past might continue to emanate over the land, as well as to remind Introduction them of the nature of mortal life, the body being a shroud, a tomb. The Egyptians were well aware of their mediate place in history, midway between the primordial past and the destructive future, as manifested in all too accurate prophecy found in the Hermetic corpus. There, after noting that ancient Egypt is the image of heaven, the direct transference of that which governs in heaven, shrine of the world, the text continues, saying that the time will come when Egypt will appear to have in vain served the divinity with pious mind and constant worship, and all its holy cult will fall to nothingness and be in vain. Words only will be left cut on thy stones, thy pious deeds recounting, O Egypt. This, when it comes, shall be the world's old age. Impiety, irregularity and lack of rationality in all good things. And when these things come to pass, Asclepius, then he, our Lord and Sire, God first in power, shall end all ill, by either washing it away with water flood, or burning it away with fire. So that, God shall recall the cosmos to its ancient form. Most good. 7. Alas, all that prophesied within this transmission of the corpus Hermeticum did indeed come to pass, the impiety, the proscription of the ancient true religion, the mass ignorance, all, that is, save the purging of the cosmos and the great restoration, which is, no doubt, imminent. The Egyptian, then, lived in a world illumined over his shoulder by the brilliance of the Golden Age, but conscious all the while that if he did not perform his responsibilities the breach between heaven and earth would become unbridgeable. In fact, consciousness of this responsibility lay inherent within the Egyptian culture and religion, one instance of which was the teaching that where each temple of Osiris stood, there arose a ladder 8 from earth to heaven 4, while once heaven and earth were one, in later times man required a bridge between the two built upon religious observance, in the absence of which the two would become divorced completely, mankind sinking into the darkness of ignorance. The other divine cord binding earth was that of the divine king, whose function was to restore and to continue the divine order. Thus the great Egyptian king Osiris, according to Herodotus, was one of a long lineage of restorer kings, notable perhaps most of all for his unique means of achieving this most traditional of all functions. 4. 7. 8. Introduction. Instance, before he assumed his role as king, Osiris was said to be thief who went before the various oracles to be tried, and when he later became king he supported only those who had condemned him as thief, and ignored the others which he had thereby exposed as false. It was also said of him that when he first became king, he broke up a golden receptacle that stood at the palace entrance, in which guests would wash their feet, or urinate, and made an icon out of it to which all paid due homage, revealing it to have been a mere lavatory receptacle. He added that so too he, though king, was but a commoner, save for the title. The material was the same in commoner and king, receptacle and icon, only the form and function changed. The historical veracity of the tale is immaterial, symbologically it is unimpeachable, for in it we can see reflected both the divine function of the king as restorer of order, uniters of the highest and lowest realms, and, at the same time, the transmutative, alchemical nature of his reign. By having himself been a thief, Amorous revealed which of the oracles were accurate, which of the temples were still pure, and in so doing he at once, as when he used the laver for an icon, conjoined the lowest and the highest. Indeed, is that not the essence of the alchemical transformation, bringing gold from the dross, the divine from the phenomenal? And in fact, according to the ancient Greeks, this was precisely the function of the Egyptian king, as it was of the gods, to restore order. The king was the divine viceroy upon earth, divine not by birthright so much as by virtue of the office which he held, by it being made worthy of respect and veneration. The Egyptians were highly conscious of this role, well aware of the tenuous grip that they had upon the past, the primordial era. Hence, as Herodotus relates, their priests retained a wooden statue of each of the kings for 341 generations, from the first in their history to the last. Visible reminders of the sacred trust which they held from the past, by virtue of which alone they maintained peace and harmony in the realm. Thus it has been said that the final era of Egypt, to the time of the ancient Greeks, that is, lasted 11,000 years, 9 prior to which the gods ruled the earth directly, the last of whom was Horus, or Apollo, the divine son of Isis and Osiris. According to Diodorus, 10 on the other hand, the gods ruled Egypt for some 18,000 years, after which the divine kings ruled. Regardless of the dates, which in any case have a more esoteric than literal interpretation, the fact remains that each succeeding king, though not a god, bore within his veins the blood of Ra, the divine son, of whom he was the living representative upon earth. 11. Introduction. 9. Hence it was not the king who fathered his son, but the son, the divine Sunday. This divine impregnation is directly paralleled in the Immaculate Conception of the Christ in the Virgin Mary of the New Testament. It is paralleled also in the Upanishads, where it is written that the sun is life, the moon is matter, and from the mingling of the two arises creation. 12. As the Maitreya Upanishad has it, the sun is the begetter. Savitr, Brahman is the self of the sun, therefore one should reverence the sun, the Lord, the witness. 13. Likewise, it is said, when the human father emits seed into the womb, it is really the sun that emits him as seed. 14. Then, too, there is Aristotle's remark that man and the sun generate man. 15. Indeed, the subtle relation between the visible sun and the divine sun cannot be exhausted, for just as the former reflects the brilliance of the latter, so the king reflects the divine origin of his office, and so too the father of every child reflects his own origin, being but a carrier of the light, the seed of life which he emits. Each is the center of the world, within a given sphere by virtue of the office which he holds, the function he serves, not to dominate, for that is tyranny, egoism, the epitome of sin, but to nourish, to uphold order and justice, the foundation of a stable realm. The family, the clan, the land are all oriented around the Sunday. Yet the meaning of this order was not merely temporal stability, although that was achieved in ancient Egypt to an extraordinary degree, bestowing many thousands of years of peace, but rather fulfillment of man's celestial destiny. In later Egypt, when the worship of Osiris grew strong, this meant, for many, ascent to the western paradise, the subtle realm of spiritual delights which in many ways parallels the Pure Land cavity of spiritual delights manifested in later Buddhism in the worship of Amitabha. And for the worshippers of Ra, the divine sun, it meant conditional liberation, those who were so liberated awakened to their true nature in Ra ascending to the realm of pure light, to the arc of millions of years upon which they rode until the end of the Eon 16 when all things return to the divine and final liberation is attained. This latter teaching is, we might here add, paralleled in the Vedanta, in which those beings who have realized the nature of Iswara are also said to have attained a conditional liberation, a freedom from rebirth lasting through the end of a world cycle, when all is restored. 17. The tares and chaff separated from the wheat. In other words, the entire Mesocosm that was Egypt served for the fulfillment of all men within her sphere, providing each with the means toward the attainment of 10. Introduction. Whatever degree of liberation might be their immediate destiny, for although today straight is the way and narrow the gate, this is less true the closer one moves to primordiality. In a traditional culture the way is wider indeed, the Mesocosm drawing all inward towards the celestial destinies, the outer simply a reflection of the inner, and in primordiality, humankind fulfilled its destiny within ordinary life, spontaneously awakened in the natural world. The story of King Amorous highlights the nature of the divine king, the sage king, and therefore of the place of humanity itself as viceroy of creation. 18. For the place of the true king is not to rule but to sustain, not to control but to order, to harmonize. Now in the most distant primordial era, in the golden age, wherein each human is a god, the mediate office of divine king need not exist yet, just as conversely, in the modern era, the office of divine king can likewise not exist, the essence of this era consisting in the severing of all human relations to the divine, and therefore being below having such a government. 19. The office of the divine king, then, can only exist in the traditional culture, being as it is a cord connecting heaven to earth, primordiality to the present, giving order and meaning to human life. It is paradoxically true that in the traditional culture, of which ancient Egypt was surely, in furthest antiquity, one of the purest known, he who is humbled shall be exalted. As it is written in that ancient Chinese work, the Tao Te Ching. Why is the sea king of 100 streams? Because it is below them. Therefore it is king of 100 streams. If the sage would lead the people, he must serve with humility. If he would lead, he must follow behind. 66. That is, the king must ever remember that he is not of himself king, but only the means by which the land is divinely ruled. He must rule not with abasement, nor with arrogance, but with the courage and self-assurance that only knowledge of one's true nature can afford. And what is true of the king must also be true of the individual within his sphere, for all are kings, the difference being essentially in the present extent of their realm, and little else. This is why in the traditional culture so much attention is devoted to the nature of true kingship, for ultimately, such observations apply to everyone. People cannot be divorced from their culture and world. Microcosmic harmony is mesocosmic harmony is macrocosmic harmony. Nowhere is this natural unity between the king and the state more introduction explicit than in the accounts we possess of ancient Egypt, and in particular those of Diodorus, in whose universal history we read that the kings, far from possessing unlimited and tyrannical authority, were in fact the most regulated of all the people, even their daily fare being decided upon by the priests, prescribed by antiquity. Every action of the king, every decision, was regulated by tradition and, far from being indignant, the kings held that they led a most happy and contented life, for they believed that all other men, in thoughtlessly following their natural passions, commit many acts which bring them injuries and perils, while they, on the other hand, by virtue of their manner of life, fell into the fewest mistakes. 20. Consequently, said Diodorus, the goodwill of the people toward their king was unsurpassed, and the order and felicity of ancient Egypt was beyond compare, lasting for many thousands of years. As a result, although in our present era we cannot expect a restitutio divinis, at least upon a large scale, the course toward dissolution being inevitable, nonetheless, to the extent that one participates in and contributes to the world in which the ancient Egyptians lived, the timeless realms, to that extent are we freed from the constraints of our era. For while ours is an era, as we have noted, in which error reigns supreme and confusion holds sway, this does not condemn every individual to sink beneath its waves, to be swept into its whirlpools and lost, far from it. For as it is written in the Chandogya Upanishad, that upon which man concentrates, that he becomes. If one desires the world of the fathers, one is born into the world of the fathers. If one concentrates upon the highest, on rising out of the body, Sararat, Samathaya, then one realizes Brahman and is liberated. 21. Or, as was written in the Tao Te Ching, being open-hearted, you will act royally. Being royal, you will attain the divine. Being divine, you will be at one with the Tao. Though the body dies, the Tao will never pass away. 16. Th is, then, is at once the goal and the mark of the traditional culture. That all people act royally, that all attain the divine, each according to their due. It was said of Sri Lanka, before colonization, that the only difference between the peasant in the field and the king himself were their respective accoutrements, their bearing and speech were the same. Surely something of the same was true also with ancient Egypt. The 12 Introduction. Strength of a traditional culture lies in its irradiative power, involving and unifying all people toward the realization of their true nature, of the divine. Only when this power is thwarted, when disorder and the anti-traditional behaviors begin to gain sway, ignoring and defiling the teachings of antiquity, does such a culture break down, fragment, and disappear. And such was precisely the case when Judaism and Christianity began to gain ground over the ancient traditions handed down from Egypt. Family members turned upon one another, friend upon friend. The wisdom of antiquity was derided, indeed, the prelude to the modern era. 22. In what, then, did the Prisca Theologia consist? It consisted, above all, in divine order and harmony, Mot. And it is to Mot, the first and perhaps central characteristic of ancient Egyptian culture, that we now turn. Chapter 2. Mot. It is virtually inconceivable that one might understand ancient Egyptian culture and religion without an understanding of the word Mot, for in it can be found the very essence of traditional culture and divine order. On one level, of course, Mot was manifested as a goddess, consort of Hermes, and at other times, as the lords of Mot, who are the assessors of man in his judgment after death, one a function also of Osiris. But regardless of the specific manifestation, Mot was always identified with order and harmony. In the Praise of Ra, it is said, Praise be to thee, O Ra, exalted Sikhem, power, mighty one of the journeyings, thou orderest thy steps by Mot, thou art the soul that doeth good to the body, thou art Senkhra, the divine face of light, and thou art indeed the bodies of Senkhra. 2. Mot is here associated with the relation of soul to body, with the celestial harmonization of the realm of generation, which is quite proper, the essence of the soul consisting in harmonization, the ordering of thy steps. In the soul or psyche, this ordering implies the harmonization of the planetary spheres and celestial powers. What then is Mot? Mot is essentially a term describing those actions and thoughts which act toward that harmonization, toward a balancing, which must take place both upon the subtle order and in the temporal world, for the two are not by any means in opposition, divorced, but rather are reflections, aspects of one another. In brief, the central principle of Mot is that of reciprocity between the gods, the principial divine realms, and humankind. The gods serve humanity as humanity serves the gods. Mot is divine reciprocity and harmony. Mot is therefore built upon, and a reflection of, understanding of the celestial realms. It exists within the recognition that there are multiple states of being, and that there is a kind of reciprocity between them. And the central mode by which this divine reciprocity is manifested is through the sacred rites which, though not in themselves sufficient for liberation, 3 are nonetheless, in a traditional era in 13. 14 Mot. Particular, the means by which the gods and the myriad forces of the cosmos are manifested and balanced. The sacred rites, therefore, resemble a pillar which rises from the base upward, through all levels or realms, and were enjoined upon humanity not to placate some external power, but to harmonize people's spirituality, to conjoin the spiritual and the temporal realms, so that through the rites heaven might manifest upon earth, and so that earth and sky might be reunited as they were in the primordial era. This is why the Egyptians, when speaking of the resurrection of Osiris' body, said that where every piece of the body was found, after it had been scattered by the evil Typhon, there was raised a temple, a holy site where a divine ladder extending upward between heaven and earth could be found. In the most ancient of days, heaven and earth were conjoined, translucent, and people were gods, but in the days of ancient Egypt, heaven and earth were becoming separate, and so the rites were necessary in order to reunite them, if not everywhere then at least in those places where the ladders, the temples, were situated, thereby retaining some of the primordial spiritual unity of temporal and divine. And, in this vein, there can be little doubt that to this day certain areas resonate with primordial power, sometimes for good and sometimes not. Now, as is reiterated in both the Buddhist sutras and in the Upanishads, the performance of ritual without knowledge is fruitless. The degree of knowledge determines the efficacy or power of a given rite. As the Chandogya Upanishad has it, those who practice a life of sacrifice, performing works of public good and almsgiving, pass to the dark half of the month, the moon, but do not reach the year, the sun. For rising to the moon, there they dwell, in the subtle sphere of manifestation, for a period in accordance with their works, after which they return to the world of birth and death. This is the middle path, the Pitrayana, or more literally the way of the Fathers, and it, in Egypt as elsewhere, is followed by the majority of humankind, winning them not complete release, but merely better rebirth, in Egypt manifested in the worship of Isis and Osiris. Those, on the other hand, who follow the path of enlightenment, the Devayana, the path of the gods, do not return to temporal life, but win release. These, however, are few. Those who perform no sacrifices or austerities, much less follow the way of the few, fall into the hands of Yama, of the king of the dead, and even into hell, where for the specified time they face the consequences of their ignorance. Avidya. 5. The sphere of the moon. Ma 15. Marks the gateway to heaven, Yesod in Hebrew, those who pass beyond it enter into the realms of the gods. The purpose of ritual is to maintain connection with the celestial realms, to keep people from falling into the paths of blinding darkness, of brute secular materialism and ignorance, to remind them of their origin and responsibility. Now Ma'at is a kind of axis, passing through the various levels or realms of knowledge, below being the infernal sea of chaos, above being the supernal ocean of bliss. Those who do not perform their responsibilities, who ignore ritual, fall into the hands of Yama, of the king of death. They are lost, fragmented, disordered. Those who perform their responsibilities, but do no more, rise to the realm of Pitrayana, the land of the fathers, but do not win liberation. Those who meditate upon the true nature of existence, however, and who further see their true nature, win liberation and pass beyond the moon. Hence, Ma'at, order and harmony, is the principle behind all of the realms. 2. Follow Ma'at is insufficient for release from temporal bondage, being the path of the fathers, but it cannot be dispensed with. Those who follow this, the path of works, seek to conform themselves to the divine order, to Ma'at, whereas those who have won liberation, through Devayana, irradiate Ma'at spontaneously. Those, on the other hand, who ignore Ma'at fall into dissolution, disorder, and ultimately are destroyed. Ma'at, then, is the emanation of divine order downwards. The higher one ascends, the more proximate it is, until ultimately it is recognized as the irradiation of the centrum of being, and of oneself. Thus the ancient Egyptian symbol for Ma'at was the feather, symbolizing the wing of the angel, the traditional symbol for spiritual knowledge and realization, the angel, aloft upon gossamer wings, is freed, independent of temporal concerns. The plea to Are to make me light inherently implies that he who wishes to rise must have attained ethical maturity and purity, an ordering in the soul, the ancient image of the lords of Maat, and of Thoth, or Osiris, weighing the scales is clarified by the recognition that acting in accordance with Maat confers a lightness, whereas acting against Maat burdens one with karmic accretions. Maat, then, as the ordering or harmonizing principle, exists in three aspects: for the individual, for the community as a whole, and for the cosmos, each reinforcing the other. In the individual sphere, Maat is manifested through ethical acts, but also through abstinence, fasting, primarily from food and from sexual desire. Both of these imply purification from the realm of generation, from birth and death. 16. Maat. Abstinence from animal flesh implies, likewise as Porphyry noted in his treatise on the matter, the purification of desire, of the passions. All of these, for the individual, imply a setting in order. They are not sufficient in themselves for any lasting attainment, but are often indispensable for it, inasmuch as harmony must precede and accompany transcendence. In the greater sphere of the community, Maat implies the fulfillment of one's responsibilities, one's appointed function within the culture. It implies cultural harmonization in the community just as it does upon an individual basis, and the central vehicle for the transmission of Maat throughout the culture as a whole is the divine king. As noted earlier, the king is recognized in the traditional culture to be an incarnation or manifestation of Ra, of the divine son, of Adam, and so on. A cultural level drives out evil much as the conscientious individual purifies himself. The three worlds are, ultimately, 1. Microcosm, mesocosm, and macrocosm. Maat, then, is the essential means of preserving the state, in every sense of the word, of humanity and of nature. Human responsibility is essentially conservative, preserving the traditions which bind person to person, humanity to nature, and all to the divine, and Maat is the means, the manifestation of sustaining this relationship. In one ancient text, people are explicitly exhorted to speak Maat, do Maat 6, but this command is implicit within virtually all ancient Egyptian writings. He who reveres Maat is long-lived. 7. He who is covetous has no tomb. 8. As the vizier Ta'otep said, there is, in other words, a direct correlation between spiritual longevity and the practice of Maat. Both the individual and the society which properly fulfills its respective function lives long, whereas those who fall into disorder soon fall, fragment and dissolve. Temporal stability, then, is simultaneously a prerequisite for, and an irradiation from, spiritual ascent, spiritual illumination. As time went on in ancient Egypt, the wise came to realize more and more that survival depended upon reinstitution of Maat, of the divine harmony at every level. The wisest kings, therefore, as Herodotus noted, were those who restored the true temples and reinstituted the religious rites, while the worst kings were those bent upon self-aggrandizement at the expense of religion, ignoring the temples. The primal order of the cosmos had been established at creation, but slowly, as time went on, heaven and earth began to separate, and so Maat came into being, explicitly rather than implicitly, as the cord which bound the higher to the lower, the irradiation of the former into the latter. Maat. 17. Maat, then, is the principal union between the celestial and the temporal in the cosmos, as in the mesocosm and the microcosm. In the primordial world, therefore, the two were perceived as they truly are, as 1. A celestial harmony, and only later did people, confused and deluded, begin to differentiate between the two. Consequently, even though Maat is in essence the harmony of the cosmos, it is there implicit, becoming explicitly enjoined upon humanity only in so far as they conceive of themselves as separate beings. As the sage Ta'otep said, Maat is great and its effectiveness lasting. It has not been disturbed since the time of Osiris. There is punishment for those who pass over its laws, but this is unfamiliar to the covetous. 1. When the end is nigh, Maat lasts. 9. In addition, said the Vizier Kajmani, do Maat for the king, for Maat is that which God loves. Speak. Maat to the king, for that which the king loves is Maat. 10. It is revealing that here God and the king are virtually interchangeable. But such an injunction could only come in a time in which Maat was no longer spontaneous for humankind, in which a person was no longer a God, able to irradiate Maat spontaneously, but rather must endeavor to realize it, in itself a sign of how far even Egypt was from the primordial unity, the Golden Age. As was written in the Tao Te Ching, teaching without words and work without doing are understood by very few. 43. When words come into play, the reality is obscured. From the saying of Totep, quoted above, we can see the central means by which heaven and earth grew ever farther apart, that is, there is punishment for the evildoer, but this is unfamiliar to the covetous one, italics added. In other words, ignorance is the essence of evil, and evil is none other than disorder, the absence of Maat. Ignorance is the wedge that separates humanity from nature, person from person, and people from the divine. This is so in the Vedanta, in Buddhism, in ancient Egypt, as in all traditional wisdom. Avidya is always necessarily opposed to vidya, and the triumph of knowledge always implies the vanquishing of ignorance. Consequently, the irradiation of Maat in a land implies knowledge. One who does evil is one who know it not. 18. Maat himself, he whom God loves, hears, but he whom God hates, hears not. 11. In brief, the manifestation of Maat arises directly from spiritual knowledge or inspiration originally, and from emulation of those with that knowledge, gnosis, secondarily. The former is the Devayana, the way of the gods, the latter is the Pitrayana, the way of the fathers, between which there is therefore no opposition, but only a difference of degree of insight or illumination. This hierarchic arrangement suggests that although Maat is implacable in its operation, evil action cannot block ascent permanently, but only temporarily. In other words, although the action of Maat is relentless in the temporal world, those who realize spiritual knowledge, gnosis, can pass judgment after death, resolving the evil they have committed into themselves, purifying themselves in the sphere of the moon until they pass on into celestiality. Hence in the Egyptian Book of the Dead, humankind seek vindication, absolution for their past sins by means of gnosis, knowing the divine names and aspects which hold the passkey to beyond the sphere of the moon, by means of Osiris. This is not to say, however, that the rites leading to the foreknowledge of death, any more than the names of power, as in chapter 125 of the Book of the Dead, or even the worship of Osiris, allowed circumvention of the implacable power of Maat. Rather, they established an affinity, a knowledge, and therefore a propensity which transcended the temporal realm, and so concentrated the attention of the deceased. As Osiris of Hermopolis said, no one reaches the beneficent West unless his heart was righteous. By doing Maat, there no distinction is made between the inferior and the superior person, it only matters that one is found faultless. When the balances and the two weights stand before the Lord of eternity, no man is free from the reckoning. Thoth, a baboon, holds the balances to count each man according to what he has done upon earth. 12. However, we must keep in mind that man does not consist in any single entity, but rather in a number of potentialities or states of being, to which the Egyptians appended a number of terms. 13. Now one who has realized that his being is not merely in the body, nor in the ka, nor in the ib, ultimately, that is, but rather consists in the self of the self, in the illimitable, the light, does in one sense continue to live out the accumulated tendencies and karmic accretions of his past lives, but at Maat 19. The same time is freed from them, having realized their origin through spiritual gnosis or insight. Although we represent this journey outwardly, as one through the spheres, it is in truth inward, into the very heart of the microcosm, seen finally to be the heart of all. As a result, we can say that while the practice and the awareness of Maat is indispensable for the individual and for the kingdom, since without it all will fall into decay and destruction. Maat alone leads only to the realm of the fathers, to the moon, and not beyond. 1. Must have divine harmony, speaking Maat, doing Maat, and pass beyond, into Gnosis, the insight from which Maat derives. Mesocosmically, this function of transmission of the divine is served by the temples, the priestly lineages, the path of liberation, which is in fact the axis mundi, not only for the individual, but for the culture and the cosmos. Just as the priestly lineage passes through history horizontally as the center of the culture, so the vertical transmission of the divine stands at the center of the priestly transmission, the transmission of the mysteries. Maat, or cultural and individual order and purity, harmony, is the manifestation of this transmission, the outermost sign of it. Transposed to ancient Chinese culture, Maat corresponds to the Confucian ideal of filial piety, respect for the gods, and absolute ethical purity. The Confucian ideal, needless to say, only came into being when the primordial unity with the origin which Taoism represented was beginning to fray, to dissolve. As is said in the Tao Te Ching, when the great Tao is forgotten, kindness and morality arise. When there is no peace within the family, filial piety and devotion arise. 18. The ancient Chinese, like the ancient Egyptians, venerated their divine emperor and recognized that their land was, for them, the center of the cosmos, pivot of the world, and like them realized the tenuous hold that they had upon the balance which was their world, a balance manifested in Maat. This relationship between the king and his function as the means of divine restitution of the Golden Age is made explicit in numerous texts. Note the following quotation, from the Pyramid texts. The sky is at peace, the earth is in joy, for they have heard that the king will set right the place of disorder. Tutankhamun drove out disorder from the two lands. 14 And Maat is firmly established in through rights. Heaven and earth join in harmony, the sun and moon shine, the four seasons proceed in order, the stars and constellations march, the rivers flow, and all things flourish. Men's likes and dislikes are regulated and their joys and hates made appropriate. Those below are obedient, those above are enlightened. All things change but do not become disordered, only he who turns his back upon the rights will be destroyed. 16. Maat. Its place, he made lying an abomination, and the land is as it was at the first time. 15. If the people grew lax, if they ignored the ceremonies, if the king did not perform his divine function as viceroy upon earth, if the temples were left to decay, both knew that the world would collapse into confusion, fragmentation, and destruction. As a result, both the king and his people enjoined upon themselves adherence to and observance of Maat, the divine principle of harmony, so seeking to preserve the sanctity of their culture and the path of liberation which lay at its center. However, the cycles of time cannot be swayed or, finally, forestalled, and so the modern era, inevitable as an avalanche, came into being nonetheless, with all its attendant furies. Noise, smoke, confusion, destruction. It is easy for the modern to scoff at the concept of Maat, even to assume, somehow, that he is fit for the highest mysteries while ignoring the most fundamental laws of the cosmos, thinking himself above ethics and morality when, in truth, he is below them, unable even to set his own house in order. For Maat, divine reciprocity, is the cornerstone of the traditional state, again in every sense of the word, to which nothing is more antithetical than the sheer license, the unleashed egotism, avarice, and solipsism which lie at the heart of our present era. Before any ascent can take place, any deeper mysteries be witnessed, obedience to the tradition, to the divine harmony, must take root. Yet, today all this is virtually moot. Indeed, we see its satanic inversion, in which the obedience demanded is not to a traditional transmission of divine harmony, but to an ant-like and properly speaking subhuman law, to a totalitarian state in which individuality does not flower but rather is crushed, in which the harmony of Maat is inversely mirrored by the mechanist chaos of the modern world. The correspondence of the ancient Chinese and the ancient Egyptian respect for and understanding of ritual, of Maat, is illuminated by the following words of Sun Tzu. Maat 21. This, then, is the state of the mediate, traditional world, in which people must strive to continue the wisdom of the past through observance of ritual and formality. It is the state of a world midway between primordial unity and chaos, between harmony and dissolution. As to the nature of the primordial state, it can be glimpsed in Chuang Tzu's description of the true man of old. According to Chuang Tzu, the true man of old slept without dreaming and woke without anxiety. His food was plain and his breath was deep. For the breath of the true man rose up from his heels while the breath of common men rises from their throats. When they are overcome, their words catch in their throats like vomit. As their lusts and desires deepen, their heavenly nature grows shallow. The true man of old knew nothing about loving life or hating death. Carefree he came and carefree he went. That was all. He accepted what he was given with delight, and when it was gone, he gave it no more thought. Such was the true man. 17. When such a state prevails, there is no need to talk of virtue or of Maat, of right and of wrong, of order and disorder. Things take the proper course of their own accord, spontaneously. It is later, when right and wrong come into being in man's mind, when ritual must combat disorder, when the golden age gives way to later confusion, that one must use ritual to offset human imbalance. Then, through ritual observance, veneration for the king, bright and enlightened are those below, bright and glorious the one above. 18. The antithesis of Maat, of harmony, is sensual pleasure, egotism, materialistic acquisition and covetousness, solipsism, the very basis of the modern era, upon which both capitalism and communism are based. Little wonder that today, in such a system, disorder everywhere prevails, anxiety, fear and confusion flourishing. As is said in the Isa. Upanishad, demoniac, verily, are those worlds enveloped in blinding darkness, and to them go after death, those who are slayers of the self. 19. These are the Asuras, the sunless ones who live in the joyless dark worlds, giving credence only to Asu, physical life, and who forget their true self, and Anatamasa. Clearly, those who have forgotten even ritual remembrance of the self have forgotten all vestiges of primordiality, of the light, and follow a path of mere acquisition of wealth and power, or worse, a path of satanic attempts to dominate the 22. Maat. Physical world through technology, or through the psychic world, by means of visualization and sorcery. They are doomed to sink ever deeper into disorder and fragmentation, for all of these are based upon assertion of the self, of the ego, in place of the divine, the very antithesis of Maat. However, to take this discussion further is beyond the scope of the present work. So we pass now from the divine harmony to its divine origin, the Primal Ennead. Chapter 3. The Primal Ennead. One of the central misconceptions moderns tend to have of the Prisca theologia is that of attributing to it a false solidity, a false and rigid order, as if each of the gods were a specific, external being. This is of course a reflection of the present era, in which the world itself has solidified for us, having lost its earlier, fluid quality, becoming for us merely a concatenation of quantitative sections, objects subject to scientific laws. Consequently, both religion and magic have become virtually inconceivable for modern man. He has lost the capacity to think symbolically, to understand analogically, and so he sees the gods, as the later Greeks appear to have, as semi-human, almost historical personas. However, this perception is quite mistaken, as we shall see, for in Egypt as in any traditional culture, the gods were recognized to belong to the principal realm. Their order was fluid, not fixed, and one's perception of them changed in accordance with the particular realm to which one was addressing oneself, of which one had experience. The gods, then, were not mere external players in the drama of history, as might be assumed from the works of Homer, say, but rather are the principal essences of which the temporal world is a reflection. They are at once celestial realities seen outwardly, and subtle realities seen inwardly. The journey inwards, in other words, mirrors the outward creation. Creation is an emanation from the divine, the journey inward is a return to the divine. And surrounding the center of both, of mystery itself, is the Primal Ennead. The same principal essences which form the cosmos outwardly. From the origin of being, through the celestial realm, through the spheres of the planets and of the moon, through to the sphere of earth. Also form the microcosmos of man inwardly, so that one who passes through the inward journey of contemplatio divinis mirrors this transcendent vertical order by which the macrocosmos was created. Reversed as it were. The mediate essences, of which the temporal world is a reflection, an emanation, are that which we here term gods. They, gods are not eternal, strictly speaking. They have their lifetimes. 23. 24. The Primal Ennead. Incomparably greater than that of man as temporal being, but they cannot be forever, they too pass away, for only Brahman remains. As it is said in the Corpus Hermeticum, a man might dare say that man upon earth is God subject to death, while God in heaven is man from death immune. 1. This is only another way of saying that man as microcosmos mirrors the macrocosm, that all is within as without, above as below, that, ultimately, the essences of humankind and the essences of the cosmos are one. Now of all the primal groupings of the gods in ancient Egypt, the most ancient known is that of the Ennead, the Ogdoad, and of the Egyptian sacred cities, the Ennead of Hermopolis is the most ancient. In fact, the very name Khemenu means city of the 8 gods. The names of the gods of Hermopolis were Nu and Nut, Hetu and Hetut, Kekui and Kekuit, Kiri and Kirahut, the highest being Tahuti, or Thoth. 2. Thus we see the 4 pairs or emanations into syzygies, or God and consort, descending from the origin. The parallels between this and the Tibetan and Hindu gods and their consorts cannot be ignored. Indeed, the various theogonies of Orient and Occident no doubt derived from a common, prehistoric source, a pure primordial culture at the very dawn of humankind, when in truth, as the Egyptians said, the gods walked upon earth. But this, too, is outside our present compass. Why, to return to our subject, did the most primal gods appear in the form of the Ennead, the group of 9? The answer is twofold. First, of course, there is the primacy of the triadic form to contend with. The trinity of gods is unavoidable throughout traditional culture in general, and in Egyptian culture in particular, in which the 3 dots immediately signified divinity. But this universal Trinitarianism is in fact a reflection of the deeper teaching out of which it arose, the teaching of the 3 worlds. In consideration of these 2 aspects of ancient religion we shall find our answer. In ancient Egypt, the divine trinity takes the form of Osiris, Isis and Horus, or Set, Nephthys and Anubis, or Khepera, Shu and Tefnut, the former corresponding to the subtle world, the latter to the celestial, and the middle triad to the underworld. In the first 2 triads there is an older male god, the father, a goddess, his consort, and a son, who partakes of both their natures. The last, highest relationship can be clarified by reference to one of the most ancient of Egyptian myths, according to which, in the primal beginning, only Ra existed, Khepera, the sun, from whom emanated the 2 later gods, male and female. Light and darkness, essence and matter, Shu, Seb, and Tefnut. These 2 arose out of himself, spontaneously, and from them arose the others, by turns. Now what can we conclude from this myth? Above all, we can see that the gods are not fixed, but fluid, each of the succeeding syzygies being the same essence manifested upon a different, lower, or more concrete level of being. Shu and Tefnut are emanations of Khepera, who is in turn an emanation from the Supreme One. From Shu and Tefnut arose Hetu and Hetut, Kekui and Kekuit, or Isis and Osiris, Set and Nephthys, at first glance a daunting theogony. And in fact, the more we penetrate into Egyptian studies, the More superficially confusing they become, the manifold gods are so intricately related as finally to leave one reeling. Yet underlying them, nonetheless, is a visionary triadic relationship which does not change. Whatever the particular manifestations in question, a relationship which can be illuminated, first, by reference to the Kabbalistic Sephiroth, the tree of life, which arose from and mirrors the Egyptian cosmology and theogony just referred to, as can be seen by reference to the following image. At top is the first triad, apex upward, consisting of Kether, Bina and Chakma. In the center is the second triad, apex downward, consisting of Gebera, Chesed above, and Tifereth below. Below is the third triad, apex also downwards, consisting in Hod, Netzach, and Yezid, the lunar Sephira, while at the base of both the Egyptian and Kabbalistic metaphysical visions lies Earth, Makath. The correspondence between the Egyptian and the Kabbalistic hierophanies is not coincidental, being, even to the direction of the three triangles, exactly alike, but rather arises because the latter is a reflection of the former, and because both are reflections of primordial reality. And if we take into consideration the Hermetic three worlds, the celestial, the subtle, and the phenomenal, each being a reflection of its superior, we can see that the divine trinities must then be manifested not upon only one, but in three different worlds, which in the Upanishads are termed Bhu, Bhava, and Sva, or earth, atmosphere, and sky. In the terrestrial world, that most distant as it were from the origin, one finds Nephthys and Typhon, the mirror syzygy of Isis and Osiris, but, as Plutarch notes, the name Nephthys implies at the lands end, that is, the densest matter, farthest from the celestial realm, and abutting upon the ocean of chaos below. Initially, in the Golden Age, Typhon and Nephthys were beneficent, but as time went on, as heaven and earth began to separate, they, and Typhon in particular, came to be malevolent, bent upon chaos and destruction. They exist, therefore, as the Primal Ennead. 25. 28. The Primal Ennead. An air and upon land, whose names are manifold and unknown, the gods even know them not. But to understand the traditional metaphysical understanding of creation, we must jettison the modern preconceptions of either evolutionism or of a single creation at the beginning of time, for both are preconceptions of only limited value and considerable detriment. The former, evolutionism, is exceedingly destructive when wrongly applied to social and historical spheres, where it represents the very antithesis of the truth, whereas the latter, a single creation, although not inaccurate, excludes the very heart of transcendent, emanatory creation, which in reality occurs each instant, not in the distant past only. For both of these imply that creation is only upon a linear, historical scale, when in fact creation takes place every instant, every day. As is written in the praises of Ra. Praise be to thee, O Ra, exalted Sikhem, thou makest new the earth, and openest a way for that which is therein. 9. Each day, the ancient Egyptians sought to help the sun arise anew, to purify the earth, not naively, as some have misguidedly alleged, because they feared that the visible sun might not rise anew, but because they recognized that the celestial sun might not rise for them, that they might grow ignorant of the celestial reality and give credence only to the material, temporal world. For if such an eventuality came to pass, the Egyptian priests were well aware, their cherished connections with the ancient primordial golden age would be severed, humankind would be bereft of the divine presence, and would wander downward into darkness, fragmentation, and infernality. Although it is inevitable that there should be a dawn, a midday, and an evening for man and his world as for the day itself, in other words, even though evil must needs come, woe unto him through whom the darkness cometh. The ancient Egyptians were well aware of man's divine responsibilities upon earth. And throughout the cycle the sun remains, even in the darkness the sun remains, traveling upon the bark of millions of years, carrying with it the spirits of those who have passed beyond the sphere of the moon, who have obtained not complete liberation but conditional liberation. This process of emanatory creation, then, takes place not just once, in the far dim reaches of the past, but now each instant, if we are but aware of it. In the creation, Ra says, the Primal Ennead. Give birth Seb and Nut to Osiris, Horus, Set, Isis, Nephthys from the womb, one after the other of them, they give birth and they multiply in this earth. 10. Note, then, the tense, they give birth. Likewise it was said by the ancient Egyptians that Ra, in order to rise each morning must first defeat in battle the primal serpent Apep, and all the allied dark powers who seek to prevent his rising. 11. From these instances, we can see that the divine creation, and the gods within it, belong not to temporality but to the principial realm, to the supratemporal origin of existence vertically rather than horizontally. This vertical dimension of existence is precisely that which gave such metaphysical depth and spiritual power to the Egyptian world, for by means of it every single object in creation was invested with a celestial significance. The entire Egyptian world was translucent, a transmission of the divine. Each animal, each plant, each sight bore a sacred meaning, was a revelation in itself, a theophany. Indeed, it is related that when a Roman soldier once killed a cat, sacred to Isis, the Egyptians demanded his death, so serious were they as to symbological power. 12. The significance of the cat lay not only in the fact that it was a living being, but also in that of which it was a manifestation, just as was the asp, the fish, the owl, the hawk, the ibis, the ass, each bore with it a constellation of meanings, as do each of the gods. It is this vertical dimension of creation which has given rise to so much modern confusion over traditional symbology in general, and Egyptian metaphysics in particular, as can be witnessed in the strange argument over whether the Egyptians were polytheist, monotheist, or henotheist, as various scholars have at times alleged. The answer to this dilemma lies in the intricate and unfathomable interrelationship between the one and the many, as Plotinus in his Enneads, significantly so titled, put it. Polytheism and monotheism are not seen aright, in opposition to one another, the former is an aspect of the latter. In truth, the gods of ancient Greece and Egypt bear a relationship to the Creator similar to that which the angels of Judeo-Christian and Islamic traditions bear to God, an interrelationship infinitely mysterious and profound. Here we can begin to see the essence of the mystery, which the Primal Ennead of Hermopolis, and creation itself, perennially presents for man, and even more so for modern man, blinkered and confused as he now stands. Here, in what might aptly be termed the tree of life, lies the mystery of mysteries, the hidden 30. The Primal Ennead. Relations and meaning of existence itself, veiled from us not by any external prohibition, but only through our own blindness. Although we cannot even attempt, in the present work, to re-illumine, or even to suggest the myriad and profound ramifications of the Primal Ennead, we can at least point toward its power and meaning, as its true elucidation can only come through divine revelation, which no words can provide. And so we shift, from a consideration of the nature of the gods and of divine emanation, to the consideration of the gods themselves, and the mysteries contained within their names, beginning, first, with the Queen, Isis. Chapter 4. For an answer we turn, first, to the myth of Isis and Ra, found in the Turin Papyrus, one in which Isis is seen as blackmailing the poisoned sun god Ra into revealing his most secret, sacred names of power in return for an antidote. For in this tale we can see the principial essence of Isis. She is mediatrix between the celestial and the terrestrial. In the text in question, Isis is defined as she who loved the gods, she who was wearied of men, she who loved best the realm of the spirits. 2. In other words, Isis, though necessarily partaking of the highest realms, those of the gods and of Ra, was none the less most closely affiliated with the mediate subtle realm, the world of spirits, Bhava. The atmosphere, the vast sea in which the temporal world was precipitated like a tiny island. Isis is the queen of the subtle realm, and therefore in her own way mistress of the earth. Like Ra, and of like rank and power in heaven. 3 For she rules the essences of herbs and animals and all sentient things. According to the myth under consideration, Isis hid a dart in Ra's path, and when he encountered it, he fell mortally poisoned, and was revitalized only by divulging to Isis, the great sorceress, his true names. Within this tale we begin to glimpse the nature of Isis, elucidated by the Kabbalistic teaching that each of the Sephiroth, when emanated, spilled over into disequilibrium, and were later returned to divine order, and that each of the Sephira corresponded to aspects of the divine names. For both. 31. Perhaps no god or goddess has ever enjoyed the worship and celebration of so many throughout the ancient world, from the earliest times up to and through the time of Christianity, as did Isis. Indeed, even after Isis herself had vanished under that name, she of the many names continued under the guise of the Virgin Mary, who in turn assumed many of the functions that Isis had served in earlier epochs. Both, like Kanzen Bodhisattva in Mahayana Buddhism, hear the cries of the world, both are the compassionate deliverers of the world's suffering. But who is Isis, the Regina Coeli, Queen of Heaven, whose sign in Isis Egyptian was 32 Isis? The Kabbalah and the tales of Isis refer to the emanation of temporal I from the real, to the essential superstructure of creation, medial, between above and below. That Isis, then, should have a mediate place in the Egyptian theogony is only proper, for she, like Egypt herself at that time, lay mediate between the primordial past and the secular, materialist future, between the sacred and the profane. Although in the myth under consideration, Ra is depicted as being senile and decrepit, obviously, since Ra cannot in his nature change, it must be something else which is being suggested. In fact, it is not Ra who becomes senile, but rather man who becomes blind to Ra. In this tale, in other words, we see not the senescence of Ra, but the senescence of Egypt herself, and her blindness to Ra, a blindness remedied by Isis, who acts as intermediary or bridge between man and the sun, to which he is ever more blind. Isis, in some, not fundamentally different from the sun, is rather a manifestation of the divine compassion accessible to man in an age of waning faith and wisdom. Hence Isis said, I have revealed to mankind mystic initiations. I have taught reverence for the gods, I have established the temples. Now, needless to say, these are ultimately the actions of the divine Son, inherent within creation and within humanity, from whom Isis cannot be separate. However, within a given historical period, certain incarnations or manifestations of the divine are of far more aid than others. They speak to a given age and need, and so it was, and perhaps is, for Isis. As is said in the litany praises of Ra, thou art indeed Isis. 5. When Isis, or any, bestows blessings upon man, it is Ra who bestows them. 6. From this we can begin, to see the relation of Isis to Nephthys, her sister and consort of Typhon, the latter being a reflection and aspect of Isis, just as Isis is an aspect of Ra. According to Plutarch, Isis is that which is manifest, Nephthys is, or rules, that which is unmanifest. 7. Nephthys, then, is that of the subtle realm which is unmanifest, which is outside the pale of the temporal realm, whereas Isis is she of the green wings and the crescent moon, and, while including Nephthys as one aspect of her, nevertheless pertains more the world below the moon, the world of generation and of living beings. Nephthys, on the other hand, is the shade of Isis, she manifests the residues or traces of the living world, representing decay, dissolution. Isis's sign was Sothis, the dog star, which signified her power, for that star was associated with the rising of the Nile, and the coming of Isis 33. Each year, this association was reinforced by her companion, Hermanubis, the divine messenger, who lives between the divine and the earthly realms, whose dog head is half black and half gold. 8 and hose barking separates stranger from friend. 9 The name Sothis derives from a trinity of gods, Seth, or Typhon, the principal power of darkness, ignorance, anger, and destruction, Osiris, and his consort, Isis herself. In this one star is, then, an intricate glyph of Osiris being overcome by Seth, found by Hermanubis, rescued and restored by Isis. All condensed into its cyclical pattern, marking the heat of summer and the cold depths of winter, the rising and the falling of the Nile, all life. An even clearer indication of Isis's nature can be glimpsed from two tales related by Pausanias of men who had dared to profane her temples. In both tales, a profane man, who had no right to enter, burst into the temple out of curiosity, one on his own account, the other on behalf of a Roman governor. Both entered during festival time, both found the shrine filled with specters. The first returned to Theoria, where he died. The other returned to the Roman governor, told his tale, and then immediately expired as well. Pausanias thereby concludes that it is ill for mankind to see the gods in bodily shape, echoing Homer 10. While the tales do not divulge anything of the mysteries themselves, they do corroborate our observation that Isis's domain was essentially the subtle realm, the realm of specters, and that sacred knowledge is self-protecting. The only remaining account, in toto, of that which could be lawfully revealed of the mysteries, and the mysteries of Isis in particular, is that of Apuleius in his novel The Golden Ass. Although, clearly, we cannot reproduce that tale in its entirety here, despite its worthiness, we can at least distill from it the general characteristics of an initiation, as well as of Isis herself. For from this account we can see quite clearly that even at that late date, even in the 2nd century ad Rome of Apuleius, the power of Isis was unabated, immense, able to inspire her worshippers with visions of her splendor, with the inexpressible plenitude and gratitude of reception into the divine. Apuleius' account of the mysteries is to be found in Book 11. Beginning when, having been exhausted by his miseries, driven to the very edge of the sea by his troubles and enchantments, at land's end, the hero Lucius immerses himself 7 times in the ocean and with tear-stained face turns to the orb of the full moon as it emerged from the waves of the sea. In dire straits, bereft of all hope, he addresses Isis, she of the moon, queen of heaven. 34 Isis. Whether you be Ceres, motherly nurse of all growth, or celestial Venus, who in the first moment of creation mingled the sexes in the generation of mutual desires, or the sister of Phoebus or Proserpine, whose triple face has the power to ward off the assaults of ghosts and to close the cracks in the earth, dispensing your radiance when the sun has abandoned us. Italics. Mine. Then from the ocean she rises, such beauty as words fail to approach. Upon her head is a chaplet of flowers in the midst of which is a circlet, a softly glowing moon supported by 2 vipers that rise from the earth, near blades of corn. Her garments are many-hued, yellow, white, red, while around them falls a softly shining black cape, passing over her left shoulder, a cape spangled with stars, a crescent moon breathing forth from the center. In her right hand is the triple cord of the sistrum, 11 in her left hand a golden boat, above which rises the head of an asp from its sacred coils. To poor Lucius, whose true nature, by virtue of his name, is light, still entrapped in the body of an ass, she speaks. Behold, Lucius, moved by your prayer I come to you, I, the natural mother of all life, mistress of the elements, first child of time, supreme divinity, queen of those in hell, first of those in heaven, the manifestation of all the gods and goddesses, I, who govern by my nod the crests of light in the sky, the purifying wafts of the ocean, and the lamentable silences of hell, I, whose single Godhead is venerated over all the earth under manifold forms, varying rites, and changing names. She admonishes Lucius to only remember her, for by keeping the remembrance fast in his heart's deep core he should, if he remains faithful, after death live on praising her in the Elysian fields, for if you are found to merit my love by your dedicated obedience, religious devotion, and constant chastity, you will discover that it is within my power to prolong your life beyond the limits set to it by fate. 12. It is quite certain that we have here not simply a literary account of the mysteries nor, as with Firmicus Maternus, a bitter diatribe by a Christian against the pagans, nor the distanced, impersonal account of Plutarch, but the words of an eyewitness, sympathetic of Isis as she, Isis 35, really was, seen through the eyes of her worshippers. And though her worshippers were drawn from every class, we have here an account by one of the literati, a scholar, who had found serenity not in the bitter cross of anxiety, as the Roman phrase had it, but in the folds of the great goddess's robes. Here, unmistakably, we have a true religious experience, one which speaks to, gives solace to, the troubled soul of man, for whom neither scholarship nor earthly delights offer any lasting comfort. It is for this reason that Apuleius' account is so moving. The account of his initiation builds to a kind of universal climax. The populace throngs into the city as the sun rises, all are jubilant, buoyant. As Lucius himself, who knows that his deliverance is imminent. The colorful pageant goes on, women dressed in the white vestures of spring, scattering balm and flowers, while others bear mirrors upon their backs, walking before the goddess so that all approach her image. Musicians play upon their pipes, poets recite, the shaven initiates walk behind in a great band, dressed in purest white, shaking sistra of brass, silver and gold, with the priests in the rear, carrying the great lamp and the altars. Behind all follow the gods themselves, the messenger of heaven and hell, Anubis, face half black and half gold, bearing his rod in his left hand, followed by a cow, emblem of the mother of all, and last of all one bearing the sacred symbol of the supreme deity. Inexpressible, veiled in the deep silence of true religion. Throughout Apuleius' account we find a wealth of descriptions of the mysteries and of sacred symbology, the sistrum with its three chords. For the three worlds, the sacred uraeus, the asps which symbolize the coiled serpent of Sakti entwined around Siva, or of Isis coiled round Osiris, Isis arising from the great ocean, the golden bark of Ra, the sun, in which the dead find life eternal, a kind of immortality, the gooseneck prow of the sacred bark, signifying the unerring homeward path which Isis and Ra represented. Indeed, the list is long, the symbolism intricate. But what of the initiation itself? Of that, Lucius can say little, not because he would not, but because he cannot, not least because the power of the goddess is to bestow death as well as life, punishment as well as weal, and yet from his tale the essence of the event, the turning, can be inferred. We can see there the immense gratitude and serenity, the joy and universal harmony which it bestows, not only upon him alone, but upon all in the populace, to each according to his need. As Apuleius says, at midnight the sun shone in all his full splendor. I could tell you more, but you would not understand. The sun shines at midnight, in this we see the essence of the black rite 13 of the ancient Egyptians, of the entry into death itself which lies at the heart of the mysteries, for initiation is a kind of voluntary death with but the slightest chance of redemption. Initiation bestows a redemption in the sun, the divine sun which appears in the very depth 3 of human despair, when egoism is transcended, when the world of form, subtle and dense, drops away, then, at midnight, comes that of which nothing more can be said, divine plenitude overwhelming. Isis, then, is the principal generative force, associated with the healing herbs and the powers of medicine, with the growth of wheat and corn, the domestication of which marked the inception of Egypt herself, and delineated the entrance into the present historical epoch, being mediatrix, meeting point as it were of the gods in the temporal world. Hers is the self-motive power of generation, 14 of which agriculture is the outward manifestation, and of which the green wings and crescent moon are symbol. 15 The root of her name is closely affiliated with the Egyptian root pr, which implies house, or home, suggesting that she is mistress within the houses of the gods. As Cassiopeia, she reclines head downwards upon the night horizon. One of her names, too, was Isis. Pelagia, she of the waves. Hence as Venus she was envisioned as riding above the ocean of temporality. Yet she was also Gemeter, or Earth Mother, which in Greek became Demeter. 16. One of the most suggestive characteristics of Isis, however, is her relation to the coiled serpents or asps with which she is always associated, for the serpent is almost universally a symbol of the vital force, the coiled essence of life itself, rising up the spine to the crown of the head. This attribution of the life force to the serpentine form is particularly true within Tantric tradition, in which Kundalini, the serpent of life, who slumbers at the base of the spine, in the realm of generation, is awakened as it rises up the Susumna, the sacred channel, axis of the body, through the aperture of Brahma, conferring liberation upon the adept. Although we cannot of course say that Isis is Sakti, nor that Osiris is Siva, the central pole around which the coiled serpent, Sakti, is slumbering, yet nonetheless the two pairs are incontrovertibly inter-related. It is not, after all, insignificant that the constellation Cassiopeia, she of the throne, Mulier Cetes, should circle round the pole with the passage of the year, just as Isis, with whom she is associated, hovered over the slain Osiris to reinvigorate him after his death and dismemberment. What, then, is the relationship between Siva and Sakti? Essentially, it Isis 37 is that between power, Sakti, and power holder, Siva, between activity and the quiescent center. Siva is the power holder, Saktiman, and Sakti is the power, the great mother of the universe. Siva is pure consciousness, Sakti is mind, life, matter. Neither can exist without the other. Like Osiris and Isis, they were joined together in the womb as one. They are divine reality, from which, when we overlay name and form, nama and rupa, mind and matter, the cosmos arises. Hence Isis is she of many names, and so, according to the Kubrika Tantra, it is not Brahma, Vinu, and Rudra who create, but their Saktis. 17. Activity is the nature of Prakriti. 18. For which reason the female is depicted above the male in Tantric representations, just as Isis, in Egyptian iconography, hovered above the prone Osiris. To continue the Tantric imagery, in the earth center called the Muladharacakra, Kundalini Sakti manifests as a serpent coiled round a self-produced phallus, Svayam Hulanga. Indeed, the word Kundali means coiled or impotentia, and she is said to produce the phenomenal world by the veiling, Maya, of pure consciousness of herself as consciousness, spiraling forth spontaneously, thereby creating the eggs of Brahma, Brahmanda, by turning back upon herself once, forming a coil or loop. In Greek symbolism, which derived from the Egyptian, this form was termed the Orphic egg. When she turns back upon herself for a third time, the pyramid shape is said to be formed. Sringataka. Like Isis, she is a receptacle of that continuous stream of ambrosia which flows from eternal bliss. 19, from Brahman through Siva. She, the world bewilderer, is bright as millions of moons, and by her in this world egg, Brahmanda, illumined. 20. Like Isis, her symbol is the white lotus which floats upon and arises out of the mire of dense matter, and yet is pure and unsullied. In brief, we can see from this discussion that there is indeed a direct correspondence between the metaphysics of Tantrism and the symbology of ancient Egypt, and that the former can shed a great deal of light upon the latter, of which is left, as prophesied, only carvings in stone, the merest outward signs. But no doubt the two traditions descended from a common source, in the indefinitely ancient past, perhaps through the Chaldees, certainly in the Near East. Regardless of their apparent differences, the two traditions are virtually identical in symbology. Correspondences which, though arising out of universal truth, nevertheless point to a temporal unity as well. Essentially the Egyptian mysteries, like the yoga of Tantrism, consisted in the return or retracing of the creation of the cosmos inwardly, so that just as in the 38 Isis beginning, which always is, being supratemporal, there was only bliss, pure consciousness, so too the mortal who sheds this mortal coil. Perhaps more accurately, releases it, recapitulates inwardly and inversely. The creation, attaining through her, the creative power, union with the primordial. 21. It is interesting, while considering this parallelism between the Tantric tradition and the ancient Egyptian, to note that a predominant symbol of Isis was the cow, nut, not only because she is manifestation of the abundance of the earth, and because she is emblematic of the shift from the primordial golden age to the traditional agriculture of ancient Egypt, based upon wheat, barley and cattle, being therefore symbols of Isis and of traditional civilization, both of which lie mediate between the above and the below, but also because the two horns of the cow suggests the horns of the waxing moon, the duality of the world of generation as well. And the symbol of the sacred cow reappears in the Upanishads, where speech is likened to a celestial cow, of which the first two udders are of the gods, Svaha, Vasat, the third is that of man, Hanta, and the fourth is that of the fathers, Petra, and termed Svada. 11. The vital breath is her bull, mind is her calf. And so once again we see the perennial trinity, Osiris, the bull, Isis, the cow, and Horus, the calf. Now we must, throughout consideration of these matters, keep in mind that although we speak in dualistic terms of Siva and Sakti, of Osiris and Isis, these are not separate entities but rather aspects or emanations of one another, and of the Supreme Lord, Isvara, himself an emanation of the Divine Sunday. Indeed, this is perhaps the central error of the modern in turning to ancient metaphysics, the false attribution of literalism and dualism to the traditional, like the Chinese Taoist teaching of yin and yang, for which mere dualism would be anathema. Unthinkable, such teaching belonging as it does to the world of primordial unity. As a result, the various traditions can illumine one another, in so far as each is a reflection of the same principial unity. And this illumination is especially necessary today, due to modern fragmentation and incomprehension. In any event, having examined Isis's significance in terms of cosmology, and in terms of the initiation of Lucius, it is apparent that, however magnificent the metaphysical implications of her as creator, it is evident that her power in historical longevity, in the 4th century AD when Christianity was finally able to destroy the remnants of the religions of antiquity, hers was still the predominant sect, was due to Isis. 39. Her answering a primordial need within man, an answer to individual longing. She, the Magna Mater, the Holy One, was the healer of man. She who resurrects, she who comes to the aid of the suffering, and who with them suffered, sitting lowly and tearful by the well of Byblos, she, humanity's never absent sanctum, from whom even the gates of hell were opened to those who were truly penitent. And it was here that her true and unassailable religious power lay, not in her cosmological meaning, but in the revelation of her divine mercy. Her love, in her role as healer and comforter. In fact, it was common practice in ancient Egypt to sleep in her temples and, by virtue of the influences therein, to be healed, or to obtain a vision of her, aspects of the same mercy. Essential to her working, though, was the element of surprise, of divine lightning. Like Kanzen Bodhisattva, her healings appeared when least expected, and when the future looked most dim. For then the opening was there, so that the divine might burst forth, illuminating and resurrecting life even as through the lamenting Isis, Osiris could be resurrected from fragmentation and death. And it is here, in individual revelation, in the dynamism of her infinite power, in the bestowing of peace and harmony upon those in distress, that Isis's power still resides, still manifests, if one only has unswerving faith, dedication, and devotion. The great mother of all 10,000 things cannot vanish, it is only we who become blind to her wisdom and solace. Yet when we turn back she is still there, as she was for Lucius, beckoning, alluring, welcoming. Chapter 5. Osiris. Although we have necessarily devoted some attention, in passing, to the nature of Osiris during our discussion of Isis, it is nevertheless essential to focus upon Osiris, for in doing so we not only understand Isis better, from whom he is inseparable, but also begin to glimpse the nature of the mysteries themselves, from which both are of course indivisible. Isis and Osiris cannot be understood apart from one another. Nonetheless, we can center upon certain aspects of Osiris, and first of all those to which attention was drawn by Plutarch. According to Plutarch, some said that Osiris was only another name for Pluto, just as Proserpine was another name for Isis, and that Pluto is the body, whilst Bacchus is the soul intoxicated within it. But in addition, said Plutarch, Osiris meant, originally at least, sacred and holy, in heaven and on earth. 2. For Plato, Osiris signified the holy logos or divine reason. 3. Now, as we have seen, Isis is she of many names, by definition multifold, and so the same must be said also of her divine twin, Osiris. Each of their names veils a multitude of aspects. In the meanings of Osiris suggested above, we can see at once the celestial and the terrestrial nature of the god and the goddess. Both have a buried or subterranean nature as the divine veiled within the earth, in the underworld, this world, in which they are latent just as Pluto and Proserpine are hidden in the underworld. Bacchus, or Dionysius, with whom Osiris has also been identified, signifies the soul reeling as if drunken in the influx of temporal current accompanying incarnation. As Plato said. For in brief, we can see that the mysteries of Isis and Osiris are bound up with the inception of temporal existence or, perhaps more accurately, with the return home, with the ascent, birth being the nadir of the descent, the mysteries then consisting in the recapitulation of this journey. Isis, then, signifies the dynamic, motive aspect of this ascent. Osiris the intelligible center, the initiate drawing upon the former in order to realize the latter, in a polarized alternation. Consequently, in Apuleius' novel we find that Lucius, Light. 40. Osiris. 41. Undergoes 3 initiations, that of Isis, that of Osiris, and, later, another of Isis. This alternation between polarities is revealing when compared, once again, with the worship of Sakti and Siva in Tantrism. The awakening of the Kundali energy has to come before the glimpse of reality, the bliss, knowledge, of Siva, after which the energy must be reawakened, in an ascent between polarities which are emanations of one another upon the vertical axis. In the same way, by awakening Isis, the worshipper rouses her power, glimpsing divine reality, Osiris, resurrected, and later again awakening to her power in an even greater degree, each being a step in an ascent between 2 poles which are in reality one. This unity is symbolized, for both Isis and Osiris, by the pouring of water from 2 urns, the water pours from them both, yet is water, one in 2. And the 2 are absolutely one in the most ancient of words, Io. In the process of ascent, the initiate undergoes a change, not in any physical way, but in vision, becoming epoptic, second-sighted, a change which is marked by the name Serapis, the common name of those who have changed their nature, and the union of Osiris and Apis in one word. 5. Apis the bull of course signifies the nature of Osiris as the intelligible world which impregnates Nut, or Isis, the divine cow. Phenomenality. He is sun and she moon or reflection, receptacle, the essence of which is in movement. Osiris, then, like Siva, is essentially a power holder, the radiant center, the divine knowledge, and so his symbols, in ancient Egypt, were the eye and the royal scepter, as well as the hawk. The holding of the scepter signifies his phallic nature as the axial center of the manifold world, the axis of which the eye is the center and through which the hawk can dart, swift as light. Who then is Osiris? In the hymn to Osiris he is described variously as the substance of which the 2 lands were made, as Tem, divine food of doubles, as the beneficent spirit among spirits who judges heaven and earth, gives green herbs in abundance, brings joy and gladness everywhere, under manifold names, whose word is Mot, and who has given his might to all the gods. 6. Many of these are names and attributes of Isis as well, and with good reason, as we have seen, the two being aspects of one another. But the central theme, nonetheless, remains, that Osiris is the centrum, the spirit among spirits, the essence of which Isis is motive force. It is for this reason that Osiris is seen as a judge, for after death man is not so much judged as he is judge of himself. It is we who, after death, condemn ourselves, it is humans who, because of their own ignorance. 44 Osiris. Egyptians regarding their dead become clear, for the preservation of the bodies of the dead took place not only to provoke remembrance of them, but to prolong certain aspects of individuality in order that the deceased might purify themselves in the celestial realms ruled by Osiris, thereby avoiding rebirth in temporality, as well as irradiating their beneficent influence over the lands. Destruction of the body releases or obliterates certain aspects of the individuality which, by virtue of bodily preservation and the accompanying ritual, are indefinitely prolonged, in order that the deceased might after death attain at least provisional liberation in R.A. The formulas, the rituals, the visualizations, the accoutrements of the funereal rites, then, were not auxiliary to the physical preservation, but rather were the essence of the rites, of which the latter was but sign and seal. The same prolongation of individuality was in Taoism termed the longevity of the immortals, who were depicted as sailing into the empyrean on the backs of a celestial dragon or a celestial tiger. This immortality, however, cannot be considered complete liberation, which can be realized only when the nature of one's being as the divine is truly seen, when the two are recognized as one. In the Kundalini Yoga, with which we must here necessarily be most concerned, this is realized when, microcosmically, she, Sakti, is seen to be roused within and travels up the axis of the body, Susumna, through the chakras, or centers, these being the different degrees of incarnation itself, from gross to subtle, until she is seen to be united with, indivisible from, Siva, the Lord of the world, pure consciousness. Now macrocosmically, she is herself veiled from herself, Maya, but microcosmically, she is the central creative power come to rest within the individual, which, when aroused, joins ultimately with Siva, at which point, after death, pralaya, dissolution, liberation is obtained for that individual, just as by means of the Mahapralaya or final dissolution, liberation is obtained for those in the realm of provisional liberation, in the heavens. 12 Consequently if, as most moderns do, we view Isis and Osiris only macrocosmically, we thereby block ourselves from the most profound interpretation of their meaning, and indeed, from our own true nature, which is indivisible from them. It is not insignificant that Xenophon, in his novel Ephesiaca, has his hero and heroine, after a long separation, reunite in a temple of Isis, she pressing her lips against his and breathing into him the life again. This is the reunion of Osiris and Isis, of Siva and Sakti, the recognition of who we truly are, the consummation of existence itself. Osiris or Siva, exists on the formless level as pure bliss, as liberation. Muddy, becoming on the formal or manifested level enjoyment. Buddy. Osiris as transcendent being never changes, but his manifested or immanent aspect as Isis does change, indeed, is change. In his highest degree he is Paramasiva the Lord, Isvara, who is worshipped by all the Devatas, the divine manifestations. Cosmologically, he is affiliated with Purisa, she with Prakriti, he is source, she is divine manifestation. And this is also true within the individual, below as above. It is for this reason that Osiris was known as the Great Black 13 and as the Great Green 14, the Black because he was unknown to humankind, hidden, the immanent center, father and mother of all men who live from his breath and eat from his body, and the green because he is the source and lord of all beings in all lands, the center also of Isis herself, and therefore of all growth and creation, just as the sun is ultimately the source of the moon's light. Indeed, just as one must pass the sphere of the moon to move toward the sphere of the sun, so one must first, as Apuleius has it, pass through the initiation of Isis. before receiving that of Osiris, just as one must arouse Sakti before realizing Siva. Before one knows the great black, one must first know the great green, Isis. But what was the essence of Osiris for the greater body of the faithful, those who had not yet received the mysteries? In the answer to this question we begin to see the way in which the mysteries functioned within the traditional cultures, for the distinction which many now make between exoteric and esoteric, between sacred and profane, is purely a reflection of the modern dualistic mindset, bearing no relation to the seamless unity and harmony of the traditional cultures, of which ancient Egypt, certainly, was once a remarkable instance. For in Egyptian culture we can see how the worship of the greater body reflected, reinforced, and merged with the more direct sacred knowledge of those initiated into the mysteries themselves, which formed the pole. Arabic, Qutb, the axis around which the culture revolved, just as the constellations circle round the North Pole. The lamentations of the populace in concert with Isis, in search of her lost consort Osiris, wailing and mourning during certain festivals, mirrors humanity's longing for sacred knowledge, without which they live in fragmentation and ignorance. The lamentations of the ancient Egyptian populace at large, tens of thousands of women identified with Isis, along with many other ordinary men and women, beating their breasts in mourning must 46 Osiris have formed an awe-inspiring din and spectacle, being a manifestation and masse of the mysteries which are, within the sanctum sanctorum of the temple, resolved. The very act of creation, as we have seen, is the separation of Isis from Osiris, veiling herself from herself, and so the initiatory resolution of this separation is a restoration to the primordial unity of knowledge and becoming. Everyone in the culture participated in this restoration, regardless of their degree of insight, if for no other reason than this, that the attention is, by means of the mass festival, turned inward, their longing turned toward the sacred pole of existence, which Osiris, lost and mourned, represented. In this way, not only were the needs of the populace for external worship satisfied, but an intent, a direction was set towards the inner sanctum of the mysteries which they would, one day, in a future life if not in this, enter. At the same time, the fervor and pageantry of the worshipping populace provided a magnificent ambience for the celebration of the mysteries themselves. Here, in ancient Egypt, the inner was indeed the outer, and the outer revealed the inner, if only one had eyes to see. It is for this reason that despite the ever greater particularizations of modern Egyptology, our reliance is still upon the observations of the ancient Greeks and Romans, for what matters, ultimately, is not the particular names and manifestations of the gods, but the mysteries by which they are revealed, to which the ancient Greek and Roman writers still had access, and to which we, whatever our discoveries, do not. In reality, the wholesale disclosing of the artifacts of the ancient past, still charged as they are with subtle power, may well have a more malefic than beneficent result, loosing forces which are not bound any longer by their divine grounding. In any event, Apuleius' chronicle of his initiation is evidence enough of the power Osiris still held, Isis still radiated, even in the 2nd century AD in Rome. And this direct contact with the mysteries, which travel like a stream through ancient history, is far more crucial to true understanding than any wealth of mere information. It is this contact, either direct, through initiation, or indirectly through cultural irradiation, which still affected and inspired the writers of that time, including Plutarch, Xenophon, and Apuleius directly, and Herodotus, and Diodorus Siculus at least indirectly. What did this initiation confer? Knowledge of death itself, of the discarnate state. According to the priesthood of Heliopolis, Osiris, as head of the Tuat or underworld and lord of the dead, reigned beneath Ra the divine sun as head of his Pot or Ennead, and this is depicted as a figure. Osiris bent forward, forming a kind of squared circle with his body, for one who remains in the realm of Osiris and Isis remains within the circle of birth and death, being among the gods, among men, or in the subtle realm. To understand this, however, to understand the nature of Osiris himself in this aspect, we must turn to a discussion of the Egyptian Tuat or in-between land. The Tuat is in fact very much akin to the Tibetan Buddhist term Bardo delineated in the Tibetan Book of the Dead. It is in either case the mediate world, between death and rebirth. The realm governed by one's conditioning and one's previous life and actions. To say that this realm is ruled by Osiris is, in part, to say that it is also ruled by sacred knowledge, to which the Egyptian and Tibetan books of the dead both give access, in terms of visualizations and of sacred names. A person in the Tuat is in a discarnate state, and therefore open to a multiplicity of states of being, according to his knowledge, gnosis, and his previous carnate conditioning. Now to speak of this is to speak of an exceedingly delicate matter, which we can hardly consider in this short space. However, we can say that the postulation of a being which transmigrates is according to both Buddhist and Vedantic traditions in particular, and to traditional metaphysics in general, very much a false attribution. In Vedanta there is said to be the one and only transmigrant. 15 In Buddhism, even this attribution of primal unity is denied, in order to avoid conceptual fixation. 16 But both these traditions are referring to absolute reality, whereas we here are discussing the conditional realms of being over which in the Egyptian tradition Osiris held sway. This difference, between the highest realms and the subtle realms, is delineated in Egyptian religion most clearly by two documents, the Shat Am Tuat, and the Shat En Spa. 17. The latter related to the realms ruled by Osiris, the mediate or psychic spheres signified by the numbers 7 and 12, corresponding no doubt to the 7 planets and the 12 zodiacal symbols, these being also the numbers of the Tuat. Underscoring the correspondence of the Tuat to temporal reality, it is, after all, described in materialistic terms, whereas the former document, the Shat Am Tuat, related to the realm of Ra, of pure light. Both documents referred to the same post-temporal reality, the difference between them lying in the degree of purity and transcendence of the deceased. According to Butch, therefore, the Tuat has many divisions, but only one is ruled by Osiris, in the others Osiris figures, but Ra rules. 18 As a result, the post-mortem state is governed in accordance 48 Osiris. With one's knowledge of Osiris and Ra, the purer one's knowledge. The true nature of the former, the closer one is to the latter, to Ra. Osiris is ruler of the night, that is, of the subtle realms, but Ra, being the source of being itself, is his overlord, and so according to the profundity of one's initiatory insight does not pass from the former into the latter, from the Shat En Spa to the Shat Am Tuat. Those who are initiated into the nature of the supernal realms of existence are therefore able to pass by the roarings of the demons, and do not fall into their cauldrons. Whosoever knoweth these things, being attached to his place, shall have his bread with Ra. Whosoever knoweth these things, being a soul and spirit, shall never enter into the place of destruction. 19. In other words, by virtue of their direct knowledge of Osiris, by virtue of their posthumous recognition of the visionary realms of the Tuat with which they were acquainted during life, they rose up with Osiris, who is said also to rise up the ladder from earth to heaven. 20. By this was meant that in gnosis, insight into one's own principial nature or essence, one recognizes that degree or emanatory aspect of the divine into which one had been initiated. The various hells, or posthumous torments, exist also in so far as the individualities hold together as separate entities, as residual coagulations. In brief, the heavens and the hells both presuppose the prolongation of individuality. The former, however, are higher, in that individuality is transcended. Now all of these shall be resolved again into the primal unity at the time of the Apocatastasis, or Great Restoration, in which the opposing power of Typhon is vanquished, order returns to all things, Osiris returns to his throne, united again with Isis in actuality as now in potentia. 21. There is here, then, in the worship of Osiris a very direct correlation with the Pure Land sect of Buddhism, in which the devout, by virtue of their recitation of the Nembutsu, or divine name, attain rebirth in the western land of Amitabha Bodhisattva, in celestial earth. It is concentration, the direction of consciousness which affects the celestial rebirth, an ascent up the axis of being by means of one's concentrative power or remembrance, and a consequent restoration of the principial order of the soul. The higher one ascends, the more fragmentation, dissolution, confusion vanishes, and the more one approaches the light supernal, the harmony of the divine. This is the message of the pure Osiris 49 land, and it is the message of Osiris as well. Yet this ascent is not merely one of intellect, nor is it accomplished through any vicarious atonement, but rather it is accessible to everyone, regardless of caste, class, or sex. It arises only out of simple faith, unswerving devotion, and unceasing concentration upon the divine, a concentration which in reality recapitulates the very axis of being, forming a kind of axis of grace, a channel through which, in the least expected moment, perhaps the moment of one's greatest despair, the light supernal might burst in, illuminating one's true nature, and the true nature of all creation. It was once said by D.T. Suzuki that the adherents of the Pure Land sect saw more instances of Satori, awakening to the divine, than did those of Zen Buddhism, for they harbored fewer preconceptions of its true nature, but rather simply recited the name. And, no doubt, something of the same is true for the adherents of the worship of Osiris, the worship of whom was the worship also of Ra, he of the kingdom of light. In any event, although we now change our focus, we remain oriented toward the discussion of Osiris. We simply turn to a particular aspect of his worship, that of the second death. Chapter 6. On the second death. In order to complement and complete our discussion of Osiris, it is of value to note a phrase which recurs a number of times in conjunction with Osiris's name, and in particular with the posthumous condition of humanity, namely the second death. The nature of this must be illumined if we are finally to grasp the meaning of Osirian initiation. For in fact the second death is the transcendence of the realm of Osiris. This second death was referred to in a portion of the pyramid texts, where the saying is found, "My father has not died the second death, for my father possesses a spirit in the horizon." In the horizon, needless to say, refers directly to the subtle realm, the realm of the psyche over which Osiris has sway, as is made clear in another passage in which the sky goddess Nut addresses the dead king, saying, "Open up your place in the sky among the stars of the sky, for you are the lone star, look down upon Osiris, when he governs the spirits, for you stand far from him, you are not among them, and shall not be among them." 2. In addition, it is said there, the double doors of heaven are open for you. 3. The first door of heaven is the door of Osiris, the second is that of Ra himself, opening into the celestial spheres. The second death, then, refers to the transcendence of the realm of Osiris, and the deceased passing on to the realm of the stars, the celestials, whereas those who have not been so initiated merely pass on to the realm of Osiris in the horizon, the subtle realm, awaiting either a new incarnation, or purification sufficient to allow passage through the second door. Now to avoid confusion, we must here interject that there are two ways of looking at the term second death, each of which occur when one leaves the subtle realm. The one occurs by descending into incarnation, the other transpires by ascending above it into celestiality. The first death takes place if one, out of fear, seeks the solidity and reassurance of earth, and so is reborn into incarnation. The other, the higher second death, that which we are here in the main discussing, is 50. On the second death. 51. Really the transcendence of the subtle realm, the shedding of the subtle body and the leaving of the lunar sphere. This latter second death is clarified in Plutarch's brief treatise, entitled On the Face which appears in the orb of the moon, in which he, in the person of one Scylla, notes that man is a being existing in multiple states simultaneously, these consisting in those of body, soul, and dianoia, correlating to earth, moon, and Sunday. Now the first death, said Scylla, is that of the body, in which it dissolves into earth again. The second death occurs, generally after a period of some duration, of purgatory, in which the passions of the soul are resolved, brought into equilibrium, and thereby shed, when the soul is resolved into the sphere of the moon, and the spirit passes on into celestiality, freeing the most divine aspect of man, the image of which is, in the sun. It is towards this divine image in the sun, says Scylla, that all nature yearns in different ways. And, Scylla continues, the death which we die is of two kinds, the one makes man 2 out of 3, the other makes him 1 out of 2, the one takes place in the earth which is the realm of Demeter, and is initiation unto her. The other is in the moon and is of Persephone. Hermes of the lower earth is the associate of the one, heavenly. Hermes of the other. Demeter parts soul from body quickly and with force, Persephone parts mind from soul gently and very slowly, and therefore has been called of the birth to unity, for the best part of man is left in oneness, when separated by her. 4. Scylla continues, those who die wander for a time in a region between the earth and the moon, a region where their sins and ignorance, according as they lived, are washed away, after which purgation they pass beyond the moon, that is, realize their celestial nature. Returning as from a long and distant exile back to their own country, tasting such joy as men feel here who are initiated, joy mixed with much amazement and hope. 5. Here, just as a side note, we can see the meaning of the 3 fates of ancient Greece, for Atropos governed people's destinies near the sun. Clotho wove them in the realm of the moon, commingling, and Lachesis, the thrower of dice, represented the haphazard power of fortune and worldly impermanence. 52 On the second death. In any event, from this intriguing narration transmitted by Plutarch, we can begin to glimpse the meaning of that second death, one without which the person wanders as a discarnate soul, sometimes disordered and confused, sometimes in increasing harmony, until in the latter state he passes on to, or realizes, his divine nature, ascending from the sublunary sphere to that of the Sunday. It is for this reason that Osiris was seen to be lord of the spirits. Initiation into his realm offered the initiate a second death upon earth, as it were, so that upon physical death he was indeed, at least provisionally, set free, able to traverse the sublunary realm, and to enter into the supercelestial joy of his return home. In this, too, we can understand why Petharchoprates, the Egyptian priest, said, I was one who foresaw, SWN, at the time when he was strong, who kept in mind, DMIB, his dying at a time when he was strong. 6 For to be strong here meant to have attained a high degree of spiritual power and insight, one who saw into the nature of death, of discarnate existence, of the supralunary sphere of the being, was thus prepared for death. Death as apotheosis, as return to the divine Sunday. The Egyptians, as transmitters of the primordial tradition, necessarily maintained the recognition that the human being consisted, not in merely a body, nor even in a soul, or in mind, but in a simultaneous multiplicity of levels of being which, naturally, they represented in triadic form, so therefore also manifesting as an Ennead, consisting after all in 3 aspects of being, manifesting on the 3 levels of being. Consequently, the Egyptians held that there were 9 aspects to the human being, aspects the names of which, but not the precise order, are known. What follows is therefore somewhat tentative, seeming to us to be the most congruent with traditional metaphysics. First among the aspects of the being one finds the Khat, or body, along with the intelligence, Khu, and the Kabit, or shadow, followed by the heart, Ab, the soul, Ba, and the double, Ka. Finally one finds the spiritual body, Sa, the name, Ren, and the Sikhem, or inherent vitality and power. The Kabit, one must presume, is the shade, the psychic residue of a human being. The Sikhem is the generative power which brings him into being, and the Khat is his body itself. The intelligence, Khu, is aligned then with the temporal sphere, implying as it does the power of discrimination. The spiritual body, San, is celestial being, the first impulse of which is the divine name, or Ren. Kod is a reflection of Ba, which in turn reflects Sa, and so we see the divine trinity, from which, in each sphere, we see the emanation of the lower from the higher. 7. On the second death. 53. The OR double was, as Henry Corbin pointed out, 8 the angelic counterpart and indeed essence of man, which when he approached, was seen to be he himself, his divine essence, more he than he. Realization of its sidereal presence was in truth realization of one's spiritual body, one's angelic form, a state beyond discrimination and duality, a state which in toto was termed Sahu, life in heaven. Now divine reality in itself cannot be conceptualized, for conceptualization is, finally, falsification. The real is beyond name, form, or formlessness. But we are here concerned after all with metaphysics, with the interrelation of the divine and creation, and so may perhaps, for this reason, be excused with the observation that this must be kept firmly in mind, else one might be led astray by the errant belief that the human mind might comprehend reality, a supposition one might well term satanic. In any event, from this discussion of the ancient Egyptian tradition, and its intricately interrelated symbology of the triadic nature of the being, we can begin to glimpse some of the implications of the worship of Isis, Osiris, and Ra, for that which is below always, after all, resolves into its essence above. This is true for the microcosm, and for the macrocosm as well as it is for the individual, who dies the first and then the second death, each time resolving into his higher essential form, so it is also for the cosmos, in the eternal cycle of return and restoration represented symbolically by the Ouroboros, the snake with its tail in its mouth, forming a circle, for though this symbolizes the circle of generation, it also suggests the ultimate return of all things to their true order, it suggests the Apocatastasis. Just as the individual ultimately returns to his true nature, so too the cosmos is ultimately restored to its primal unity, only to begin the cycle anew. But before we speak of this, we must first turn to that which appears to be anything but divine in origin, and yet which nonetheless finally works, as do all things, toward that reunion with reality for which all beings in their various ways are yearning. We turn to a discussion of evil, or perhaps better, of opposition. We turn to Typhon. Chapter 7. Typhon. We noted, when beginning this discussion, the manifold debt that all Western symbology and religion owes to ancient Egypt. Indeed, to a far greater degree than any today seem to realize, that which remains of primordial tradition today in the West flows directly from ancient Egypt, having been indelibly woven into the warp and woof of our Greco-Christian tradition. In few places is this more evident than in the figure of Typhon, Set, or Typhos, the ancient Egyptian serpentine incarnation of evil, prominent today in more ways than as the figure of Lucifuge or Satan. Almost inextricable from any discussion of Typhon, however, are Osiris and Isis. For Typhon, their arch-nemesis as it were, is an intricate part of the metaphysical drama of the death, fragmentation and resurrection of Osiris. For after all, it was Typhon who, in the ancient mythos, killed Osiris and strewed the fragments of the body over all Egypt, pieces which the mourning Isis then gathered and restored to life by beating her divine wings, hovering over the prone form, and breathing into it. Each site where the fragments had been thus became a temple, a sacred site. According to Sinsus, Typhos obtained the kingship of ancient Egypt through deceit and then exiled Osiris, the rightful king, instituting a tyrannical and depraved government, in which the nails of the wild beasts were raised, and the heads of the sacred birds oppressed. One this, said Taylor in his commentary upon the text, signified that men's passions were aroused, while their receptivity to the divine influences was dulled. In any event, these, then, are the two central representations of Typhon in mythic form, one associated with kingship, the other the primal mythos itself. But what is their metaphysical significance? the meaning they carried implicit within them. For that we must turn, first, to etymologies. The word typhon is in Greek directly related to teport, meaning delusion, madness, raging fever. It implies a condition of both bodily and mental disorder and fever, whence our word typhoid derives. It connotes, in other words, a state of physical and mental fragmentation. 54. Typhon. 55. And dissolution, and the slight change of the name Typhon to Typhos by Sine Sus was intended to underscore this implication by the inclusion of the word phos meaning light and man. The word Typhos, then, implies the obscuration of light, within the cosmos and within the individual man, and suggests therefore that the tales of Typhon refer not to some ancient history, long since forgotten, but to we ourselves, in so far as the light within us is rendered occult. The celestial drama represented by the triumph of Typhon over Osiris is recapitulated, then, in every individual. In this lies the true meaning of the ancient myths, which cannot be understood aright unless seen within, as without, below as above, in the present and future as in the past. Our lives are each reflections of the ancient myths, if only we could see them so. But more of this later. According to Plutarch, the word typhon or set signifies a forcible check or reversal, as well as violence, both of which refer to the cosmological significance of Typhon as the principle of disharmony, of violent opposition, destruction, as that which opposes and blots out the light. 2. Consequently, Typhon is seen to be the nemesis of Osiris, bringing corruption, ignorance, and violent destruction in his wake just as Osiris brings harmony and life in his train. Osiris, as we have seen, was associated with the Nile, with its extraordinary fecundity. The great green arises out of the great black soil like a lotus from the mire beneath the waters of the Nile. Typhon, on the other hand, was affiliated with the great sea of ignorance, the salt of which is called Typhon's foam, and the fish within which are said to symbolize hatred. 3. By sea, we are to read preeminently the dense sea of matter, Pontos Pelate, for which reason Typhon is also associated with the colors red and yellow, with fiery heat and dryness, implying distance from the water of the spirit. As a result, the dryness and heat of Typhon is withering, destructive, indeed, a kind of mockery of the divine heat of the Sunday. And, significantly, the one element which simulates these qualities of the sun, but destructively, is sulfur, with which Typhon is also associated. 4. But perhaps most revealing of his nature is the Typhonian animal. An utterly unnatural creature with a forked, serpentine tail, the arrow of Horus, signifying duality, its boar-like muzzle and its horns, the horns of generation, signifying its sublunary nature, a mockery of the divine horns of Apis and of Isis. There can be no doubt that, in popular symbology at least, this creature has continued to exist even to the present day as Lucifuge or Satan in Christian tradition, testament to the 56 Typhon perennial nature of the symbolism it embodies. Other animals associated with Typhon were the crocodile, the boar or pig, and especially the red ass 5, to be contrasted with the celestial animals, the hawk of Osiris, the dogs of Anubis and Hermes, the ibis of Thoth, the cat of Isis, all of which are hunting creatures. Typhon's animals, conversely, are the hunted, but are characterized by the qualities of rebellion and violence, the crocodile, with the passions, the pig, and with intractability and ignorance, the ass. 6. The relation of Typhon to the serpent is also revealing, for as we have seen, the positive power of the serpent is Kundali, symbolized by the sacred asp of Isis. Yet in relation to Typhon the serpent signifies deception, the inverted image of the divine serpent of celestial creation, representing instead cold, dark, dampness, distance from the divine Sunday. And so we begin to see, by such brief glimpses, the nature of Typhon, both in the individual and in the cosmos. This nature Plutarch made explicit, saying, Typhon is the passionate, titanic, 7 reasonless, and impulsive aspect of the soul, while of the corporeal side he is the death-dealing, pestilent and disturbing, with unseasonable times, intemperate atmosphere, and concealments of sun and moon. 8. Seth or Typhon not only signifies constraint by force, but also turning upside down and overleaping. Typhon, then, indicates disorder in the sublunary sphere, the very antithesis of Mot, the divine principle of harmony and order. Perhaps most significant is the word overleaping, which implies the egotistic attempt to control, to dominate, to rebel, the seek to usurp the place of God. It is not without reason that Satan is termed the ape of God. The triumph of Typhon, in other words, is the triumph of the rebellious, disordering element of the cosmos and of man himself. The two are directly affiliated, feeding one another, so that the more the individual allows Typhon free rein, the more disorder reigns in the culture and in the cosmos itself. The function of ancient Egyptian tradition was to keep Typhon in check, both in the individual and in the state. Thus Horus is represented as struggling with the serpent Typhon, grasping his virilia in his hand, implying that the power of disorder is thereby temporarily arrested, controlled. 9. So that Egypt might live on harmoniously, free of war and cultural fragmentation, for at least a time longer. The same idea, the controlling of Typhon, recurs in the legend that Hermes once cut the tendons of Typhon's leg and made of Typhon 57. The triple-stringed lyre, 10 again implying the controlling of evil, and the turning of the serpentine power to good, to harmonious order. Clearly, after all, the true cannot exist without the false, the good without the evil. It is simply a question of proportion. To what degree does Typhon rule? Horus and Hermes could lame evil, they could not destroy it. The difference in the various ages lies chiefly in this, that in the primordial past Typhon was weak, harnessed to the good, while as time went on, he gained power to wreak havoc. We can see, then, that logically Typhon must gain an apparent complete ascendancy before he is overthrown, seen to be illusion. This the Egyptians knew, and sought, through the practice of Mot, to forestall, prolonging order and harmony. Sinsus, relating an ancient Egyptian oracular prophecy, said, "When those who are now in power shall endeavor to make an innovation in our religion, then in a short time after expect that the Titans shall be expelled, being agitated, destroyed, by their own avenging furies." 11. How did the Titans arise? According to Sinsus, in the distant past, a certain depraved fragment of religion, and an adulteration of divine worship, like that of money as it were, prevailed, which the ancient law exterminated from cities, shutting the doors against impiety, and expelling it a great distance from the walls. 12. Now before we continue, this oracle deserves a moment of attention. For we see here a direct reflection upon the nature of our present era, the very time of impiety, lawlessness, and confusion of which the ancients had prophesied. Indeed, we here glimpse something of the very origins of our present anomalous age, the Kali Yuga. The destruction of ancient Egypt, and of the traditional worlds in general, is here related directly to an innovation in our religion in which an adulteration of divine worship shall prevail, an adulteration closely related to that of the currency. 13. Moreover, those who so availed themselves of the false religion were, it is said, driven forth from the holy cities, forced to wander in the land of Nod. Is this not a direct reference to the wandering tribes, who, rootless and divorced from the primordial tradition and the holy cities, despised the divine images and who introduced the destructive mercantile element into the traditional order? Time and again throughout history? Does it not suggest the origins, and the historical course, of our present disorder and confusion? More than 58 Typhon. This, however, we cannot say, for to do so is to penetrate into the very heart of our present era, indeed, into the very nature of the end of a world, an inquiry for which this is neither the time nor the place. 14. It is instructive, in any event, to pursue not only the origin, but the results of the provisional triumph of Typhon over Osiris, to which our Attention is drawn by recourse to the ancient prophecies, for these do indeed shed light upon our present age, which we have treated in some depth elsewhere. 15. To continue our examination of the prophecy transmitted by Sign Zeus, we must note that after the aforementioned triumph of false religion, evil, and dissolution, the oracle continues, saying that we shall then purify the air which surrounds the earth, the psychic sphere, and which is defiled by the breath of the impious, with fire and water. Then the punishment of the rest shall also follow, and then immediately expect a better order of things. Typhon being removed by devastation of fire and thunder. 16. The restoration of divine harmony here prophesied is reiterated in a passage from the Corpus Hermeticum. 17. In both, after a brief reign, Typhon is seen to be vanquished, and the divine order restored once again, as it no doubt shall be. There remains, after this lengthy end, one might hope, revealing digression, but one essential characteristic of Typhon yet to be noted. A characteristic directly related to the divine restoration, that is, Typhon's relation to metal, and in particular to iron. 18. According to Plutarch, the lodestone, or magnet, is the bone of horns, or of Osiris. But iron is the metal of Typhon. And from this distinction we can see not only the significance of our own Iron Age, from which religion has been exiled and in which people give credence only to that which they can grasp with their hands, as Plato said, but the relation of Typhon to this final restoration or apocatastasis as well, for the magnet deals with iron in only two ways, attraction and repulsion. Horus and Osiris, like the lodestone, draw one inward toward the divine, while iron, if inversely magnetized, reverses course and is repelled by the divine. Yet, in an instant, repulsion can become attraction. Although we are now in the very final stage of the Kali Yuga, at the greatest possible distance from the divine, and signified by cold, hard, rigid, mechanical iron. 19. Yet in an instant things must reverse, iron again becomes attracted to the lodestone, and all reverts to the pristine, primordial order and harmony of Mot. It was said in ancient Egypt. Typhon. 59. That Seth or Typhon was once not Osiris's enemy, but his companion. And that in later ages did the two become enemies. As it once was, so shall it be again, as it always is, if we only navise to see it. Chapter 8. Hermanubis. Upon a rock near Toloma is scratched the following inscription, written by an unknown worshipper, no doubt after an incommunicable revelation. Zeus, Serapis, and Helios Hermanubis are one. But that revelation seems inaccessible to us now. We possess only the inscription, just as we possess only the carvings and hieroglyphs of ancient Egypt, as indeed had been prophesied. The mysteries are scorned, true religion mocked or ignored. Yet despite the time in which we live, and our distance from the era in which the revelation inspiring that fevered inscription took place, it is still possible for us to glimpse some of the meaning of that cryptic message, and thereby to recover some of the meaning which the herald of the gods, Anubis, presaged. For to understand this inscription is to stand before that numen tremendum, which Hermes manifested, and of which he was the emissary. It signifies the entry into the mysteries themselves. First, however, we must recall the fluid nature of the gods, and remember that although the principial realm does not change, yet its manifestations change according to the perceiver and the given culture. So that Hermes, Anubis, and Thoth, the divine recorder, could all intertwine as the ages passed, and yet still retain something of a separate identity, each being an aspect of the same Principia Divinis. The inscription implies this fluid nature, including within it the three realms. As one, Zeus, a word which derives from the earlier Sanskrit word dhyus, is related to the words dhyana, Sanskrit, meditative, absorption, deias, Latin, God, and the Sanskrit word deva, meaning celestial being, as well. Zeus, then, implies the empyrean realm of the sun, whence emanates Serapis, signifying the subtle or psychic realm. The word Serapis, according to Plutarch, was the union of Apis, the divine bull, and Osiris into one designation. Apis, said Plutarch, signifies a fair and beautiful reflection of Osiris' soul. 1 Hermanubis, on the other hand, suggests the individual initiation into the mysteries. 60. Hermanubis 61. Themselves, Hermanubis in himself spanning the three realms, from the Chthonian darkness to the Olympian light. As a result, we see herein one inscription the triune unity of the three realms, underscored by the union of Helios with Hermanubis in the inscription, for it is the latter who reveals to us, is revealed within us, and announces to us the former. The first glimmerings of our true nature as Helios. It is for this reason, because Hermes Thoth-Anubis is closest to man in the temporal realm, that he partakes of a dual quality, at once being revealer and scribe of that which is revealed, at once Chthonian and Olympian, at once gold and black, above and below. The Chorikion, or herald's staff, which Hermes holds in his hand, round which were entwined the twin serpents of Isis, signifies precisely this dual quality, for Hermes, with his mercurial nature, was he who traveled between the realms, able to lead Osiris from the gods who belong to earth to those who are in heaven, able to live upon the horizon, and before whom even the gods of the Ennead tremble. 2. Mythologically, Hermanubis was said to be the son of Nephthys, consort of Seth or Typhon, who lay, illegitimately, with Osiris. Indeed, according to Plutarch, when Nephthys conceives Anubis, Isis adopts him. For Nephthys is that which is below the earth and non-manifest, whereas Isis is that which is above the earth and manifest. And the circle just touching them and called horizon as being common to them both, has been called Anubis and is likened to a dog for this characteristic. The dog has the use of its sight by day and by night. 3. Now we must here draw attention to the use of the words in the present tense, that is, when Nephthys conceives Anubis, Isis adopts him. 4. The importance of this is that the myth refers not to some event in the distant past, but to this very instant. It is difficult for the modern person to remember that mythological symbolism refers not to any historical past, so much as to vertical, supratemporal, analogical reality, and that therefore the attribution of temporality to a mythos is a gross distortion. But nevertheless, this is in fact the case. And Anubis, by being as Plutarch says a mystery not to be spoken of, represents the entrance to the herald of the realm of the gods themselves, and therefore cannot be spoken of, for that of which he is. 62 Hermanubis. Herald is above the realm of historicity, of words, of time itself. 4. This reason Anubis is, said Plutarch, known as Cronus. For he breeds all things out of himself and conceives, Greek kuon, all in himself, thereby being called dog, Greek kuon, being at once Chthonian and Olympian. 4. Hermes Anubis, then, is messenger of the gods, harbinger of the gods, representing the first glimmerings of the divine to man trapped in the darkness and ignorance of Nephthys and Typhon, of materiality. Hermanubis implies, even to man in the most infernal mental states, in the realms of insufferable dualism, dissatisfaction, and torment, that the faithful messenger of the gods is still accessible, that he whose face is half black and half gold can lead one upward, much as he led Osiris upward from the realm of man to the realms of the gods, much as he led Isis to her consort's fragmented remains, so that she might revive him. As Plutarch rightly has it in his advice to Clee, a contemporary priestess. When, therefore, thou hearest the myths of the Egyptians concerning the gods, wanderings and dismemberings and many such passions, thou shouldst remember what has been said above, and think none of these things spoken as they really are in state and action. For they do not call Hermes dog as a proper name, but they associate the watching and waking from sleep of the animal who by knowing and not knowing determines friend from foe, as Plato says, with the most logos-like of the gods. 5. It is significant that when advising Clee on the transcendent nature of the myths that the first to be mentioned is Hermes as the divine dog. For these both signify precisely man at the very entranceway toward the divine ascent, implying the first awakening of wisdom during which man must, like the faithful dog, welcome the good and bark at his foes. Ignorance and passion, It is for this reason that Hermanubis was said to be conceived when Osiris in ignorance lay with Nephthys, with matter at its lowest point, furthest vertically from the divine. Hermanubis represents divine knowledge raised by Isis to adulthood. As intellect he acts as guide to the true wisdom of Osiris. Hermanubis, therefore, implies man's intellect, which is able to discern between friend and foe, and is able to lead him to the initiation into the knowledge of Osiris, Gnosis, who himself is an emanation of Ra, the Hermanubis. 63. Divine Sunday. Through Hermanubis one gains the ascent of the divine. One learns how to live and, intellectually at least, the true nature of existence, and so one is able to know the direction of ascent. Consequently, just as dogs guard people and are faithful to them, so Hermanubis is faithful to and guards the gods. As intellect, he discriminates between illusion and reality, driving off the former, and following inward toward the latter. Intellect alone, however, is not sufficient to wisdom, but rather, properly employed, leads to it, to its own transcendence in the divine wisdom of contemplation. Falsely employed, of course, the merely human intellect becomes, not a faithful consort and guide, but a fearsome enemy, Cerberus, the hound of hell, devouring man just as Actaeon was devoured by his own coursers when hunting Diana. Hence Hermes is said to be the consort of Maat, of divine harmony. The two are affiliated with the temporal sphere, both are reflections of that which in the higher realms goes without saying. There cannot, after all, be disorder and stupidity, ignorance, in the realm of the gods by their very nature, or else they would not be gods, and could not exist in the principial realm. It is only here below, in temporality, that human intellect, Hermes, and divine harmony, Maat, are necessary, for without temporality, what is there to distract and confuse a being? The celestial realms, untainted by temporality, are incomparably lucid, the harmony of the spheres and freedom from passion being their natural, rather than aims towards which one strives. This does not refer only to the subtle sphere, where there are indeed forces inimical to man's insight and wisdom. Here below, it is intellect which must first show the glimmerings of the path toward the divine, just as one's actions must reflect the divine harmony and order. Without these two, what possibility is there for ascent? The nature of Hermes Trismegistus can be glimpsed, too, in this passage from Cyril of Alexandria. In order that we may come to accomplish things of a like nature. Have you not heard that our Hermes divided the whole of Egypt into allotments and portions, measuring off the acres with the chain, and drew up a list of the risings of the stars, and of the proper times to gather plants, and beyond all this he discovered and bequeathed to posterity numbers, and calculations, and geometry, and astronomy, and astrology, and music, and the whole of grammar. 6. 64 Hermanubis. It is significant that the symbol for Mercury, together with the symbols of the Sun, and of the Moon, are the only planetary symbols which can be traced to antiquity, and which bear within them such profound meanings. In the symbol of Mercurius we see the three worlds reflected, we see the crescent moon, the subtle world, behind the sun, the celestial realm, below which is the cross of Earth, the horizontal line marking the horizon of the time above and below which Hermes, messenger of the gods, is free to travel. Indeed, as we have seen, Hermanubis is preeminently of the horizon, being the symbol of the first glimpse of the divine, the intellect reflectively illumined by the light of sun and moon. But the symbol of Mercury can be traced back, also, to the staff which Hermes bears in his right hand, the Korykion, the sacred staff, round which are entwined the Urii, the divine serpents which form an O in the center, their heads forming a U above, and their tails providing a pair of wings, or the arms of a cross, below. The divine wings, of course, are those of the soul, associated with Hermes' consort Maat, the symbol for whom is a feather, without which one cannot ascend, the indispensable constituent of ascent being ethical order and harmony. As we can see, then, it is not insignificant that those writings from The Egyptian tradition which have remained most influential for Westerners are those of the Corpus Hermeticum, revelation, attributable to Hermes Trismegistus, for the ascent of the intellect, the first glimmerings of divine knowledge, the last shards and remnants of the traditional cultures, themselves remnants of the primordial age, are all that has been left to modern people of their own traditions. As a result, even though we cannot recover the experience of that unknown hierophant who scrawled those fervent words upon the rock in ancient times, yet we can, and must rediscover their meaning for us. For Hermes, revealer and scribe, initiator and initiate, revealer and revealed, mercurial power of the gods, is and must be our first glimpse of the divine. Further, higher than intellectual knowledge we can and must go, it is true, but that can only be done through praxis, through the following of one of the remaining traditions still intact, be it Islamic, Buddhist, or perhaps another. The following of such a path does not, of course, require intellectual virtuosity, far from it. In fact, faith, humility, and compassion are much superior to mere mental agility. But nonetheless, the harbinger, the messenger of the principial realm of the gods, is and must always be the intellect, Hermes, winged, caduceus in hand. Hermanubis 65. The sun in the center, of course, is affiliated with Osiris and Ra, to the moon is assigned Osiris and Isis. The divine serpents themselves are associated, as we have seen, with Isis and with primordial energy, while the staff itself is none other than the divine pole or axis of the worlds. Consequently, in this single glyph we can see condensed the very essence of traditional metaphysics, a symbol exquisitely simple and infinitely profound. Anubis, the dog of the gods, is a significant figure not least because he guards the graves of men, being responsible for cleaning and preparing the bodies of the dead, for embalming and preserving them. By which is meant, analogically, that through Hermanubis humankind first glimpses the nature of the divine, and so is granted a kind of longevity, in the Taoist sense of immortality, as well as a reflective glimpse into one's true nature. By the preparation of the body is meant, analogically, shedding the earthly garments and donning the raiment of heaven. Hermanubis cannot offer man a seat in the bark of Ra for millions of years, nor can he proffer entry into the realms of Osiris. No, as herald of the gods he can offer only a reflected glimpse of the true nature of things, condensed into his sign, the sign of divine mercurial intellect. But in an age in which even intellectual understanding is increasingly unknown, obscured, Hermes remains as a reminder of who we really are, of the true nature of the arts and sciences, of the true meaning and purpose of man, without which we are lost indeed. Chapter 9. Ra, the Sun King. The sun, as center of the cosmos, and source of light and warmth, is the natural manifestation of the divine source of being itself, and is therefore so recognized in every culture, not only for its physical power, but because the physical manifestation is but a gloss of the true sun, the sun of being. As is written in the Chandogya Upanishad, verily, the sun is the honey of the gods. The hidden teachings are the honey producers. Brahman is the flower one. In addition, the gods, verily, neither eat nor drink. They are satisfied with merely seeing that nectar. They retire from this form, rupam, and come forth from this form. In other words, according to the Vedanta, the gods exist upon the nectar of the sun, the divine sun which neither rises nor sets. For those who know the truth, it is day forever. In sum, the divine sun, which the ancient Egyptians characterized as Ra, was the centrum not only of the manifested cosmos, but of all the realms of existence, from which all emanated, and into which all shall again be resolved. What does this imply for man? According to some Karakaria, the movements of the sun are intended to help the creatures experience the results of their actions, and when these experiences have ended, the sun takes the creatures into himself. 3 And, again, in the Chandogya Upanishad, we find that the sun is seen to be the eye of the self, just as Horus is said to be the eye of Ra. In the Maitreya Upanishad, it is written that incarnate time is the great ocean of creatures. In it abides he who is called Saviour, the Son as begetter, from whom, indeed, are begotten the moon, stars, planets, the year, and the rest, and from them comes this whole world here, and whatever of good or of evil seen in this world comes from them. Therefore Brahman is the self of the Sunday. Therefore one should reverence the sun under the name of time. 4. Moreover, he who is in the fire, and he who is here in the heart, and he who is yonder in the sun, he is one. He who knows this goes to the oneness of the One. 5. 66. R.A. The Sun King. 67. From these quotations, we can begin to see something of the meaning of the traditional metaphysical understanding of the Sunday. The chief difference between the Egyptian and Vedantic perspectives as regards the sun is that the former transmitted the means toward realization of the mysteries, and therefore of the true nature of the divine Son, only from initiate to initiate. The yoga, or path itself remained oral in Egypt. Conversely, in the Vedanta it became an explicit part of the doctrines, and to a degree at least accessible in writing, though as the admonition in the Chandogya Upanishad has it, this teaching should be given only to an eldest son or a most worthy pupil, and to no one else. Even if one should offer him the whole of this earth encompassed by water and filled with treasure, he should say this, truly, is greater than that. Yet, greater than That. Clearly, of course, only the shell of the yogas can be transmitted in writing in any tradition. The chief difference, then, between these two is simply that the Egyptians left little indication, indeed, of the nature of and the path toward the mysteries, whereas in the Upanishads we are given clear indication at least of their import and meaning. But despite this relatively minor difference in approach, conditioned by cultural and historical necessity above all, essentially the metaphysical understanding within the various traditions is one, and cannot in truth be otherwise, inasmuch as there cannot be two truths, or two realities, but only one, of which different cultures focus upon different aspects. And consequently the import of the Vedantic and the Egyptian worship of the sun is the same. We noted earlier the Egyptian affirmation of the traditional teaching of the divine king, and its parallel affirmation in the Vedanta. In the traditional culture the king is the incarnation of the divine sun, just as man himself within his own sphere is also king and emanation of the divine sun, a relationship which, as noted before, is most clearly delineated in the passages, in both traditions, upon the father of a divine son. As one passage has it, R.A., thou who art Hierglyph, the divine man-child, the heir of eternity, self-begotten and self-born, king of earth, prince of the Twat. In the Brataranyaka Upanishad, instructions are given for the conception of a true, learned, and worthy son, the first step of which is an offering to the radiant sun, the creator of truth. Hail! 8. Then, with the act of intercourse itself the Father says, I am heaven and you are the earth. Come, let us strive together. 9. Moreover, more explicitly. 68. R.A., the Sun King. When the human father thus emits him as seed into the womb, really the son that emits him as seed into the womb, thence is born, after that seed, that breath. 10. Likewise, every king of Egypt was said to be born of a virgin mother. In that, as is written upon the temples at Luxor and at Dur al-Bahari, the sun, through the offices of the king, impregnated the queen in her chamber, and was thus the actual father of the next king. The ramifications of this are manifold, of course, not least in relation to the true origin and meaning of the Christian virgin birth, but also in relation to the conduct and the perspective of the ordinary man in ancient Egypt, who also in turn was king within his sphere, an understanding which, needless to say, nurtured humility and ethical purity at the very least. Imagine, after all, the gravity, the ramifications of the realization that one was the viceroy of the divine Son upon earth. As was every man, would that not import a grave responsibility and purpose for one's life? As one who realized fully the import of that responsibility once said, not I, but my Father in me. It was Aristotle who wrote, following this ancient tradition, that man and the sun generate man. 11. But the same meaning is implied in The verse in the New Testament which reads, "Call no man your father upon earth, for one is your Father, which is in heaven." 12. All of these signify precisely the same metaphysical understanding as that behind the Egyptian worship of Ra, and in particular behind the Egyptian observation that in every king flows the blood of Ra. This is true, as we have seen, of every man, as of every created being, for Ra is the divine Son within and of all beings, but it is especially true in the case of the divine king, who is by virtue of his office the very axis, the pole of the lands, uniting above and below in his very person. The nature and gravity of that responsibility we can see in the approach the ancient Egyptians took to the kingship. According to Diodorus, the king was regulated in every aspect of his conduct, so as to avoid any display of passion or error, being as a result absolutely pure as a manifestation of the divine Son, and consequently more beloved by his people than their own families. 13. Every hour of the day and night was stipulated for him by the laws, and not by what he thought best. This is of course but a manifestation of the same perspective which motivated the spirit of the Bradyraniaka Upanishad, wherein it is said, "What light does a man here have? He has the light of the sun, your majesty, for with the sun Ra, the Sun King." 69. Indeed, as with the light, one sits, moves about, does one's work, and returns just so, Yajnavalkya. In other words, as noted by Samkarakarya in relation to the Chandogya Upanishad, all beings have their origin in the sun, live within the sun's light, following the results of their various actions, and, when these are exhausted, all return to their origin, the Sunday. When in the realm of experience, one acts wisely exactly in proportion as one realizes one's true nature as that of the divine Son, the realization of which constitutes provisional liberation in Vedantic terms, or a seat in the bark of Ra for millions of years in the Egyptian. One related illumination of the ancient Egyptian teachings by means of the Vedanta can be found in the ancient symbol for the sun, the hawk. In the dawn of time, Ra is represented as a hawk, or as a hawk-headed man, upon the Matet boat of the rising sun, the bark in which Mot has established divine harmony so that Apep has been vanquished, and the sun might rise. But at the end of time, in the west, when Ra is weakened, he is represented upon the boat of Sektet as a man-headed figure. 16. In fact, the figure of the hawk god Horus is the oldest in all Egypt, strictly speaking preceding even Ra himself. What then is signified by this, the most venerable of symbols for the divine Son? For our answer we can turn to the Theoria Upanishad, wherein the various sheaths are conceived in the form of birds. According to Shursvara, in his commentaries, the sacrificial fire, Agni, arranged in the form of a hawk or a heron, has a head, 2 wings, a trunk, and a tail. So here also every sheath is represented as having 5 parts. 17. In the Vedanta the human body is but the gross outward sheath, within which, as the emanatory source of the being, is the prana, or life breath, the manas, or instinctive perceptual consciousness, the vijnana, or intelligence, and ananda, or bliss body. Anna 9, or food, is the radiant, temporal world transmuted, while life, consciousness and intelligence constitute the subtle self, and ananda, or bliss, the causal body. Each of these is therefore a grosser reflection of its subtle counterpart, which hovers within it much as Isis hovered above Osiris when reviving him. Each of the realms successively emanates or descends from Sanskrit, Samhuta, the former, higher constituent of the self, whence arose the figure of the hawk. The hawk is, of course, the sharpest sighted of the animals, and soars the highest, whilst being also the fastest, best able to swoop down upon prey, all of which are 70. Ra, the Sun King. Characteristics of intellect as opposed to mere temporal rationality, as of divine insight as opposed to intellect. Throughout this discussion, we see reiterated the 3 realms, temporality, reflecting the subtle, which in turn reflects the celestial. But all arises from and in the one, as we can see in the Upanishads. Seeing this, the seer said, he made bodies with 2 feet and bodies with 4 feet. Having first become a bird, paxi, or subtle body, he entered the bodies. This, verily, is the person dwelling in all bodies. There is nothing that is not pervaded by him. 18. Here, then, we can begin to see the actual relation of man to Ra, not only in a macrocosmic sense, but microcosmically, internally as well. For here we can see the emanatory origins of creation, and of its reverse. The ascent of man up the axis of being itself, an ascent represented by the ascent of the hawk to the eye of the sun. In every order the lower is enlivened by union with the higher, and thus we can see the hierarchic levels of matter, life, animal intelligence, human mind, and divine bliss. Or, in terms of the 5 sheaths of the being, pankakosas in Sanskrit. These being the material, the vital, the mental, the intellectual, and the spiritual. The first is the temporal sphere, the second 3 the psychic realm, and the last the celestial or solar sphere. When reascending to the last, from which strictly speaking we never descended, man is reunited with the Supreme, the Divine Son realized as Ananda, or bliss. The intellect when severed from its higher origin becomes darkened or infernal, divisive, seeking to usurp the position of the Sun itself. When the intellect lives in the divine breath of the Sun, on the other hand, it unifies, and in Ananda or bliss is itself unified and transcended. In sum, in Ananda earth touches heaven and is sanctified. 19 And this is, after all, the divine function of the King, sanctification, not only of the individual, microcosm, and the land, mesocosm, but of the cosmos, macrocosm, as well. As we have seen, the king in Egypt was indeed a saint, by virtue of his adherence to his position as viceroy of the divine, as pole or axis of the lands, who sanctified the earth below just as the divine bliss sanctifies the intellect. We can see then the translucence of ancient Egypt in so far as the divine king existed within her, for by virtue of his existence was order and harmony maintained, by virtue of his existence in the individual as in the land and in the cosmos was wisdom and justice continued, in brief, by virtue of his existence as and fulfillment of his position as viceroy was man's purpose upon earth fulfilled. This is true for the Ra, the Sun King 71. Individual, for every individual, not merely for the king, who simply symbolized and manifested that which every man in truth is. In such a state, we use the word in every sense, the earth is in truth translucent. For when man is a sun, earth itself is indivisible from heaven. The closer one approaches primordiality, the farther back in history one goes, the more translucent was the earth, by which observation we can see the significance of that virtually universal teaching that the gods themselves once walked upon the earth, the most ancient of whom lived for 1200 years. 20 We must keep in mind, however, that no matter how far back in history one travels, one never reaches the other shore of manifestation. That is, the golden age is none other than man basking in the divine light of the sun, but the golden age is still part of the cyclical, phenomenal world, just as the divine sun itself, Ra, like Iswara in Vedanta, still lies in the manifested world, whereas absolute reality is utterly beyond manifestation or non-manifestation, beyond formulation or conceptualization of any sort. It is for this reason that we speak of provisional liberation in Ra, as in Iswara in the Vedanta, for absolute liberation only arises from the complete transcendence of phenomenality, including even the unimaginable luminosity of the sun. In any case, in Egypt the Golden Age, the most ancient of times, Sanskrit, Krita Yuga, was the era of Ra, golden because the divine sun then manifested naturally in every individual. Only in later ages, when the sun was eclipsed, that is, when man was no longer aware of divine reality directly, but rather only reflectively, were the auspices of Osiris and Isis, both affiliated with the moon, become necessary. There was not, and could not be, a conflict between the worship of Osiris and the worship of Ra, as some have alleged, but rather, the sun belongs to a primordial era, the moon to a later era, the Silver Age, fire to a later era. Yet, the Bronze Age, and iron, Sanskrit, Kali Yuga, to the last of all. Each represents a weakening, diffusing, a fragmenting, and reflecting of the former, a kind of solidification. It is only natural, then, that as time went on, the worship of the divine sun should fade and that of Osiris, the moon, with its celestial paradises, take its place. In the Golden Age it was, for man, relatively easy to pass on to provisional liberation in the bark of the sun, but as time went on, and his confusion and karmic accretions increased, man was in general able only to ascend to the celestial realms of Osiris, the subtle paradises. And in time even these were lost to man, as the mysteries waned, until finally only the written records of Hermes remained, tiny fires in the 72 Ra, the Sun King. Darkness, in the near absolute Stygian black of the present era, truly the age of iron. Yet we must remember that Ra worship continued in Egypt, rendering the two lands translucent, for many eons, longer than any other culture save perhaps that of China, a virtually unbroken reign of Ma'at, of peace and harmony. And even though the ceremonies, the mysteries, do not continue in a manifested form, that which they conveyed can never vanish, they can only be eclipsed, to shine forth in full splendor when the occultation has passed, the earth once again bathed in golden light, translucent. It is to that translucence, and to the nature of the two lands, that we now turn. Chapter 10. The Two Lands. Surely one of the most difficult aspects of a traditional culture like that of ancient Egypt for the modern to understand is the transcendent nature of temporal reality, which to the extent that tradition prevailed, was a direct reflection of divine reality. That tradition, which Egypt sought to preserve with a singular intensity, was the cord binding past to future, above to below. It was the very axis of the culture, and the Egyptians were well aware that when it was severed, the two lands would drift far apart, the world taking its due course into disorder and fragmentation. This was in fact no doubt the import of the treatise of Manetho, the priest of Ra at Heliopolis near the end of Egypt's long reign, entitled Sothis, now almost completely lost, but which referred to making calculations as to what will happen in the world. In any event, what were the two lands? Although the matter demands an intricate treatment, nonetheless, ultimately one can say this: the two lands refers not only to two temporal places, but also to celestial and temporal earth, to the hermetic above and below. In brief, the two lands are the principal realm of the gods, and the realm of man, respectively. And the sun, Amen-Ra, on the horizon, is the source of and primordial unity. Within them reflected in tradition, in the king, and in the individual. He is the axis of the worlds. Indeed, one can hardly read any of the ancient papyri or carvings without finding constant reference to the two lands, and to their interrelationship with the great sun, Amen-Ra. One witness the papyrus of Hunefer, wherein it is said, "Homage to thee, O Amen-Ra, who rests upon Ma'at. Millions of years have passed in the world, and I cannot tell thee number through which thou hast passed. Thou passest through them in peace. This thou does in an instant of time. And then thou dost sink down and make an end of the hours." 2. Here, then, we see the absolute unity and transcendence of Ra, the 73. The two lands. Divine Sun, who exists for millions and millions of years in an instant. He is, like Brahman, absolute unknowable reality. In the passage immediately following, however, we find homage paid to the manifest face of Ra. The first passage could be said to belong to the primordial era, while the latter refers to a later time, when the one has become manifest in the two, when Egypt was no longer unified, in Golden Age, but was two lands, above and below. The passage reads, in part, "Praise be to Amen-Ra, the bull in Anu, chief of all the gods, the beloved one, Lord of the thrones of the two lands, governor of the Apts, north and south Thebes, bull of thy mother, King of heaven and firstborn God of earth, and Lord of things which exist. Thou art the maker of things below and of things above. Thou illuminest the two lands and Sailiest over the sky in peace, O King of North and South, Ra. Whose word hath unfailing effect, who art over the two lands. Thou mighty one of twofold strength, thou Lord of terror. Thou eldest born of the dew. Thou beautiful face who comes from the divine land, Neterta. Thou hast two horns which endure. Hail, Prince, life, health, strength, Lord of all the gods, whose appearance art in the horizon. Thy name is hidden from name thy children in thy name Amen. Thou shinest in the eastern and western horizons, and overthrowest thy enemies at thy birth daily. Thou art the great hawk, which gladdens the body, and the beautiful face which gladdens the breast. The heart of the dead go out to meet you, and they denizens of heaven turn to you, your appearances rejoice the two lands. Homage to thee, Amen Ra, Lord of the throne of the two lands, thy city loveth thy radiant light. 3. Underlying this passage, implicit in it, is the fear that Ra should, for man, cease to exist, cease to perform his celestial harmonization and enlightenment, that man should fail to perform his responsibilities and so lose sight of the divine Son, an eventuality implicit already in the creation of the two lands, for the descent from unity to multiplicity, once begun, must continue to its very nature. The two lands become more and more separate, heaven inaccessible from earth, and the hymn to Ra was intended to forestall that eventuality, to preserve the unity of heaven and earth through the invocation of his power. 4. To speak of strength is to imply the possibility of weakness, to speak of the two lands 75. Word of unfailing effect is to imply that his word will not always, for men, have unfailing effect. This is not to say, of course, that Ra ever changes or diminishes in any way, but that man, in his increasing blindness, grows heedless of his unfailing word, of Mot, of his strength and primordial unity. In this passage, therefore, we see precisely this unifying of the two realms in him who is above and below and upon the horizon, who governs all the spheres. As celestial bull, he bears the two horns which endure, heaven and earth, and embodies the world soul, the principial origin of all beings in the receptacle of the Great Mother, Nut. Here also lies the significance of the divine phallus, which is in reality the world axis, the celestial pole through which emanates the creative word, Greek, logos, and by which creation exists. Finally, in regards to the passage, we must ask, who are the dead? Those who in the darkness of the Twat turn toward the celestial sun? They are we ourselves, for every aspect of creation is reflected in man. And consequently we must recognize that it is we, here, now, upon this earth, who are the dead in the underworld to the extent that we are blind to the divine majesty of the Sunday. Who, then, are those in heaven? They are those who are able to drink the celestial waters and who are like unto stars in heaven. For they live upon, emanate from, and exist within the light of the divine Sunday. 5. But most important to understanding, not only this passage, but ancient Egyptian culture in general, was the teaching of the two lands. In what did the two lands consist? To this question we can find several simultaneous answers, each illuminating the complexity of this ancient tradition. For it appears that not only was Egypt as a whole a reflection of celestial reality, but Egypt herself was divided into two lands, north and south, which in turn reflected this greater relation to celestiality. Thus the city Hermanubis was known as the Heliopolis of the south, and it appears that there was a similar mysterious correlation between the other cities of Upper and Lower Egypt. The cities of the upper land which were centers of the sun included Thebes, Hermanubis, Coptos, Panopolis, Cusi, and Hermopolis Magna. In the lower land they included Memphis, Sais, Khoi, Babylon, Mendes, Diospolis and Chemis, the island. 6. The district of informed the border between the north and the south, and according to one ancient text, when Horus and Set were dividing the country, they took up their places one on one side of the boundary, and the other on the other, and agreed that and should form the frontier. 7. 76. The two lands. As a result, we can see in the ancient Egyptian cosmography the three worlds, including that above, the horizon, and that below. As W. Marsham Adams notes, the sacred geography of ancient Egypt corresponded precisely with the realms of the dead, so that the 42 provinces of the upper and lower kingdoms mirrored the 42 provinces of the judges of the dead, the upper gods of the orbit, and the lower gods of the horizon. 8 and all of these were mirrored in the Great Pyramid, the house of the hidden places, so that when the initiate completed his journey through the labyrinths of the pyramid of light, and had emerged above, illumined, he had therefore simultaneously mastered and transcended all the worlds, which were mirrored within the pyramid itself. The key to this transcendence lay, says Adams, in the junction of the upper and lower chambers of the pyramid, which corresponds to the city of Memphis within Egypt herself, central to the greater two kingdoms as well as to the lesser 9. Regardless, however, of the precise nature of the Great Pyramid, and strictly speaking it need not necessarily enter into the present discussion, but is only an interesting sidelight, the fact remains that ancient Egypt was to an extraordinary degree an intricate reflection of the celestial realm, an interrelationship between the two lands which was reflected itself in the lofty observations of the Neoplatonists, the inheritors of the Hermetic tradition, one of whom wrote in a treatise on the hieratic art. Just as in the dialectic of love we start from the sensuous beauties, to rise until we encounter the unique principle of all beauty and all ideas, so the adepts of hieratic science take as their starting point the things of appearance, admiring in heaven, terrestrial things according both to a causal and a celestial mode, and on earth heavenly things in a terrestrial state. 10. Moreover, the hieratic art makes use of the filiation which attaches beings here below to those on high, so bringing it about that the gods come down toward us and illumine us, or rather that we approach them, discovering them in theoties and theophanies capable of uniting our thought to theirs in the silent hymns of meditation. 11. Proclus' beautiful passage on the hymn that the lotus sings as it follows. The sun suggests the nature of the interrelationship between the two lands, that which is below follows, mirrors, and in its very nature praises its divine source above. But this spontaneous praise was, even by he two lands 77. The time of ancient Egypt, no longer ordinary for man, he had become alienated from, blinded to his angelic origin, his daimon, and had to reawaken under the auspices of the mysteries, which functioned as an umbilicus to the primordial unity from which he had divorced himself. The mysteries, therefore, bestowed 3 grades of initiation which were, significantly enough, indicated by reference to regions or lands. These including Rusta, the realm of initiation, Alu, the realm of illumination, and Amenti, the realm of union with the unseen God. These 3 realms, of course, correspond exactly with the Hermetic teaching of the 3 worlds, terrestrial, subtle, and celestial, as with the Vedantic teaching of Bhava and Sva, or earth, atmosphere, and sky. Rusta, or initiation, refers primarily to the illumination of the intellect. The first glimpse of the divine, Alu, or illumination, refers to the initiation into the mysteries of Osiris, of transcendence of temporality. Amenti refers to celestiality, to recognition of one's angel, one's true nature in Ra, and to the provisional liberation such realization entails. But this triadic hierarchy is of course vertical, not horizontal in nature. It refers to the ascent from the world below to the world above, to the purification of the passions of the self, to freedom from attachment, birth, and death, and it is here that the true meaning of the 2 lands is to be found. However, we must here emphasize that this ascent is but a provisional term, and that indeed there is no ascent from here to there, that the celestial realm is not other, but rather is the very angelic essence of one's being, and of beings. To interpret the teaching of the 2 lands as dualism or docetism is to distort it, for that which is above is not really above but within, to see it is revelation, not observation. As a result, realization of the celestial realm by means of initiation into the mysteries implies not realization of something out there, but realization of one's own true nature, a realization which in turn manifested in recognition of the true nature of creation itself as divine. Transmutation of oneself, recognition of oneself, is transmutation and recognition of the world. This interdependent realization is in Vedanta expressed, somewhat deceptively in English, because of a fortuitous play on words, as realization that the essence of the self is the self, but even this is inadequate. Something of the nature of realizing the simultaneous reciprocal interpenetration of the two realms can be grasped by consideration of the Egyptian teaching of the animals as divine symbols. When seeing a cat, for instance, one was seeing also a manifestation of the divine Isis. To see a jackal was to see 78 the two lands. Hermanubis in one aspect, and all the world was likewise illumined by virtue of the celestial cosmogony which the two lands symbolized for the ancient Egyptians. Truly, it was a translucent world. And so we return to the sacred geography of Egypt, of which we instance two manifestations, the famed temple planisphere upon the ceiling in the temple at Dendera, and the attribution to Egypt of a position as the pupil in the eye of the world. In regards to the former, the famed temple at Dendera, we can in this planisphere, painted upon the ceiling, and later moved wholesale to Paris, see the celestial realms, including scenes from the life of Osiris. In its initiatory center are a series of 14 steps culminating in a 15th which is Thoth. The various parts of the planisphere correspond to the various sections of the temple itself, including such sections as the Chamber of the Golden One, the Chamber of Flames, and the Chamber of Birth, each of which corresponded, on a north-south axis, to sacred geography and to the outlines of the temple. Each was a mirror of the other, of the cosmos, of the principial order. 12. By learning the visualized aspects of reality manifested symbolically in the temples, the initiates walked for a time in the very halls of light, which is to say in the celestial realm, of which Egypt herself was seen to be a reflection. The Book of the Dead, then, or perhaps better, the Book of Mastery of the Hidden Places, 13 instructed one on the nature of reality as a theophany which was manifested first in the sacred centrum of the temple, as in the planisphere, as in the temple as a whole, as in the Egyptian landscape, and finally in the order of the cosmos. Each city, or nome, was for itself the center of the cosmos, and posed thereby no contradiction to the sacred center which was in the next nome. All reflected the same principial reality in accordance with their given landscape and purpose, just as each culture in the world, each religion must be for its worshippers the only religion, an assertion which in no way excludes the validity of the other religions as the only revealed truth for them. We are, after all, here speaking of an ordering in a vertical dimension to existence of which today man has virtually no recollection, and so the simultaneous validity of all forms for their adherents, each being mutually respected, is for us an alien idea. But for the ancient Chinese, say, it was quite customary for Islamic, Taoist, Buddhist and Hindu travelers cordially to ask one another to which faith they belonged, not out of sectarian rivalry, but out of the acceptance which only serenity with oneself as part of a tradition can. He two lands. 79. Bring. Paradoxically, as Frithjof Swan has observed, only the acceptance of an adherence to one of the traditional religions reveals their unity. It is in this light that we can see the true significance of that at first curious term given to ancient Egypt as the pupil of the world, or alchemia, Arabic. According to Plutarch, the Egyptians call Egypt, inasmuch as its soil is particularly black, as though it were the black of the eye, chemia, and compare it with the heart. 14. Egypt, then, was the eye of the world much as the stars were the eyes of the celestial realm. Through her pulsed the flow of the Nile, that river at once celestial and terrestrial. From her black and fertile soil rose the lotus, heliotrope, reflection of the Sunday. As is written in the papyri of Edfu, she is Egypt, the black, called after the eye of Osiris, for Egypt is his pupil. 15. In addition, the great sun, as Ameneph, is known as he who holds himself hidden in his eye, and as he who veils himself in his pupil. 16. Isis, too, was known as the pupil of the world's eye. All the gods were conjoined by means of this intriguing expression, with the sacredness of Egypt, the mysterious black land. Why? The answer can only lie hidden, veiled within the mysteries themselves, and within the meaning of the epoptea, or second sight, which the mysteries bestowed. That is, the mysteries bestowed celestial vision, revealing the divine translucence of Egypt, within which alone that mysterious transmutation of the self and of the world might take place. From this perspective, life upon earth is no bondage, as the later Gnostics were alleged to have portrayed it, but rather is an opportunity, a cherished chance to live within the realm of the perfecting black over which Osiris, knowledge, Ra, the sun, and Isis, creative power, each held sway, and in which they were revealed. 17. Seen in this way, ancient Egypt was at once seer and seen, revealer and revelation, true theophany, in which man's true eye was opened, and which in turn reflected him in her own pupil. As is written in the Upanishads, this sun is like honey for all beings, and all beings are like honey for the Sunday. This shining, immortal person who is in this sun, and with reference to oneself, this shining, immortal person who is in the eye, he is just this self, this is immortal, this is Brahman. This is all. 18. And what was the result of this translucence for the individual, the initiate? Some indication of that can be found in Apuleius' novel, in 80 The Two Lands, which the protagonist, Lucius, although living relatively late in the modern era, was still able to be initiated into the mysteries. Here is his description of the immediate consequences. It seemed to me that the whole world, independent of my own high spirits, was happy. Cattle of every kind, the houses, the very day, all seemed to lift serene faces brimful with jollity. I was shaken by upwelling joy, wonderstruck, filled with gratitude, thrice blessed. And so with tonsured crown I set about joyfully executing my duties in that most ancient culture, which had been founded in the era of Scylla, not hiding my baldness but freely exposing it wherever I went. 19. Indeed, this is a result to be pondered, this serenity and joy and gratitude. For it is this, the efflux of the mysteries, which lies at the very center of the teaching of the two lands. For to realize one's true nature, indivisible from that of the divine sun at midnight, is to illumine one's world as well, an illumination which renders it a magical, celestial realm, a place of exaltation and sorrow, a revelation of what it truly means to be human, to be alive. For only when we live, not in two lands, nor in one, but in the sun, can the two lands come alive for us. And with that we leave this most intriguing and suggestive of topics, turning to a related one, that of sacred language. Chapter 11. On sacred language and the hieroglyph. It was assumed by the Greeks that the fragments of ancient wisdom, which remained to them from the Prisca Theologia, were limited, denatured from the direct Egyptian tradition, evidence of which can be seen in numerous places, not least of which is Plato's Phaedrus, in which he spoke of the dangers inherent in the written word, and to which we shall turn in a moment. Similar observations were made in the Corpus Hermeticum, but in both of these we find, not only condemnation of reliance upon the written word, but also justification for it under certain circumstances, those being the advent of the forgetfulness of old age. In other words, even though writing is inherently dangerous, for it implies a loss of memory, ignorance, and reliance upon written, external characters, yet in a degenerate age, the written word is at times the only means by which man's eyes can be reopened to the sacred once again. Consequently, we can see that writing has a mercurial, dual quality, for even though the commitment of the mysteries to writing implies their gradual fading away in reality, nevertheless the written word itself serves as a reminder of reality. And if the written character is a hieroglyph, then it serves directly as an opening into the symbolic, into divine reality. The dual quality of writing becomes quite evident in Plato's observations upon writing in Phaedrus, in which, by means of the admonishment of Theoth by King Ammon upon the invention of writing, he argues that This discovery of yours will create forgetfulness in the learners' souls, because they will not use their memories, they will trust to the external, written characters and not remember of themselves. Your disciples will be given, not truth but the semblance of truth, they will be hearers of many things, and will have learned nothing. 1. In addition, when they, the mysteries, have been written down, they are 81. 82 on sacred language and the hieroglyph. Tumbled about anywhere among those who may or may not understand them, and know not to whom they should reply, to whom not, and if they are maltreated or abused, they have no parent to defend them, and they cannot protect or defend themselves. 2. Essentially, then, we find here a condemnation not of the written word per se, but only in so far as it deceives the reader, causing him to rely upon it, rather than upon actual reminiscence of the divine. This is underscored in the passage immediately following, in which Socrates observes that the written word is but a bastard son of the lawfully engendered intelligible word, Greek, logos, graven in the soul of the learner, which can defend itself, and knows when to speak and to be silent. No, Socrates continues, the wise will no more commit his sacred truth to writing than a husbandman would commit his seeds to grow in 8 days in the heat of the summer, rather than throughout the 8 months of the year. The wise will not write words in water, in pen and ink, sowing words which can neither speak for themselves nor adequately teach. Yet the question immediately arises, why then did Plato commit himself to words? The answer, said Plato, is simply that, for the sake of amusement, an old man might sow in the garden of letters his memorials against the forgetfulness of old age and ignorance. Forgetfulness of the divine is after all the primal source of sin, not only for the Greeks, but for the Egyptians, as for the Buddhists and for all traditional religion. Plato knew, then, that in the old age of mankind some memorials shall have to remain of the wisdom of the past, the wisdom of Egypt, and to this necessity he refers, more or less explicitly, in Phaedrus. We have here, in other words, in this brief passage condensed virtually all of the arguments regarding writing and sacred language. The first of these, in opposition to writing, and in addition to the objection that writing increases forgetfulness, is that sowing words brings forth the sacred truths too quickly, in too facile a manner, like a plant that grows in 8 days. Words are but shallowly rooted in the mind. The mysteries involved a transformation of the entire being. Hearing of them through writing only feeds the intellect. 3. This latter is signified, 2, by the phrase written in water, water being a symbol for the ignorance beneath the waves of the flood, into which the mysteries had begun to sink even in the time of Plato. This was in fact a on sacred language and the hieroglyph 83. Central concern for the writers of the Corpus Hermeticum. Consider, for instance, the third sermon, in which Hermes says, it is not possible that such mysteries should be conveyed to those without sacred initiation into the rites. In addition, it is the mark of an impious mind to publish to the profanum vulgus a treatise brimming with the grandeur of divinity. Why is this so? Why should the mysteries not be disclosed to the many? In the Hermetic fragment entitled Of Piety and True Philosophy, the author notes that such words as these have very few to give them ear, nay, probably they will not even have the few. They have, moreover, some strange force peculiar unto themselves, for they provoke the evil unto even more evil. 6. One should therefore, the treatise continues, protect the many from themselves, that they might ignore what has been said until they are prepared, for else they might think themselves superior to fate, becoming ever more arrogant, whereas if ignorant they will at least refrain from sin out of fear of the unknown. In brief, those who receive the teachings only intellectually, without the transformative power of the initiatory tradition to guide them, may well, like Nietzsche, sink into an amoral, egotistic morass, worse even than those who knew nothing. This would not have been a problem in the seamless unity of a traditional culture like that of Egypt, but as the mysteries began to wane, and the modern era to arise, the possibility of such errors increased exponentially. But there is another aspect to the disclosure of the ancient wisdom in writing to which the Hermetics gave objection, as we can see in the dialogue The Definitions of Asclepius to King Ammon, in which Asclepius warns the king not to allow the sacred sermons of Hermes to be translated from the sacred Egyptian into the lower Greek tongue, saying, "Keep this our sermon from translation, in order that such mighty mysteries might not come to the Greeks, and to the disdainful speech of Greece, with all its looseness and its surface beauty, taking all the strength out of the solemn and the strong, the energetic speech of names." 7. The Greek tongue is merely a noise of words, novel and argumentative, whilst the Egyptian is a language of power, not of words, being sounds fulfilled with deeds. Tor that its very quality of sound, the very power of the Egyptian names, have in themselves the power of bringing into act what is said. Likewise, it is said in the Chaldean oracles on sacred language and the hieroglyph. Never change barbarous names, for there are names in every nation given from God, having unspeakable efficacy in the mysteries. 9. There is here an objection more profound even than those against the disclosure of the mysteries to the Populus Vulgus. It has to do with the denaturing of the mysteries, with the dragging down, the diluting of the celestial. We assume, today, in our modern arrogance, that Greece was the height of ancient culture, but it was not so. Rather, the Greeks were, as evidenced by Homer, with his rudimentary, vestigial ideas of shades and of the gods, a rather backward people, whose culture was revived by the influx of Egyptian and Chaldean mysteries. But that influx, though it reinvigorated the culture, was yet nonetheless a descent, a translation downwards which, as our author above noted, represented a decline of the mysteries manifested also in the sectarianism and fragmentation of Greek philosophy into the various schools, rather than remaining all the votaries of the mysteries. All of this was, in any event, contemporaneous with and a result of a fundamental loss, the loss of the primordial, hierophanic language of ancient Egypt. That is to say, the waning of the mysteries was signaled, in part at least, by the loss of the primal language of Egypt, which was a manifestation of the unity, the totality that was Egyptian culture, and which could not be transmitted in toto to the Greeks, or to the West. The hieroglyphs of ancient Egypt, then, must have had some sacred characteristics which later languages did not. On this point the Greeks, in the persons of Plato, Iamblichus, Porphyry, and the writers of the Corpus Hermeticum, who if they were not Greek, certainly had a Greek audience, agree. But why? What fundamental difference is there between the hieroglyphs and later, written languages? The answer lies in Plato's objection to the invention of writing. It causes a loss of memory. Not ordinary memory, but celestial memory, memory of the celestial realm and of divine reality. The merely written tongue is horizontal. It is not comprised of images, which directly reflect their intelligible essence, or archetypos, but rather is only linear, temporal. Hieroglyphs, on the other hand, have a vertical quality in that they are indivisible from a direct reflection of the essence of that which they represent. Although we have not the time to consider here the subject in depth, it is worthwhile to note that in all sacred traditions, sounds are recognized to have a celestial significance in themselves, a mantric resonance, a divine correspondence, so that in its most primordial form, language is completely transcendent, religious in nature, purely sacred, being at once a reflection of and an invocation of divine reality. In any event, in the hieroglyphs we have yet another manifestation of the translucence of ancient Egypt to which we earlier referred. To speak, to write in that tongue was to invoke the gods themselves. It was not for nothing that the vowels, for instance, according to the ancient Hermetic tradition, were attributed to the various planets. No doubt the songs which Pythagoras sang to soothe the fiery temper of a peasant drew upon precisely such subtle influences. As Schwaller de Lubas once wrote, hieroglyphic writing is the ultimate esoteric symbolic writing, in the figuration of its signs as well as their color and placement. The esoteric symbolic is different from ordinary language. It is of a magical nature. It partakes of the magic of analogues. 10. The clearest evidence of the true nature and origin of hieroglyphs is to be found in the Phoenician history of Philo of Byblos, wherein he observes that the most ancient Chaldean tradition has it that the various letters were formed of the nature of the divine serpent, which produces shapes as it twists and turns, and which is reverenced by the Egyptians and Phoenicians, as by those before them, because it sloughs off its skin and is reborn like the initiate. When it has reached its limit, it resolves back into itself. According to the ancient Egyptian tradition there recounted, the ancients recognized the cosmos to be a sphere, misty and fiery, in the center of which was a serpent with a hawk's head, which, according to Zoroaster, signifies the first God, imperishable, unbegotten, undivided, incomparable, perfect and wise. 11. In some, said Philo, the disciples of Tauhudos, Thoth, built temples, in the innermost shrines of which they placed the first letters created by serpents, and for them they celebrated feasts, sacrifices, and rites. They serpents were considered the greatest gods, and the founders, or foundation, of the universe. 12. In order to clarify this matter, we must turn back to the Vedantic teachings to which we have referred throughout our discussion of ancient Egyptian tradition, for in them we find elucidation of this relationship between the serpent and the first letters. The serpent power. On sacred language and the hieroglyph. 85. 86. On sacred language and the hieroglyph, as we have seen, is that of Kundali, the emanation into manifestation of Sakti, who like Isis veiled herself from herself in order that the world might come to be, and who exists in a state of potentiality, coiled at the base of creation. We have here, then, in the ancient Egyptian tradition, a direct reflection of that which was transmitted whole in the Vedanta, the serpent as the primal force within the temporal world, and which, when reinvigorated, enlivened, rises up, causing the realization of divine reality, Siva, or Gnosis. In other words, in both of these ancient traditions, to speak and to write is to invoke the primal serpent power at the base of creation. This is why part of the transmutation implied in the tantric path is the acquisition of siddhi, or certain psychic powers, which are controlled or realized through mantram. Just as the master of the word in Egyptian tradition implies that he who knows the name has the power. In both cases the mastery involved is that of the serpent power, which in reality is not mastered. For that would imply a false dualism, but rather is awakened, allowed to manifest. We can see here, too, something of the significance of the Greek term logos, or divine word, which according to the New Testament descended into creation, informing it, and which, when awakened once again, ascends to, or perhaps better manifests, its divine origin. Now but one aspect of sacred language remains to be discussed in relation to ancient Egypt, that being the interrelationship of the divine names and symbols of the hieroglyphs with sacred reality. For if, as we have seen, the primal letters were manifestations of the serpentine power, then they were emanations of the divine, indivisible from it, and so to invoke them was to invoke the divine reality of which they are manifestations. The Egyptian hieroglyphs reflected the symbolic images of reality, the serpentine letters reflected the powers within those images. Consequently, as Iamblichus put it, the whole dialect of sacred nations, such as those of the Egyptians and Assyrians, is adapted to sacred concerns. On this account, we ought to think it necessary that our conference with the gods should be in a language allied to them. Because, likewise, such a mode of speech is the first and most ancient. And especially because those who first learned the names of the gods, having mingled them with their own tongue, delivered them to us so that we might always preserve immovable the sacred law of tradition, in a language peculiar to and adapted to them. 13. On sacred language and the hieroglyph. 87. In brief, just as the gods are immutable, so too is their language, which is suspended from the very nature of things, and so it is that they Language of sacred nations is very reasonably preferred to that of other men. And of these sacred nations, the Egyptians were foremost. Moreover, Iamblichus continues, it is necessary that the sacred prayers be preserved invariably the same, for it is nearly the case at present that both names and prayers have lost their efficacy, because they are continually changed through the innovation and illegality of the Greeks, being therefore unstable, volatile, and weak. 14. The Egyptian hieroglyphs, being the most purely symbolic of all languages, were the least able to lose their sacred quality, and so were simply lost, ignored, whereas those languages formed out of the convolutions of serpents into letters, like the serpents themselves, became cold, rigid, and dead when not exposed to the divine Sunday. As a result, we can see how it is that the shift from ancient language to a modern implies a very real loss, a severing of an ancient and venerable transmission. It has been said that the efficacy of a given invocation depends not so much upon the things said as upon the intention with which it is said, yet none the less antiquity alone, with its uncountable prior repetitions, and the consequent investiture of power, imparts to words and phrases and even letters a force of tradition, unavailable to one speaking in a comparatively modern language like that of Greek, to say nothing of one speaking in English, that motley child. The power of an ancient language, like that of Egypt, lies in the fact that to speak it, to write it, was itself a form of communion with the divine. And in such a world, pristine and primordial, there was no such thing as sacred as opposed to profane, all was a theophany, they below reflecting the above. This of course is not the case today, far from it, for the modern era consists in nothing if not in a divergence between the sacred and the profane, between that below and that above, and, it would seem, the lower, the quantitative, has very nearly triumphed. In such a situation, the ancient warnings against disclosure of the mysteries no longer hold quite so true, not only because there is a kind of natural selection still, few even bothering to listen, being too intent upon accumulation and power, but also because, as the writer of one portion of the Corpus Hermeticum put it, one would have no inclination to study the mysteries if one had no ears to hear them. And though many are called out, few are chosen, yet it must needs be that the many at least know of the direction in which they are traveling, know of their divine origin. 88 On sacred language and the hieroglyph. For all walk the same path, ultimately, being in different degrees only ignorant and wise. Then, too, the mysteries, as Plato said, cannot be revealed solely in writing, that is, in writing as it is today, an intellectual exercise, rather than an invocation. For after all, the mysteries are inherently experiential, being a transmutation of the self in a realization of who we really are, of the divine origin of all creation, and to this writing can only point the way. And so, if we reverence the ancient tongues, if we follow the path of the Prisca Theologia, the gate can never be closed against us. Reality shall be revealed as it was and is and ever shall be, in proportion as we are able to perceive it. Now we turn our discussion from the various aspects of the mysteries and of the gods to the mysteries themselves, so that we might conclude by reminding ourselves of their meaning in toto, of their place for the individual, for the culture, and for the cosmos itself, in order that we might remember, however briefly, who we truly are. Chapter 12. On the mysteries. We have, throughout this discussion of ancient Egypt, assumed the mysteries to be the central theme, woven into our observations on the gods and on the essence of Egyptian metaphysics and religion, indeed, without keeping the mystery tradition, and all it implied, closely in mind, virtually nothing of worth or interest could be said of Egypt. Truly, there lies the key to that most ancient and venerable of cultures. Yet we have not addressed the mysteries directly thus far, having rather approached them tangentially, providing the metaphysical understanding which was implicit for the Egyptians, but which must be made explicit for us today, thereby offering an indication at least of what the Egyptian initiatory tradition truly signified, and signifies. It is now necessary, then, before we end our discussion, to focus upon the mysteries directly, to recognize that they were the very centrum of the ancient Egyptian culture, as of the Chaldean, the Assyrian, and other cultures so ancient they are no longer named or known, in order that we can recognize precisely what is missing from our modern era, an absence which is indeed the true cause of the unutterable, aching sense of loss and anxiety inherent in modernity, and so can orient ourselves towards it, towards the truth which can never vanish but can only be obscured. Perhaps the best place to begin our observations on the ancient mysteries is with that most venerable of sources, Plato, who in Phaedrus has this to say about initiation and the mysteries. For, as has already been said, every soul of man has in the way of nature beheld true being, this was the condition of her passing into the form of man. But all souls do not easily recall the things of the other world, they may have seen them for a short time only. Or, being unrighteous, they may have lost the memory of the holy things which once they saw. There was a time when with the rest of the happy band they saw beauty shining in brightness, we philosophers following in 89. 90 on the mysteries. The train of Zeus, others in company with other gods, and then we beheld the beatific vision and were initiated into a mystery, which may truly be called most blessed, celebrated by us in our state of innocence, before we had any experience of evils to come. When we were admitted to the sight of apparitions innocent and simple and calm and happy, which we beheld shining in pure light, pure ourselves, and not yet enshrined in that living tomb, which we carry about now that we are imprisoned in the body, like an oyster in its shell. Let me linger over the beauty of scenes which have passed away. But of beauty, I repeat again that we saw her there shining in company with the celestial forms, and coming to earth, we find her here too, shining in clearness through the clearest aperture of sense. Now he who is not newly initiated, or who has become corrupted, does not easily rise out of this world to the sight of true beauty in the other, he looks only at her earthly namesake, like a brutish beast. But he whose initiation is recent, and who has been the spectator of many glories in the other world, is amazed when he sees anyone having a godlike face or form, which is the expression of divine beauty. 1. We have quoted this passage at length for obvious reasons. In it the true nature of initiation and therefore of the mysteries is writ clear as day, for those who have eyes to see. In it we can glimpse at least some of the beauty, power, and transformative meaning which lay at the heart of the mysteries. We can glimpse the ascent from the veiled darkness of temporality into the supernal light of divine reality, the sheer transport and rapture of beholding the transcendent, celestial realm. And in so doing can begin to realize how it was that the mysteries stood as the very pole, the axis of the ancient cultures, a stream passing through time and, while not partaking of it, none the less transmuting it. Through the mysteries people glimpsed the true nature of the cosmos, and of themselves. Indeed, in a very real way, the mysteries were the sun round which the entire culture pivoted, spiraling ever inward. In fact, it was for the mysteries that the culture itself existed. There is, by the way, much of significance in a modern metaphysician's observation that an axis exists in an undefinable, exoterically incomprehensible manner, having a mystical character on the mysteries. And when there is rotation, the axial pole moves in the direction opposite of the rotation, creating the precessional motion. 2. In any event, by ascending the axis of the culture, by means of the flight of the alone to the alone, to use Plotinus' apt phrase, the individual, the culture, and the cosmos itself were sanctified, rectified, and justified. Through this ascent, through the awakening and restoration which the mysteries entailed, the cosmos was set in order. Once again, indeed, in the most profound sense, all was right with the world. An equally clear perception of the nature of initiation can be attained from Iamblichus's treatise on the mysteries of the Egyptians, in which the theurgic science of the Egyptians and Chaldeans is, albeit somewhat tangentially at times, outlined. There, perhaps the clearest reference to precisely what the mysteries signified is found in chapter 9, where Iamblichus writes that when demons are seen, the dispositions of those that invoke them receive the appetite of generation and a desire of nature, together with a wish to accomplish the works of fate, and a power effective of things of this kind. When angels appear, those who invoke participate of intellectual wisdom and truth, pure virtue, stable knowledge, and a commensurate order. And when archangels appear, these dispositions receive a pure condition of being, intellectual contemplation, and an immutable power. And in the last place, those who invoke the gods receive, when they become visible, a liberation from the passions, a transcendent perfection, and an energy entirely more excellent, and participate of divine love and an immense joy. 3. In addition to these things, also, the manifestation of the gods imparts truth and power, rectitude of works, and gifts of the greatest good, but the manifestation of other powers is appropriately accompanied by such things as are commensurate to their several orders. 4. The soul of man, when seen in this perspective, is recognized to be the last of more excellent natures, subject to the winds and passions of temporality and incarnation, bonded and heavy with materiality. In terms of fire, the genera manifest each according to its given order. Terrestrial fire is black and smoldering, aerial fire is brighter and purer, and celestial fire is magnificent, brilliant. 5. In other words, although the visions of the mysteries are not temporal in nature, yet they can analogically be so understood, by means of image and symbol, the first or most immediate of which are those of fire and air. Hence the man who so witnesses, or more accurately, realizes, they. 92. On the mysteries. Divine fire is unable to breathe, through the subtlety of it, and becomes languid, having shed the lowest, connascent spirit. Those who enter into the presence of the archangels, though they experience a divine breathlessness, are not wholly overwhelmed, and those who are in the presence of demons find the air unaffected. The heroes, on the other hand, move the earth, causing certain sounds, while the archons, last of all, bear about them an assemblage of luminous appearances, being suspended as it were below the air. 6. Here, then, in the last passage, we see the descent from indescribable unity to multiplicity, the recapitulation of which journey in fact constituted the essence of the mysteries, to which Iamblichus's observation that one wrapped in the divine fire no longer breathes, and furthermore has shed the lowest, dualistic aspect of consciousness, is a most important clue. Creation, as we have seen, proceeds in an emanatory fashion from absolute self-sufficient bliss down into temporality. The mysteries, on the other hand, reverse this movement, traveling instead upwards into the divine and breathless fire of pure bliss. And this rapture, or absorption, is none other than that which in Buddhism is termed samadhi, or dhyana, to use the more ancient term. A term which refers to a form of yoga in which the mind overcomes the mind, in which respiratory functions virtually cease while simultaneously, one enters into an ever purer and more transcendent aspect of consciousness. This form of yoga, which is more intellectual, at least in a sense, is closely affiliated with Zen Buddhism, in that it does not involve arousing the Kundalini energy, nor mastery of the various centers and acquisition of siddhi, or powers, but rather involves pure concentrative mental power or energy. Indeed, one must suspect that the mysteries with which Porphyry, Plotinus, Iamblichus, and the other Neoplatonists were familiar were, in the very nethermost reaches of antiquity, connected with precisely this dhyana yoga, while the mysteries of Isis and Osiris, on the other hand, were aligned with those of Siva and Sakti, with Kundalini yoga. However, such an historical conjunction presupposes a central culture so ancient as to be far, far beyond our reach, our vision, and in any case, is not necessary for the understanding of that which remained yet at the onset of our present historical era. The religion of Ra, in brief, whatever its historical conjunction with Vedanta and the dhyana path to Brahman, was that with which the Neoplatonists, Iamblichus perhaps as much as any among them, had affiliation, while the religion of Isis and Osiris, bearing an undeniable affiliation with Sakti and Siva, with Kundalini yoga, continued 4. On the mysteries. those who were more suited to that path. One must not thereby assume, however, that there was ultimately any fundamental difference between these two paths, that is, that they refer to two different divine realities, for indeed, how could there be two? But rather that they refer to two aspects of the same reality, the former being the via negativa, the latter being the via affirmativa, the former being world transcending, the latter being world affirming. Even these distinctions, however, are ultimately distortions, for both are aspects, appearances, manifestations of the same path, the same reality. Both the via negativa and the via affirmativa lead toward the same joy, the same transcendent serenity, the same freedom from delusion and ignorance, and indeed, it could not be otherwise, to the extent that it appears to be so, is one or another aspect being exaggerated, distorted. And in fact this may well have happened, at the end of that long and venerable Egyptian transmission, the one path being resolved into mere libertinism, revelry, the other into mere hermetic intellectualism. Yet, nonetheless, the central path must needs remain ever the same, the sanctum sanctorum ever inviolate, for despite historical eventuality, that which is timeless and divine in its very nature does not change, but remains ever the same, awaiting still the humble petitioner, entrant to the mysteries, one who recognizes the very essence of human meaning and responsibility and who wishes to fulfill it, to be fulfilled. The mysteries, properly speaking, belong to the realm of knowledge. It is true, but it is a knowledge that, in so far as it is pure, approaches, realizes its own transcendence. As Proclus once said, knowledge implies duality, a knower and a thing known, whereas the knowledge, gnosis, imparted, awakened by the mysteries consisted in precisely the resolution of the realm of dualistic knowledge into the unity of which it is a reflection, just as the angelic is purer than the daimonic, and the divine purer than the angelic, the lower always depends upon, and is subsumed into, the higher. And if any remedy were possible for our present deluded materialistic obsessions, for our infernal desire for technical mastery of the world to the exclusion of divine wisdom, it would necessarily lie here, in the ancient mysteries. But regardless of our own delusion and blindness, despite our incapacity to see the mysteries and the metaphysical truth, the transcendent insight which they manifested, remain as they have been since the very dawn of time itself, open to us inasmuch as we are open to them. So it was, is, and will be. More than this we cannot say. Chapter 13. Apocatastasis, some implications. We have already made references elsewhere to the Apocatastasis, the great catastrophe, or perhaps better, the great restoration, but nevertheless, because of the nature of our present era, it is necessary to devote some time to consideration of it, not least because in it we see the aim and culmination of our own age. We have, throughout this discussion of ancient Egypt, been focusing upon the profundity and power of the Egyptian religious tradition, which itself has been the source for virtually all of that which has remained for modernity of the primordial past. Our debt to Egypt is incalculable. Consider, for instance, that virtually every great Greek philosopher was said to have traveled to Egypt, or to have been Egyptian himself. Pythagoras was said to have been taught by Enupes of On, Plato by Sechnupes of On. Others of note connected with Egypt include Elx, Archimedes, Apuleius, Anaxagoras, Diodorus Siculus, Euripides, Herodotus, Lycurgus, Musaeus, Orpheus, Pausanias, Solon, Strabo, Thales, and Xenophanes, not to mention Plotinus and Porphyry, who were Egyptian by birth. One from this list alone, not to mention the innumerable hidden references to the mysteries in the New Testament, we can see our inestimable, unseen debt to ancient Egypt, so little recognized today, and from it we can begin to understand how it was that our present era arose. For our present era consists in nothing if not in an ignorance of all which ancient Egypt embodied, nothing if not an eclipse of ancient wisdom in favor of quantitative power, the spiritual poverty of which cannot be grasped save by recognition of what a normal or traditional culture like that of ancient Egypt implied. In brief, In ancient Egypt we can see the profundity of a culture aware of its place mediate between the richness of the primordial golden age and the poverty of the approaching modern dark age. We can see, too, the waning of the spiritual sun and moon, the narrowing and weakening of the celestial river which flowed yet strongly then, but slowed and narrowed until today we see but the barest trickle. In sum, we have today nearly 94. Apocatastasis 1s, some implications 95. Reached the very nadir of the descent from primordiality and from tradition, and in fact stand upon the very verge of the apocatastasis. The clearing away of modern confusion and distortion, the restoration of the Golden Age. However, this clearing away must take place first upon an individual level. For each of us, we can look neither to the past, as Egypt, say, nor to the future restoration, but only to the present instant, to the eternal now. The resolution of our dilemma lies not in the past, nor in the future, but in timelessness. One of the clearest signs of our present state is the modern tendency either to ignore or to drag down the teachings of antiquity. In the former case, the danger is not so great, since the teachings themselves are merely left to languish, there still for those who seek, but in the latter case the danger is great indeed, for the force involved is anti-traditional, engaged in usurping the wisdom of the past for manipulative ends. 2.1. Instance of this is modern psychology, which, whether Jungian or Freudian, 3 is essentially reductionist, making transcendent truth serve as mere psychic elements. Other examples include the attempts of sociologists to reduce all human activity to quantitative social movements, but worst of all are the attempts of modern counter-traditional cults to appropriate ancient symbology and metaphysics, only to lure in devotees to be exploited and, often enough, destroyed. These latter, the false prophets who shall be many and who would deceive even the elect, if such were possible, present the outward facade of traditional initiatory religion, but have no historical continuity. They arise, in the form of shamanism or of a group around a given master, from a kind of vacuum, and lead their followers into the very abyss of chaos, fear, confusion, and dissolution, under the very guise of religion. What do these have to do with ancient Egypt, and with the apocatastasis? The answer is simply this, and in it lies the essence of our need to examine the culture of ancient Egypt. Ancient Egypt was based upon, consisted in, mot, order, the order which arises from conformity to an understanding of divine reality, and only by comparison with it, with traditional, normal culture, can the abnormality of our present time be rightly understood. For our present time consists in the abrogation of the divine order in favor of the human, a motivation which is, strictly speaking, satanic, but which nonetheless must precede the dissolution of this state of abnormality and the great restoration, apocatastasis. That which is evil can, after 96 apocatastasis, some implications, all, only be known by reference to that which is good, and indeed, abrogation of one state can only mean the institution of the other. In this can be glimpsed the real reason that we must study ancient Egypt. For there we find a reflection, not only of who we are, but of that which we are no longer, yet which, no doubt, we shall one day be again. Consider, after all, the disorder now rampant in what we now callously call our environment, and the vast abyss between the perspective that bland word implies and the translucent world of the Egyptians, in which every animal and tree and plant bore a sacred significance, simultaneously seen to be temporal and celestial. Is it merely coincidence that the Egyptian culture lasted for many thousands of years, in harmony with its world and with itself, while the modern era lurches from crisis to crisis in every field, from education to environmentalism to family unity to agricultural stability? Surely it is not. Surely there is a direct connection, a blindness to tradition, and to the sacred, endemic to our own era. This blindness, however, cannot be cured by recourse to the wisdom of Egypt, though through it can be better recognized and understood, but can only be cured by the restoration of sight, Greek, epopteia, a sight which can only come with the following of a traditional spiritual path. According to Sun-Tzu's, in a treatise entitled On Providence, the origins of our present era lie within Egypt herself, arising when, said an oracle, a certain depraved fragment of religion, and an adulteration of divine worship like that of money as it were, prevailed, which the ancient law exterminated from the cities, shutting the doors against impiety, and expelling it to a great distance from the walls. 4. In spite of this, however, the typhonic power eventually prevailed, the oracle said, but shall be expelled. When we purify the air which surrounds the earth, and which is defiled with the breath of the impious, with fire and water, then, immediately expect a better order of things, typhos being removed. For we expel such like prodigies by the devastation of fire and thunder. 5. What could give clearer indication of our present situation than this? We might note, too, that it is also said that the final conflagration shall be self-inflicted, the giants or titans being expelled by their own. 9. Apocatastasis, some implications 97. Avenging furies. Yet all of this can, and indeed must be read not only cosmologically, but individually, referring to we ourselves. It is we who must expel Typhon through fire and thunder, through the following of a traditional spiritual path. Hence we must not despair, despite the course of our present era, downward into the abyss of the quantitative, of behaviorism and of purely manipulative, infernal thought, of absolute ignorance of the divine, for the mere fact that we can still contemplate the splendor of ancient Egypt underscores her perennial nature, and the perennial nature of that which she reflected. Even though it is quite clear that our own era can only end in the complete destruction of our world, in fragmentation and self-inflicted catastrophe, yet our studies of ancient Egypt point to the fleeting nature of this modern era, point to that which is true and eternal and divine in any time, highlighting that which is indeed timeless, transcendent. Apocatastasis, return to the divine harmony, can only occur when the present aberrance has exhausted itself, much as an avalanche cannot pause in transit but must, once begun, complete its course. In our present time, as Proclus said in his commentary upon Plato's Parmenides, the sacred institutions and ceremonies, the sacred order manifested in ancient Egypt, have passed away, to be slowly replaced by a society ever more based upon the quantitative, upon manipulation of the environment and of others, so that philosophy alone of the Western tradition stands as a reminder of how man can and ought to live, as a reminder of who he truly is. Philosophy stands like Hermes, guardian of the celestial entrance. Granted, the glimpse, which philosophy and metaphysics offers is not in itself transformative, yet it does nevertheless show the way, light the path toward its own transcendence. More than that it cannot do. For that we must turn, not to Egypt, a tradition and culture long since gone, but to one of the remaining traditional religious paths themselves. For despite the beauty, the undeniable profundity of the Egyptian tradition, some glimmers of which we have tried to illumine here, yet finally all this is past, and we must live now, as best we can. And indeed, if we succeed, if we tread that ancient path primordial, regardless of the blindness of our time, regardless of our distance from ancient Egypt, our lives can still reflect the divine sun, our world can still be translucent and alive, for that ancient path can never vanish, though it can for us be obscured. Yet if we enter upon it, it shall ever be the same, as it was and is and ever shall be. 98. Apocatastasis, some implications. And when it is so for us, each, as individuals, that is the true restoration, the true apocatastasis. All else is anticlimactic. With that we turn to what can be done, we turn to initiation. Part 2. On initiation. Chapter 1. Theoria, the nature of initiation. It is, one might suppose, somewhat ironic to consider that we are here focusing upon the initiatory tradition of a culture which is indisputably extinct, and of which we possess only fragments. Egypt is dead, one might well say. In what sense can we even speak of the nature of her initiatory transmission, the continuity of which has in fact been severed for several thousands of years? Now strictly speaking, of course, this objection is invalid upon several points, not least of which is that in so far as it participates in and reflects the transcendent, nothing can ever die. From an absolute perspective, everything in past, present and future is here before us now, in this instant, alive in so far as we are alive to it. But therein lies the rub, as more than one observer has pointed out. 1. The gulf between modernity and antiquity is not temporal, but mental. We cannot comprehend the ancients because we are no longer able to think, to perceive, to understand in the same way. The modern mind is too overlaid with its preconceptualizations, with its grid of rationality. Thus, even though the cultures of antiquity are present all around us, even though the mysteries still persist in the Christian, Islamic and Kabbalistic traditions, we are increasingly unable to grasp them, to realize their transcendent nature. The mysteries, and the initiations they proffer, are not strictly speaking dead, it is true, but we are dead to them. Yet it is for this very reason that we must focus upon the nature of the initiatory traditions, for it is precisely here that we may come to understand not only the essence of traditional culture, but indeed who we really are, and what our purpose is in our present world. The word initiation, after all, means entry or beginning, and just so, even the mere intellectual perception of the mysteries is itself a form of initiation, for intellectual knowledge leads to experiential knowledge. It sets up resonances which, later, when the time is ripe, come to fruition. All that is needful is concentration. In this, the broadest regard, even the present work can be considered initiatory, for it. 101. 102 Thor1a, the nature of initiation. Initiates a resonance with and receptivity for the ancient mist tradition, for its universal symbology and meaning. And it is in this way that one must view the present era, for in a very real sense our modern age represents an anomaly, a discontinuity, and time of dissolution, in which by making contact with the ancient past, we also contact the future, serving very much thereby as a means of continuity for the perennial truth, the realization of the transcendent. Whether we know it or not, this is the single most important function one could perform in this, or any other age. For indeed, contact with the primordial is that for which one exists, and initiation is the turning about in the consciousness which signifies this very change in the direction of one's life, turning from the differentiated to the unitary, from the dispersed to the concentered, from the aerial to the primordial. It is upon the nature of this turning about which is initiation that we shall now dwell. We begin, appropriately enough, with a poem of that Renaissance philotheist, Giordano Bruno, who, like many others schooled in Hermeticism, recognized in ancient Egypt the origin of those traditional truths which remain as traces in Western thought. Said Bruno, passing alone to those realms, the object erst of thine exalted thought, I would rise to infinity, then would I compass the skill of crafts and arts equal to the objects. There would I be reborn, escaped from the narrow murky prison, where for so long error held me fast. Here I leave the chain that bound me, and the shadow of the fiercely malevolent foe. Henceforth I spread confident wings to space. I fear no barrier of crystal or of glass. I cleave the heavens and soar to the infinite. And while I rise from my own sphere to others, penetrating even further through realms transcendent, that which others saw from afar, I leave far behind me. 2. Bruno lived in the 16th century, long after the cessation of the Egyptian mysteries, but even so, in his poem can be seen many of the themes which will occupy us for the remainder of this work, and hence we employ it as the keynote to our ensuing discussions. Bruno's poem begins with the phrase passing alone to those realms. And it is in fact the case that initiation takes place individually, which is to say that, regardless of how many are involved in any given ceremony, strictly speaking the confrontation or passage takes place for each person alone. Initiation is not a matter of transferring a capacity, but of revealing that which is already there in potentia, passing through suffering, and every being must face the nature of suffering for himself, coming to realize that it is a universal state. The most another can do, by means of ceremony and traditional symbology, is provide a framework or opening for the work of transmutation. I would compass the skill of crafts and arts equal to the objects. There would I be reborn. So says Bruno, in a direct reference to the lesser mysteries which, by means of the arts and crafts, serve as a foundation for the complete transcendence which is the greater mystery, leading naturally to it. The arts provide a natural support or focus for the initiate, leading him to that Adamic, or primordial state from which he may pass to complete transcendence of the manifested realms. But of this we shall say more later. For now, let us observe that, as in Bruno's poem, so it is also traditionally. The arc of initiation is never to a static position, but always passing on, always transcending itself, leaving far behind that which once was far ahead. At all events, with this brief digression demonstrating, at the very least, that something of the Egyptian mysteries persisted even into the 16th century of this era, let us move on to consider a number of ancient Egyptian initiatory invocations themselves, in the light of Buddhist and Vedantic ramifications, for the latter may do much to illuminate the former. As we suggested earlier, initiation is by definition inherently an individual step, or confrontation, for which tradition may provide an entry point and supports through the arts, or various symbols, but which is finally always dependent upon individual initiative. It is for this reason that the ancient Egyptian invocations which have come down to us are invariably written in the first person, and their focus is one of widening, or perhaps better, heightening the amplitude of consciousness, in one sense expanding the T, and in another virtually eliminating it. That is, the personality, that contingent cluster of forces, is seen to merge with the state of the God, and the contingent self drops away. Theoria, the nature of initiation. 103. Theoria, the nature of initiation. Hence, in one of the many chants on preserving the heart, we read, O my heart! O my mother! O my heart! O my mother! O heart of my existence! May not stand against me in judgment in the presence of the lords of the trial, let it not be said of me he hath done deeds against ma / homage to thee, O my heart! Homage to thee, O my heart! Homage to thee, O reigns! Homage to ye, O gods! Speak ye fair of me to Ra. And behold me. Even though I be in the innermost depths of the earth, let me not die in Amentet, but become a Ku therein. Now according to the Vedanta, the heart is indeed the center of a being, physically being ether, or Akasha, psychically being the Jivatma, or individual soul, and metaphysically being the point of the self. Atma. The Jivatma is an illusory state of separation, in which the focus is turned outward, toward differentiation. Atma is the primordial state of unconditioned unity, and thus, this Atma, which dwells in the heart, is smaller than a grain of rice, smaller than the germ which is in a grain of millet. This Atma, which dwells in the heart, is also greater than the earth, than the atmosphere, than the sky, greater than all the worlds together. 4. The sequence here is exactly the inverse of creation, passing from earth to atmosphere, to sky, to complete transcendence, corresponding to the various densities or levels of traditional cosmology, these being the temporal, subtle, principial or, in Buddhist terms, to the formal, formless, and non-formal realms. One cannot, in this regard, help but think of the Gospel reference to the mustard seed, 5, which parable is in fact reflective of the Egyptian mysteries, and is a condensed version of the same understanding expressed above, to wit, the essential Atma, which is smaller than a mustard seed, not subject to manifestation, is in fact that from which the entire tree of cosmic manifestation appears. Transcendent reality can be expressed as being in one's heart, the center of every being, and yet all the same encompasses all possibilities of manifestation. 6. The heart is Jivatma, then, is that upon which the deeds of the individual are karmically inscribed, the heart as Atma is the revelation of the being as essentially unconditional, transcendent, and indeed, strictly speaking, not a being at all. At this point one enters into the Buddhist understanding. 7. Theoria, the nature of initiation 105. The ancient Egyptian chant transcribed in part above, then, given. These implications from Vedanta and from Buddhism, is intended for 1. Precisely at that turning point, it refers to the individual passing from the illusory realm of Jivatma toward the unconditional. It is the heart which speaks against one in the trial which is each person's judgment, but it is the heart which bears within it the transcendence of the self greater than all the worlds together. The chant quoted above is not one focused upon absolute transcendence, however, it is rather an invocation to the gods that the one in question become a khu, which is to say, one in the company of the gods, or, to use Christian terms not precisely analogous, to become an angel in the constant presence of the Lord. 8. Thus in another invocation we read, I have entered as a man of no understanding, and I shall come forth in the form of a strong khu, and I shall look upon my form, which shall be that of men and women forever and ever. 9. Moreover, thou art in me, and I am in thee, and thy attributes are my attributes. 10. This refers to the unio mystica of the initiate and the divine focus of his praxis, the two become realized as a single state. And therefore, reads the ensuing ascription, if this be known by a man, he shall come forth by day and he shall not be repulsed at any gate of the Tuat, either coming or going. He shall perform all the transmutations which his heart bears within it, and he shall not die. Now this is a great protection which hath been granted by the God. This chapter shall be recited by a man who is ceremonially pure, who has not eaten the flesh of animals or fish, and hath not had intercourse with women. 11. Performing all the transmutations which his heart bears within it refers to the initiatic realization of higher degrees, or states, potential within his heart, for the higher state naturally encompasses within it all the plenipotentiaries of the lower. 12. Now the passage in question is from nescience to realization, from the waters below, ignorance, which is to say, manifestation, to the waters above, from the darkness of the Twat, the realms of samsaric entrapment, the whirlpool of suffering in which Matsyanyaya, the law of the fishes, rules, into the serene light of the gods. 13. It is to be sure a pivotal point, this entry into the realm of the gods, but it is not by any means passage to complete transcendence, to liberation, at least in the Buddhist sense. Though formless, and immeasurably freer and more serene than the human state, the gods are still subject to causality, still are in the two worlds of the manifest and the unmanifest. And so, to return to that invocation with which we began this discussion, the one which asks, or commands, that the initiate not die in Amentet. Not dying in Amentet means, not that the initiate wishes to not enter Amentet, but rather that the initiate wishes to maintain and intensify consciousness of that transcendent state which is Amentet. Not dying in Amentet refers to the inverse complementarity of initiatory death and rebirth, for death to the world, which is to say, to our conceptualizations of self and other, is precisely rebirth in the transcendent. 14. Amentet is linguistically close to the Sanskrit Amrita, immortality, and to the Buddhist Amitabha, Buddha of the West. Indeed, the pure land, Sukhavati, of Amitabha is, like that Osirian Amentet, situated in the West, thereby intersecting the arc of the setting sun, and conferring liberation at the conclusion of the present cycle. Amrita, Amentet, Amitabha, and the English word immortality are all part of the same MRT Indo-European root relating to death. 15. One dies to one's present state, attaining in the process a higher state, and thus it ought not be surprising that the MRD Indo-European root means grace, or mercy. Says Plutarch on the matter, and Egyptians call subterrene space, to which they think souls depart after death, Amenth, the name signifying the space which takes and gives, to which observation E. A. Wallace Budge noted that the Egyptian form of the word is Amentet, and the name means hidden place. 16. Now the word subterrane carries with it the Greek connotations of the underworld, not strictly speaking applicable to Amentet, which is not space at all, but supratemporal and spatial. It is indeed a hidden place. But its complete meaning can be better gathered from its root meanings, that is, the word man, or manas, meaning simultaneously human and thinking being, is countered by the privative a, so that linguistically Amentet implies a state not subject to thought. Discrimination. Amentet is, strictly speaking, a non-human, transcendent reality, mediate between temporality and complete liberation. Death in Amentet thus means dying to, or becoming ignorant of, one's transcendent origin which, from the limited human perspective, appears as one's celestial or angelic form, toward which. Theoria, the nature of initiation 106. Theoria. The nature of initiation. 107. One moves until realizing that the form is in truth more oneself than oneself. 17. To die in Amentet means, in Platonic terms, losing one's memory of the divine, and believing, if such a thing were possible to believe, that the physical realm is all. Thus we are in a position to grasp the implications of the Egyptian teaching that when, at the end of a given cosmic cycle, Ra passes through the Twat, through the manifold posthumous states, those who are in the western realm of Amentet, under the auspices of Osiris, are in a state of formlessness conjunct with the reality of Ra, the solar centrum, and they pass into that reality, being already virtually identical with it. In gospel terms, this has no doubt much to do with the parable of the seed which is unfruitful being cast into the fire, 18 as with the separation included in the apocalyptic last judgment. Alchemia, or alchemy, is that initiatory science by which one is able to transmute the self from its present, dissociated and isolated, fragmented self, into its celestial or angelic origin, the attainment of which transcendence is represented by attaining the lapis philosophicum, which is subject neither to any of the four elements, nor to any temporal power whatever. Alchemy is the science by which one is restored to the primordial self, the conclusion of the great work. It is not coincidence that some of the earliest alchemical texts are attributed to Egyptian adepts, for this initiatory science of the remembrance of one's angelic origin is indeed fundamental to understanding the Egyptian initiatory tradition. It is the Egyptian science par excellence, and to it they devoted all their energies. Virtually all of the Egyptian rites bear some relation to this central aim, for which purpose in fact provisions are placed in the funereal chamber, elaborate preparations and ceremonies held for the deceased, all in order, by means of tradition impeccably performed, to allow an opening through which the deceased may be reborn in a celestial paradise. The funereal provisions and other accoutrements of the dead are not manifestations of Egyptian materialism, an interpretation which reveals the limitations of those who apply such terms, but rather, being ritually empowered, invoke the paradisal presence for the deceased. 19. The nature of the paradisal state can be understood by reference to Vedantic metaphysics, in which it is held that one who attained virtual liberation is incorporated by Hiranyagarbha, the principle of subtle manifestation, in which state that being remains until the end of a given cycle of manifestation, at which point principial reabsorption takes place. This mediate position, between the state of manifested individuality, and complete transcendence, in which the individual is realized to be identical to the womb of the cosmos, and to its ruler, Ishwara, is termed the Brahmaloka, and something quite parallel appears in Buddhism with the doctrine of Buddhakastras, or Buddha fields, most well known of which is Sukhavati, or the western land of Amitabha. 20. The initiatory nature of this paradisal state in fact consists in the successive revelation of the unitary nature of hierarchic states of being, so that the individual is realized not to be a separate entity at all, but identical with that given state, which transmutation is often represented in Egyptian tradition by the dropping of veils, as in the Buddhist by the gestation and opening of the celestial lotuses in the lake of paradise. 21. This attribution of temporality to the transcendent, in the opening of the lotuses of rebirth, or the passage of the bark of Ra, is precisely the sign of the mediate or celestial realm, which is to say, the transcendent seen from the temporal perspective. Now Ra, as solar centrum of the cosmos, must not be seen as absolute transcendence. Ra is by definition possessed of various characteristics, and exists within temporality, albeit at the conjunction of the manifest, samskrita, and the unmanifest, asamskrita, which is to say on the horizon, to use the most common Egyptian phrase. Entry into the paradisal state is characterized, in ancient Egyptian religion, as the entry into the bark of millions of years of Ra. I am seer of millions of years, says the papyrus of Nu, I am Horus, and traverse millions of years. I am in the Uchat, my seat is upon my throne, and I sit in the seat of splendor. I am the only one, who proceedeth from an only one who goeth around in his course. I am the unveiled one. And again, elsewhere in the same papyrus, Ra sitteth in his bark of millions of years, and he hath gathered together the company of the gods, with those divine belongs, whose faces are hidden, and who drink the offerings which enter the celestial regions of light. Grant that I may sit upon the throne of Ra. 23. The regions of light refers to passage beyond the formal realm of manifestation, and those whose faces are hidden refers to the unmanifest divine beings, who are beyond formless or subtle existence, but who still, like the Hiranyagarbha, possess a certain connection with existential reality, by virtue of the navel of the world, which is to say. 108. Theoria, the nature of initiation. Theoria, the nature of initiation. 109. Through the interpenetration of the real through the center of the real. 24. The petitioner in this invocation asks leave to sit in the throne of Ra. That is, to realize virtual unity with Ra, to participate in that state of consciousness, and through that participation, to pass by means of the bark of millions of years beyond formal and formless realms of manifestation, precisely what is meant by Ra passing through that part of the Twat called Amentet, at which point Ra and Osiris are conjunct, much as in Buddhism the Bodhisattvic revelation is ultimately conjunct with the Buddhic, though of course whereas the former is cosmological, the latter is by definition indefinable, supras-cosmic. 25. It is the degree of transcendence, of non-referentiality, which marks the initiatic height. Now initiation as we have considered it thus far is the inception of this arc of the being toward its own transcendence. But there are several aspects of initiation, and of initiatory symbolism in particular, upon which we must remark, for they have received considerable treatment elsewhere, a fact which causes many modern readers to bring with them a number of preconceptualizations regarding initiation. No doubt the first of these is the imagined split between esoteric and exoteric, as though in the traditional culture the initiate stood apart from society, as though the very nature of initiation were separation. This is, however, false, as is the distinction between exoteric and esoteric itself. In the traditional culture there is no such division, the form of the religious praxis is indivisible from its meaning, in which everyone, and we mean everyone, participates in accord with their own capacity and destiny. Some are destined to know the meaning of a given ritual more fully at one point than another, no doubt, but the whole forms a continuity, not a false division in society. Initiation takes place in secret, though there are of course instances of initiation en masse. 26, not to exclude anyone, but because initiation is by definition the individual facing his own origin in solitude. Every individual must face his own death and rebirth alone, and this cannot be done en masse. Numbers reduce the efficacy of an initiation proportionately, and in any case, regardless of the number involved, the relation is always individual and vertical, never horizontal and multiple. This is the nature of things, as is the hierarchic nature of humanity, and involves laws which cannot be flaunted without serious Confusion manifesting. This constitutes, then, the destruction of the first preconceptualization. Regarding the nature of initiation, for initiation is not 110 Thor1a, the nature of initiation. Exclusionary, but rather inclusionary, being open to all in proportion a. They are open to it. At the same time, there is a natural hierarchy involved, and for some, the value of the initiation, as in Christian Mass, say, is almost wholly in the form of germinating seeds. In any event, the second preconceptualization is closely related to the first, the second being the erroneous modern belief that the initiate passes through suffering, death, and rebirth in order to gain some sort of superiority, be it immortality or some one or another city's powers. According to this interpretation, initiation is not only exclusionary, but it strengthens the illusion of a permanent being. But once again, this is a profound misunderstanding of the entire nature of traditional religious discipline, which after all exists in order to liberate all beings. This aim must be understood in all its ramifications, for to the degree that it is not, is all that we have said and will say subject to grave misapprehension. Consider, for instance, the suffering of the initiate in, let us say, trial. In a quirt, Egyptian, cavern, in which he is subject to the very terrors of hell in the labyrinth. This terror is exactly homologous with the confusion and suffering of all beings, lost as they are in the samsaric labyrinth of birth and death, of nescience. Through it, the initiate takes on the suffering of all beings, and for them, with them, attains liberation, only to enter again into life, save with widened awareness, heightened compassion, greater wisdom, and serenity. In this, they initiate suffering for and with all beings. We can see how Christianity is essentially the mysteries laid bare. The trial is followed not by pride of attainment but by compassion. It is true that certain tribal initiations bear the mark of proud superiority, and there are two possibilities in this regard which we might note. First, that the given culture represents a debasing of the original, and second, that this interpretation of tribal initiation may well be a modern misperception, subject, as so much of scientific investigation of traditional cultures is, to the prejudices of modernity, and to its relentless tendency to see all in its own image. At all events, this does not represent initiation proper. For initiation, in so far as passage through suffering is concerned, is, in essence, the voluntary undergoing of samsaric pain and confusion, in order that one may not only be liberated from suffering, but also that one may liberate. In Buddhism it is said that the words of the Buddha upon birth were, in heaven and on earth, I am the only one. And in just the same way, in very much the same words, the ancient Egyptian 111 Thor1a, the nature of initiation. Invocations recognize that, in a very mysterious way, the liberation of one is simultaneous with the liberation of all. 27 The initiate suffers for all, and his liberation is the liberation of all. This must be understood, for it is mystery of the unitary nature of all things. Essentially, initiation consists in death experience upon one plane, in order that rebirth may occur in the higher, non-conditional, relatively speaking, realm, according as the Hermetic maxim as below, so above. Save inversely. That is, as many have already pointed out, 28 yogic discipline consists in the recapitulation of the experience of dying, the cessation of the breath and of the pulse, as well as the reversal of the seminal fluid, correlative to all of which is the rebirth in transcendence. Said the Buddha, in one of the very oldest Buddhist texts, I have shown my disciples the way whereby they call into being, out of this body, of the four elements, another body of the mind's creation, Rupamanomayam, complete in all its limbs and members, and with transcendent faculties, Abhinandriyam. It is just like one who would draw a reed from its sheath, or a snake from its slough, or a sword from its scabbard, recognizing that the reed, the snake, and the sword are each one thing, and the sheath, slough, and scabbard another. 29. Now it must be noted that this is an analogical statement and, moreover, that it refers to a contingent or intermediate state in which one may still speak of a duality of sword and scabbard, whilst from an ultimate perspective, there is neither sword nor scabbard, and this understanding is at the center of Buddhism. At all events, in statements like this we can see how it is that Buddhism continued the initiatory tradition glimpsed also in Vedanta, the chief difference between the two being the refusal of Buddhism to define the transcendental rebirth in any way whatsoever, in order to avoid the destructive preconceptualization which would disallow true understanding. It is for this reason, in fact, that Buddhism has continued into the present day as a true initiatory tradition. It is so profoundly counter to the very basis of human delusion and confusion, so relentlessly non-dualistic. But this rebirth suggested by Sakyamuni Buddha, in which another body of mental configuration, complete in all its limbs and members, and with transcendent faculties, is nonetheless virtually identical with the ancient Egyptian formulations, which call again and again for the creation, or rather, revelation, of a new body complete in all thy 112 Thor1a, the nature of initiation. Limbs, able to walk in paradisal fields, and having the divine ear and eyes. Thus we read in the chapter of coming forth from Res which the Chancellor-in-Chief, Nu, the Triumphant, says, I was born in Res, and splendor hath been given unto me by those who dwell in their spiritual bodies, Sahu, in the habitation where liberations are made unto Osiris 30 and again, and on entering the presence of the sovereign princes of Osiris, my soul hath built for me an habitation. In the city of Tatu, I sow seed in the city of Pi, and I plough my field with my dominions, and my palm trees are like as Mu. 31. The latter quotation includes a number of references to celestial geography, about which we only have space here to say a little, simply to note that celestial rebirth of an individual necessarily implies rebirth in the realm of celestial archetypes. 32. At all events, this rebirth is signified in Buddhist ordination ceremonies dating back into remote antiquity by the initiate being ceremonially bound hand and foot in a fetal position before the upadhyaya, preceptor, and the witnesses. Later, the initiate is adorned with the very sash which had bound him. 33. This, and the assignation of a new name, amongst other ceremonial actions, including the dives tour and investiture of clothing, one is not born with clothing. 34. Make it clear once again that initiation consists, strictly speaking, not in creation of a new identity, but rather in the revelation of one's true identity in one's transcendent origin. Now, because this last point can perhaps cause some confusion, particularly for those unfamiliar with traditional metaphysics and cosmology, we might do well to elaborate upon it briefly, noting that even though from a temporal perspective it might appear that initiation is the creation of a new being, in truth there is no creation, but only the revelation of that which is, the unveiling alone giving the appearance of progressive revelation. In truth there is no progress in the divine, modern pseudo-scientific suppositions to the contrary. Rather, the only progress possible is the progressive removal of human delusions. 35. What is more, and this is also not devoid of significance, we might observe that even the virtual liberation bestowed by ancient Egyptian initiation ritual and praxis, giving one a seat in the bark of Ra for millions of years, is not absolute liberation, bestowing complete freedom from conditionality, that primordial aim, Artha, which continued through pre-Vedic India, through experimental yoga, through Buddhism, and into the present. Indeed, one would well say, at the risk of overgeneralization perhaps, Theoria, the nature of initiation, that the Eastern path remained complete, encompassing individualistic and so-called exoterism both, whereas the Western tradition, passing through Chaldea, Egypt, Greece, and Rome, focused more upon the sheer transmissive power of ritual to confer, not so much liberation as the orientation toward liberation. This ceremonial transmissive power, seen in ancient Egypt in the constant reiteration of invocative chants, as in RG Vedic verses and, to a degree, in the Catholic Christian Eucharist, serves to ritually identify the initiate with the God, to confer that virtual liberation which entails the point of realization. Such reliance upon the transmissive power of ritual has the advantage of encompassing virtually an entire kingdom, which indeed transpired in ancient Egypt, where every child spent an initiatory period in the temple, and throughout life bore a direct relation to it. The entire population can come under its liberatory sphere. Yet at the same time, there is a negative effect to such reliance, in that this irradiation, by focusing upon virtual liberation by means of identification with the gods, tends to decapitate the primordial tradition, and to ignore absolute liberation, so that as time goes on, the tradition breaks down, becoming either mere formalism on the one hand, or forays into mercenary magic or sorcery on the other. The Eastern traditions have, conversely, tended to survive Buddhism through the present day, because they embrace the entire spectrum from experiential yogic discipline to ritual efficacy, metaphysically correlating to the spectrum from sunyata through the revelation of the three kayas, Dharmakaya, Samagaya and Nirmanakaya, which in turn correlate to the three worlds of earth, atmosphere and sky, or terrestrial, subtle, and principial reality. The Eastern traditions, while affirming the possibility of virtual liberation, maintained their focus, in varying degrees, upon absolute liberation, the complete transcendence of Buddhist sunya, or Vedantic Brahma. And in proportion as they did so have they survived into the modern era, with all its corrosive power. Initiatory revelation consists in the transcendence of the illusory personality, in the dropping of all bondage to temporality, and the height or degree of the revelation can be ascertained by the degree of freedom from even residual consideration for the individual self. It is this which occasioned the initiatory trials, including, in some cases, and beatings, not to mention trial by element, in order to discern the degree of detachment from the self. 36. Virtual liberation, arising from identification with the God, nonetheless is still by definition virtual. Which is to say, there is a residuum of self-traces, as it were, whereas of absolute liberation one can say absolutely nothing. The latter is the accomplishment of the greater mysteries, and the return, not only to primordiality, but to the very primordial origin, to the source of all existences. This distinction is, of course, a matter of degree upon an arc, or continuum, but is of the greatest importance if we are to truly understand the nature of initiatory revelation, the nature of the various traditions, and most of all, the nature of our own era and of we ourselves. For if the ancient Egyptian initiatory tradition, for all its splendor, represents a diminution of that primordial revelation of the divine origin which continued in Eastern traditions, seen first in the Rg Veda, and carried through Buddhism to the present, 37, then does not the history of the West consist, finally, in the successive diminution and obliteration of the remaining fragments of that initiatory tradition? This loss is the hidden history of our era, indeed the era under the sign of the fish, the law of the fishes. 38. But enough on that for the moment. What of the nature of that which has been lost? How is it that the initiatory tradition is able to encompass an entire culture, speaking to each in accord with his capacity, simultaneously, like the sun rising over the horizon, touching all? The answers to such questions lie in the very nature of religious symbology, and it is to this that we now turn. Theoria, the nature of initiation 114. Chapter 2. Theoria, initiation and the symbolic. There can be no question that the mediatrix, the means of transmission, in any religious tradition, is symbolic, and that an understanding of symbology is indispensable to the understanding of that tradition. No tradition is devoid of symbolism, nor could it be, for this is the mode of revelation, by means of which that which is below can be seen to express that which is above. But at the same time, it must be understood that the symbolic is precisely mediatrix, it is a means, and we must fully recognize to what end if we are to truly appreciate its significance. For the end of symbolic means is always the transcendence of the symbol. The moment a symbol becomes fixed does it become not liberating, but stultifying, deceptive, a blind alley. And since no people known to us is more reliant upon the symbolical than the ancient Egyptian, it is only natural that both dynamic and fixed aspects of the symbolic should manifest in that land. 1. And thus it is that we now focus upon the functions, and the inherent dangers, of such a reliance upon symbolization, for the symbolic, after all, is the form through which the initiatory tradition is realized. The symbolic must necessarily be at the center of an initiatory path, precisely because, as the word suggests, an initiatory path is the inception of an arc, and at the inception point, as at each successive stage, language cannot fully convey the next higher point, or perspective, it can only suggest its nature by means of encoded statements, relevant only within a traditional context, though expressive of universal truth. 2. As one initiates movement toward encompassing a higher perspective, each stage embracing all those previous to it, that which is next higher can only be hinted at. The symbolic allows us to gain an intuitive apprehension of things celestial, of the transcendent order. In this regard, it is of especial interest to note the words of Dionysius, the Areopagite, who in fact aided the transmission of the ancient Egyptian, and the Neoplatonic stream which followed upon the former into Christianity. Said Dionysius. 115. 116. Theoria, Initiation and the Symbolic. If anyone suggests that it is disgraceful to fashion base images of the divine and most holy orders, it is sufficient to answer that the most holy mysteries are set forth in 2 modes. 1 by means of similar and sacred representations akin to their nature, and the other to unlike forms designed with every possible discordance. 3. In fact, says Dionysius, discordant symbols, unlike that which they represent, are more appropriate to divine things. Why is this so? Because, says Dionysius, the human mind tends to cling to the form of representations, and thus, for instance, conceptualizes that the celestial intelligences are some kind of golden beings, or shining men flashing like lightning. But lest this error befall us, the wisdom of the venerable sages leads us through inharmonious dissimilitudes, not allowing our irrational nature to become attached to those unseemly images. The divine is likened to wild animals, like the lion, or the panther, or the raging bear deprived of its young, or to fragrant ointment, or even to a cornerstone or to a worm, in order that divine things may not be easily accessible to the unworthy, nor may those who earnestly contemplate the divine symbols dwell upon the forms themselves as final truth, and this because these symbols themselves form a kind of celestial negation, which is the truest form of representation. All this is of course directly related to the most profound reason for employing discordant symbols for the divine, that is, not only do such symbols manifest the coincide ntia oppositorum which marks the transcendent, but what is more, they force one to disregard the material representation, to transmute it into a higher, celestial form. Discordant symbology demands that one not cling to the physical. We can of course immediately see the implications that this observation has for ancient Egyptian and even ancient Greek mythology. For this insight allows us to see that it is precisely those images which to a modern eye appear so incongruous, such as the dismembering of Osiris, or incest amongst the various gods, or emasculation, are precisely those which convey in disparate terms the highest truths, inaccessible so long as one clings to materialistic preconceptions. The dismemberment of Osiris, for instance, refers to the irradiation of the divine throughout phenomenality, the incest of the gods refers to their self-generating power, and so forth. Materialistic preconceptions were not, by and large, a difficulty for the ancient Egyptians, however, rather the tendency of the previous era, to which ancient Egyptian culture belongs, was to cling to subtle relationships, and to ignore the Theoria, Initiation and the symbolic. 117. Completely transcendent, whereas the chief tendency of modernity is to be blind to all but the most gross aspects of things. 4. Now there can be no question that irradiative symbolism was quite natural to the ancient Egyptians, as indeed to all traditional cultures. It 5. In fact, a mark of the falling away from symbolical understanding. That one has to be told of its meaning, as Dionysius felt compelled to do. But to an ancient Egyptian, to explain such a thing would be most odd, rather like placing another head upon one's own, a fact which itself suggests something of the gulf between modernity and antiquity, and which lends an indication as to why an initiatory tradition that was almost completely based upon the initiatory nature of the symbolic should have difficulty in surviving. This aside for the moment, though, let us continue our consideration of what Dionysius calls similar dissimilitude, for, says Dionysius, the lion typifies the celestial intelligence's power of sovereignty, strength, and indomitability, and the ardent striving upward toward the most hidden, ineffable, mysterious divine unity, and the lion's covering of his footprints with his tail signifies the mystically modest concealment of the way leading to divine unity through divine illumination. The footprint is a particularly apt symbol for the divine inasmuch as it so perfectly symbolizes the interpenetration of the seen and the unseen, the real and the irreal. 5. Correlatively, the fury of a beast signifies an echo of the divine rigor, the desire of a beast is an echo of the divine mercy, irradiating outward. Even anger and desire are themselves, in an attenuated and reflective way, manifestations of the divine. Through similar dissimilitude one is able to see how even the lowest reflects the highest, the universal love of the divine. Essentially, nothing is without divine symbolism. In fact, to the ancient Egyptian, who lived in a world in which everything reflects the divine, in which the very land around him is seen to be an image of the paradisal realms, and for whom every animal, every plant, every stone and gem bore its sacred significance, to such a one it would not be difficult to understand the statement that everything has a sacred meaning. Indeed, in such a culture, daily life itself is quite literally initiatory, a constant reinforcement and reiteration of sacred meanings and ramifications. Bringing water from a well mirrors the divine bringing forth of the celestial waters, the coming of dawn mirrors the inception of a new cycle in Nbra. Following the path of a god is to be that god. And in fact, to be the god, to not only mirror, but to attain complete. 118 Theoria, Initiation and the Symbolic. Identification with the god, with that state of consciousness, was the aim of initiatory ritual as such. The degree of initiation varies according to the completeness or height of this identification. The most exoteric or outward realization, remembering where the god was dismembered, say, is not divorced from this aim of ultimate union, it simply lies near the beginning of that arc or transit of the being which culminates in its own transcendence. To more fully understand this arc in initiatory ritual terms, we turn again to the Orient, in which the process of ritualist initiatory deification, union with the state of the god, was preserved, not only in invocatory chants, as in Egypt, but in explicated stages. We turn, in this case, to that profound mystical union called the Sahajiya, a practice found both in Buddhism and Hinduism alike. In Sahajiya the initiate approaches and unites with a holy woman, Nayaka, by degrees, the aim being Mahesukha, or the great bliss, this being in fact the very state of a god. Even though the conclusion of the initiatory ritual is ritualist sexual union, it has nothing to do with sexuality as generation. Indeed, quite the antithesis, since emission is not its end, for in truth, the maithuna, or sacred marriage, Greek, hieros gamos, 6 has no conclusion, being itself entirely initiatory or inceptive. In the Nayaka Sadhanatika, commentary upon spiritual discipline with women, the ritual is described as consisting in 8 parts, the first of which is sadhana, the development of concentrative power and liturgical irradiation, after which follows smarana, permeation of consciousness, literally, remembrance, from smr, to remember. Instinct with tradition, in Sanskrit. 7 Then comes aropa, etymolo. Chikli arupa, or formlessness, implying the transcendence of the material realm, externalist, it signifies the realization of qualities in the contemplative subject, after which follows the offering of flowers. and incense to the Naika, who is being realized as the goddess, Manana, which consists in the extension of concentration on the woman as goddess through the day and night, then dhyana, or absorption, puja, or worship, in which the Naika is bathed, signifying ritual purity, and metaphysically, the entry into the upper waters. She then receives offering as the goddess herself. Finally, one has the culminative stages, in which the yogi is completely absorbed in invocation, and in which the yogi and the yogini unite as gods, embodying the unconditioned state of the gods themselves, conceiving, in the reproductive, not mental, sense, a transcendent union which has no end, precisely in that act, which, when not ritualized in this way over the period of even a number, Theoria, initiation and the symbolic of years, is the act of primal ignorance, desire, and enslavement to the temporal par excellence. One can in fact think of no other ritual initiatory act which more clearly illustrates the unity of samsara and nirvana, of the irreal and the real, for here, now, in the very mire of the realm of desire, appears the divine flower. Now the mysteries have, in relatively recent times, dating, that is, from the Greco-Roman period, been affiliated with orgies, in part because of their relation to the cyclic observances of spring and autumnal equinoctial points, and to the relation of these to fertility, and also of course because observance of the mysteries took place at night, and, when the culture was no longer able to remain completely unalloyed, to some degree in secret. However, we must stress here that the hidden nature of an initiatory tradition is not exclusionary, but rather necessary in the nature of things, since the religious path must always be trodden by each for himself, though there is a public manifestation of the mysteries, the gradation is always pyramidal, culminating in the solitary flight of the alone to the alone. But the affiliation with the orgiastic, while no doubt arising from ancient festivals which served to enhance the natural currents of fertility through the land, 9 without question masks the more transcendent path toward the complete union with the state of the god or the goddess. The orgiastic festivities acted toward the preservation and enhancement of the land and the culture, furthering the lung men, or dragon currents, the sexual yoga described earlier, on the other hand, arising in a land thus harmonized, seeks to attain transcendence of the realm of generation itself. Aberrant modern notions of prudery and license have little place in the traditional culture, in which sexuality is not repressed, but channeled toward the prosperity of the land and the people, and ultimately toward its own transcendence. This breadth of ritual embrace extends also to the nature of the ancient Egyptian gods and goddesses, who are so multifold as to defy even the most dogged of modern commentators. Isis, Regina Coeli, as we have seen, has so many forms and meanings as to be indefinable, which is after all exactly the point. She is, like all gods, dynamic, not a single static form, images and symbols only suggesting different aspects of her. No, to understand the nature of the symbolic one must recognize that it can only suggest an aspect of the dynamic, fluid powers of life. The symbol is inevitably a means toward its own transcendence, an opening into a wider state of understanding. 120 Theora, initiation and the symbolic. That of which the symbolic is an expression cannot be fixed, and therefore any symbol must always be an entry point, never an absolute. Hathor, Bast, Isis, Neith and Ament are all credited individual characteristics and symbols, but all merge into one another. Each is at different times affiliated with the divine cow, with the origin of all things. And so, before examining the relation of the symbolic to the various divinities, which is to say, to the divine, we shall first make some observations upon the nature of one of these. Net, or Neith, in order to suggest something of the nature and meaning of all the myriad gods. One can, after all, only reach the universal by passing through particularities. It was, as many will remember, Plutarch who ascribed to Isis the famous inscription I am everything which hath been, and which is, and which shall be, and there hath never been any who hath uncovered my veil. 10 To this inscription Proclus added the words Net, mighty mother, who gave birth to Ra, net erdmut mes Ra, a phrase which is, as Budge and others have noted, very close indeed to the original Egyptian invocational inscriptions. 11. In any case, Net, or Neith, like Hathor, with whom she is indivisible, is said to be simultaneously mother and daughter of Ra, by which symbolism her transcendence of all sexuality is emphasized. Net, or Neith, is only goddess of ancient Egypt who is neither male nor female, but self-produced, and her giving birth to Ra is itself a metaphysical symbol, a mystery of great subtlety and power. By being at once mother and daughter, the breadth of that state which is Neith is indicated, beyond and yet within temporality, a state which is yet further clarified by the implications of the word net itself, which is a play upon the word for being, or existence, in Egyptian ent, or entet, showing the crescent moon beneath the waters. The former signifying the sublunary realm, the latter signifying the plenipotentiality of temporal existence. Net, or Neith, is thus quite properly attributed the words I am all which hath been, and which is, and which shall be, for she is in fact the plenipotentiality of existence itself. Yet more, the name Net is without doubt connected to the word netet, meaning to knit or to weave, and simultaneously netter, which means not only star or constellation but implies all the subtle resonances of what one might well call Pythagorean harmonies, irradiating through being. As Schwaller de Lobis says, Theoria, Initiation and the Symbolic. The aim of the superior man, the desired goal, is to enter consciously into divine harmony. The netters are the expression of this harmony. They order affinities, command concordances, give rise to forms and signatures, and exercise authority over the phases of becoming and of the return to the source. They manifest life. 12. We can see, then, how it is that the sign of Net is that of the weaver's shuttle upon her headdress, for Net is the totality of the netters, and transcending them, she is that of which they weave, and she is the weaver, she is father of fathers and mother of mothers. She is the very origin of being, and being itself, her powers extend through the formal and subtle realms, and hence she is said to pass morning and night making protection, sa, for that which is in me. Now sa is in hieroglyphics an octifold knot signifying the power over death, and trying the individual to his origin, which is in fact precisely one function of the netters. In this last regard, we must note that even though Amen-Ra is termed the highest of the gods, nonetheless he is the son of Ament, the most ancient goddess. As Ament, she bestows virtual liberation. As Persephone, she proffers fertility and prosperity. 13. Now another name for Net is Rat, Ra with the feminine determinative T, she who wears the crown of the north. 14. And bears in each hand the symbols of water, signifying power over the watery ignorance of the sublunary sphere. The water symbols also signify, though, the primordiality of Net. She is the originary source, and bears in herself all possibilities of existence. Hers is the weaving of the fates, true, yet she contains not only past, present and future, but the plenipotentiary of all possible other existences as well. It is this, in part, which is signified by that ceremony alluded to by Herodotus, in which, at the city Sais, after the rites of the day, all do Jehu do honor to the night, placing in every corner of the ear house an infinite number of tapers and candles, the custom not being only kept at Sais, but spread and scattered throughout the whole region. But for what end this night is held solemn by lighting of lamps, a certain mystical and religious reason is yielded which we must keep secret. 15. Without perhaps completely divulging that certain mystical secret, we may observe that the lighting of the lamp simultaneously symbolizes the penetration of the primal light through the darkness of 122 Theoria, Initiation and the Symbolic Nescience, and the appearance of the manifest realms from the unmanifest. It signifies, then, our appearance in or from the light, and, simultaneously, our return to it. The primordial light is always there, it is simply a matter of our degree of perception or realization. There is also, in the lighting of the lamps, a close parallel with the Japanese Obon festival, which is to say, with the recognition and channeling of the forces of the dead, of the fathers, Pedro. 16. The symbolic is, as we can see from these instances, not something which can happily be discussed in the abstract, save in establishing general rules, rather, it is intuited from one's inherent understanding, leading one ever higher by means of specificity, to its own transcendence, which breaking through is always the lightning of delight. We have had to pursue the symbolism of Neith, and of the subordinate netters, however briefly, not only because of her primordiality, but because in discussing the symbolic one must have something upon which to focus, and Neith, as mother of the gods, is the most irradiative of foci, being in her very nature ament, embracing the lesser and the greater mysteries, Persephone, Diana, and the mother of the Sunday. But each form of initiation has its requisite symbology, from the cold and clayey path of Persephone to the glad groves of Aphrodite. 17. And the aim of each is the return to the origin. Indeed, this is the very meaning of the word Eleusinian. Says Hippolytus, the mystery is called Eleusis and Anactorian because we, the spiritual, come from above, streaming down from Adamus, for Eleus est high is to come, and Anactorian from Anagest high, leading back is to return above. This return is that of which those initiated into the great mysteries of Eleusis speak. The law is that those who have been initiated into the lesser mysteries, should then be further initiated into the great. For greater deaths do greater lots obtain. 18. Now the function of the lesser mysteries is the restoration of stability, of fertility, virility, and strength to one's life, in order that one may be a fit vehicle to receive initiation into the greater, about which it is said that the Hierophant, in the night, at Eleusis, solemnizing the great ineffable mysteries, when the bright light streams forth, cries aloud, saying that Our Lady hath brought forth a holy Son, Brimo. Theoria, initiation and the symbolic, hath given birth to Brimos, that is, the strong to the strong, the self-born, Athene, to the self-born. 19. The lesser mysteries imply the preparation of the vehicle, and the greater are its employment in the giving birth to the new self, which is to say, in the progressive deaths which manifest in greater lots, as Heraclitus had it in the fragment quoted earlier. As we observed before, one's lot in the other world proceeds inversely to one's attachment to the present realm. 20. All of the symbolism of the initiatory mysteries, from the scepter to the epoptic ear of wheat, to the bestial sigils, not as preludium to this rebirth, for which in fact they exist, for this breaking through into the celestial light. The scepter signifies power, the ear of wheat signifies celestial nourishment, and the lower waters imply the ignorance from which upper waters, being celestial bliss, are free. All symbols, in the initiatory tradition, exist in order to further the passage from the lower to the higher waters. It will by now have been noted that we have drawn freely upon that which remains of the Greek mysteries, the reason for which is simply that the Greek were a continuation of the Egyptian, as indeed Christianity was an attenuated reflection of both these. In each case, though, there was an exfoliation of the initiatory symbols, phrases and rites outward into society, in compensation as the spirit left. Of the Egyptian mysteries we know little because nothing needed to be written down as to meaning, all being implicit in the hieroglyphs, or in oral transmission. Of the Greek we know more, and of the Christian all is in writing, but in the same proportion the mysteries themselves vanished, bitterly opposed by men like Irenaeus, Tertullian. In brief, we see in this arc downwards, the result of ever greater attachment to the form, to the literalization of the symbolic. In the ancient Egyptian, and even in the Greek mysteries, initiation consisted in the worship, which is to say the realization of the Great Mother, and through her, birth into that state of transcendence termed Ra. But as time went on, this great birth became fixed, delimited into single incarnation of Christ, thereby externalized. Yet the Christian revelation carried within it much of the symbology of the initiatory mysteries. And it is only the profanations of the modern era, with the advent of behavioralism, psychologism, and all the myriad other mechanistic manifestations of the present time, that the understanding and transmission of the symbolic is wholly lost. The ancient Egyptian could 124 Thor1a, Initiation and the symbolic. Think and understand through revelatory hieroglyphs. Modern man tends to think, by and large, through binary codes. Yet the latter is implicit in the former, for this is the fundamental weakness of the Western tradition, this tendency toward attachment to fixation of the symbolic. The Egyptian tradition relied altogether too much upon ritual transmission, instead of on yogic experientiality. The individual path. The reliance upon symbology allowed the entire culture to participate, allowed the irradiation of the mysteries, but at the same time, it paved the way for the literalization of those symbols. And finally for the blindness and confusion of the present era. But all the while the symbolic remains as it is, shimmering, irradiative, universal, beckoning us toward our own transcendence. Chapter 3. Praxis, Initiation and Work. Ancient Egypt was, as we discussed earlier, without question a traditional culture, with all that such a designation entails. Indeed, one can with justification say that she was enveloped in the swathe of tradition, in its irradiative light, to a degree little realized during the present cycle, for her continuation consisted in the transmission of ritual symbology and ceremony on the order of the Vedic, with both the benefits, a wider embrace, and the dangers, fixation of ritual and symbol, that such a transmission implies. As a result, ancient Egypt was specially suited for the continuation of an initiatory tradition based upon one's given work, be it a craft or otherwise. In fact, it is not only natural, but necessary that this be so, not only because one's calling provides the perfect foothold or entry point for the realization and transcendence of the self, but because this perfecting of oneself through one's calling simultaneously unites and perfects the culture as a whole. The perfection of oneself is the perfecting of the culture as a whole, and vice versa. It is upon how this is so that we shall now focus. Without needing to dwell on the point, we can begin by observing that the traditional culture is always and everywhere that culture which allows each individual to follow that path into which he was born to its fruition. There is in that culture no sense of false liberty, in which one's work is treated as a commodity, of merely quantitative valuation, as though the labor of one's hands were a mere external object, and not a qualitative creation, an expression of oneself, as though one's calling could be changed as easily as one changes one's clothes. No, rather, one's life work is in the traditional culture recognized to be sacred, it is one's svadharma, or sacred starting point, and must be fully realized in order to be transcended. Liberation comes not through evasion of one's central function in life, but in bringing it to realization, and passing beyond it. It is this which accounts for the regality, the unutterable dignity, possessed by the statues of kings and queens of both ancient India and ancient Egypt alike. These are beings who have fully realized their 125. 126 Praxis, Initiation and Work potentialities, and who gaze out upon the centuries with a power and nobility virtually beyond the pale of the insecure, confused modern. This nobility, this ability to bear one's condign suffering with infinite strength, is the direct concomitant of knowing, truly knowing who and where one truly is, to have realized one's purpose, one's function. No one who looks upon the faces of the lineage of kings, or upon the faces of the Amerindian noble savages preserved to the present, can deny this. 1. Now it may be objected, by those unfamiliar with the nature of a traditional culture, that the king might well have realized this state. But what of the man in the field? What of the laborer, the craftsman? Such an objection, however, belies a gross misunderstanding of tradition, for as a Ceylonese proverb has it, take a plowman from the plow, and wash off his dirt, and he is fit to rule a kingdom. Of the Ceylonese Knox said their ordinary plowmen and husbandmen do speak elegantly, and are full of compliment. And there is no difference between the ability of speech of a countryman and a courtier too, and the same is true of any traditional culture, that is, everyone in that culture turns inward toward the common centrum, as all things orient toward the pole of existence, toward the sun, and, upon whatever strata of society, realizes simultaneously his own function, and the perfection of that culture, so that everyone is possessed of that serenity and dignity, which can only come from self-realization. Were better to begin the perfection of one's own state, and the perfecting of the world round one, than with that craft into which one was born. After all, it is only natural that the initiatory path should begin with the crafts of the people, for what better opportunity is there for that constant attentive concentration which is the mark of religious praxis than one's daily work? Every figure carved is become a holy figure, every field plowed recapitulates the primal breaking of the earth. 3. Every work of art, every craft, recapitulates creation itself, the ordering of the cosmos. These are the lesser mysteries, those initiatory paths which begin in the various crafts. They culminate in a state of primordiality, in which the individual has reached the fullness of his potential upon this earth. In terms of formal manifestation. Now by fullness we mean, of course, not only the perfection of the craft. It goes without saying that the work is revelatory of the divine, but the worker's life is ethically pure as well. For this is the Osirian path, which is to say, that of karmic perfecting, and thus we read in the Book of Respirations. Praxis, Initiation and Work 127. Come Osiris. Thou dost enter the hall of the two goddesses of truth. Thou art purified of all sin, of all crime. Stone of truth is thy name. Hail to the Osiris N. Name of the deceased. Thou, being very pure, dost enter the lower heaven. The two goddesses have purified thee in the great hall. Purification has been made to thee in the hall of Seb. Thy members have been purified in the hall of Shu. Thou seest the Ra in his setting. Thou dost enter the horizon with the Sunday 5. We may first of all note that the emphasis here is upon ritual purification of the deceased, Osiris N, and it is to this that the references to the various halls refers. Each of the halls, in ancient Egyptian architecture, recapitulates a functioning of the cosmos, of the subtle reality, and through ceremonies held within them, accomplished with the same ritual perfection a craftsman applies to his work, the initiate would reach a state of fullness. This fulfilling of potentiality is not, of course, as certain Gnostic sects are reputed to have thought, the actual living out of all potentiality, 6, but rather the realization of a primordial state which encompasses all possibilities. The two names, Osiris and N, that of the initiate, are merged, because through the fruition of his initiation the disciple becomes identified with the God, and this purification takes place thus in the three worlds, those being that of the two goddesses, earth, of the hall of Seb, subtle realm, and of the hall of Shu, sky, or the principal realm. Through this purification, one is able to enter the lower heaven, which is to say, as we observed earlier, Amentet, at that point of the arc of Ra which intersects with the realm of Osiris in the west. Thou dost enter the horizon with the Sunday. It ought not be thought, incidentally, that the creation of an eternal self in the lower heaven, a self which is in fact the resurrection, the revelation of one's true self, is in fact the creation of some being. It is, rather, the revelation of a vehicle more durable as it were than the fleeting temporal self, but still none the less to be finally revealed as identical in its essence with the origin, into which not only all beings, but all the gods including Ra ultimately return. The point of merger of this eternal self is the point of Osirian identification with Ra in the west, which is to say, at the end of a given manvantara, or cycle. Praxis, Initiation and Work 128. I have not caused pain. I have made no man to suffer hunger. I have made no one to weep. I have done no murder. I have not added to the weights of the scales, to cheat the seller. I have not repulsed the divine in his manifestations. I am pure. I am pure. I am pure. 7. The triune repetition of I am pure refers to purity in the three worlds. Which is to say, in the realms of formal and non-formal manifestation, over which Osiris has sway especially. That last line, I have not repulsed the divine in his manifestations, is the key to the passage. For what are those manifestations of the divine, but everything in the cosmoi? To repulse the divine is to view it as separate from oneself. And this it is which causes one to steal, to lie, to destroy. And it is this which is one's last judgment. Who would do these things if they truly recognized the non-dual nature of reality? In this regard, we might recall the gospel saying of Christ that which ye do to the least of these, ye do to me. 8 For it refers to this same unitary reality. This, then, is the negative side of initiation, the avoidance of unethical thought and action, to commit which is indeed to separate oneself from the divine. Ethical behavior is foundational to the positive aspects of initiation, which without the former cannot exist. But what of the positive side? Of that we have already seen some reference, but it is necessary here to focus upon it, for as is written in the Book of Respiration, by virtue, at all events, this vehicle, the so-called eternal self, is revealed through ritual praxis extended throughout one's life, for to walk upon earth with absolute concentrative power is to walk thus in the Osirian heaven, to eat thus here is to eat there. The point of ceremonial praxis extended through one's life is not only to perfect one's life upon earth, but in truth to reveal one's transcendent, or angelic counterpart, which is ultimately more oneself than oneself, more real than that contingent passional being we call I. The initiation into the lesser mysteries, then, is possessed of a twofold nature, which is to say that it is at once negative and positive. On the negative side is of course ethical purity, which consists in the moral perfection of the individual, including the abstention from lying, stealing, cheating, killing, or otherwise committing acts disharmonious to the self, the culture, and the cosmos. It is this to which the Book of the Dead refers in the introduction to Mahdi, which reads, in an exhaustive list: Praxis, Initiation and Work. 129. Of affiliation with Osiris. Thy soul doth breathe forever and ever. Thou art divinized with the souls of the gods. Thy heart is the heart of Ra. Thy members are the members of the great god Osiris. 9. Moreover, thou seest with thine eyes. Thou hearest with thine ears. Thou speakest with thy mouth. Thou walkest with thy legs. Thou seest the rays of Ra. 10. First of all we must note the preeminence of breath, both in this quotation, and in the work as a whole, the significance of breath being exactly parallel to that of prana in the Taoist and yogic sense, that is, it is the vital force, the chi of the individual and of the cosmoi. It is through this, through breath, that the alchemical transmutation of the being is effected, the culmination of that transmutation being the ability to see, to hear, to speak, and to walk, the order of the acquisition of faculties not without meaning here, in the celestial realm, which is to say, in the western paradise of Osiris. It is this which is in Taoist alchemy called the creation of the celestial fetus, and is therefore a state of virtual liberation, since even in this very life, one realizes existence in the celestial realm virtually. 11. This is of course not complete transcendence, but rather an intermediary state, one which is indeed strictly speaking paradisal. 12. In which realm spirits are embodied, and bodies spiritualized. It is instructive to here observe the words of Ibn Arabi. On that earth there exist forms of a marvelous race, who stand at the entrances to the avenues, and dominate this world in which we are, its earth, its heaven, its paradise, and its hell. When one of us wishes to penetrate this other earth, one must practice gnosis and solitude outside one's fleshly temple. He encounters the forms that by divine order stand watch at the entrances. One of them comes to the new arrival, clothing him in appropriate dress, taking him by the hand, and walking with him through his earth, and they make of it what they will, that is, see. According to the degree of initiatory gnosis, he passes by no praxis, initiation and work. 130. Stone, no tree, no village, nothing whatsoever, without talking to it as he wishes, as with a companion. They have different languages, but this earth gives all who enter it the understanding of all languages spoken on it. When he wishes to return, his companion accompanies him to the place he entered, he removes his dress, and departs from him. 13. This state of unity with Osiris is of course a limited one, though far less so than the corporeal state, but it bears within it the heart of Ra, which is to say, the potentiality for its own transcendence in the Mysterium Magnum. But indeed, strictly speaking, even the state of Ra is limited in so far as one can give name and delimitation to it. The path of Osiris is that of Karma Marga, of works; the path of Ra, which is to say the Horian path, is equivalent to Jnana Marga, or effective realization of superformal states. At all events, we can see that the lesser mysteries, which involve the preparation of the being in formal states of manifestation, are a preparation for the transcendence of those states in an arc which passes beyond the celestial, or paradisal existence as well. Now just as the crafts, through concentrative power, act as a focal point and entry into the mysteries, so also may the arts also act. Indeed, the words arts and crafts are from a traditional perspective interchangeable, and it is only the modern wish to valorize the former at the expense of the latter which distinguishes them. For instance, to demonstrate the futility of a distinction, is a stone carver, from whose tools manifest the magnificent carvings at Dendera, replete with religious significance, an artist or a craftsman. Every craft is, in its own transcendence, an art. This is true of every path, of every kind of work, but is especially so of those which depict transcendent reality in either images or words, for these act as meditative supports. They allow one to see and hear of the transcendent states of being, thus orienting one toward their realization. And this is, after all, the aim of all the arts, to allow one to glimpse the nature of a celestial state of being which, later, one can experientially realize through the mysteries, or through yogi praxis. 14. We can thus see why it is that the various arts are given an exalted place within the traditional culture, for they represent the establishment of temenos, of sacred space, upon the earth. But simultaneously, we can see that ultimate aim of the arts is not this delineation, but an expansion of this celestial vision everywhere. A. Praxis, Initiation and Work 131. Return to the primordial state, the fruition of the being. The arts is a means of establishing temenos, or sacred space, is the understanding of a fallen culture, for in the most ancient and pristine cultures, there is no arbitrary delineation of art and daily life, rather, the latter is itself exalted, as much a manifestation of art as the carving upon the temple wall. The function of the carving is after all to reflect the nature of life lived simultaneously upon terrestrial and celestial earth. It is to remind one of that which one has, through the fall, forgotten, which is to say, to remind one of one's celestial origin, which has never vanished, but only remained dormant as one sleeps in ignorance. In the traditional culture, daily life is itself an art form, of which the various arts are simply intensifications, be it the art of the tea ceremony, of the sword, or of weaving. Now one must not conceptualize the celestial earth, thinking that it is elsewhere, when in fact the celestial earth is always here, now, in this very instant. Everything, in all instants, is engaged in a state of continuous ascension, in the return to the source. Simply because, due to the nature of temporal cycles, our senses have hardened, does not mean that even so, every realm does not interpenetrate with every other. And what is more, that influences of a supertemporal or eternal order cannot, as in the case of Khidr, the hidden initiator of Islam, to name one example, penetrate and affect temporal beings through a kind of vertical axis cutting through horizontal existence. Strictly speaking, no initiation can take place without this penetration of the supratemporal into phenomenality, which is to say without the laying bare of that which is latent within, but encased within existence. Says Heidegger, who near the end of his life said many things which bore witness to his proximity to traditional teachings, not least of which is the striking parallel between his thought and Hawaiian Buddhist teaching. 15. Earth and sky, divinities and mortals, being at one with one another of their own accord, belong together by way of the simpleness of the united fourfold. Each of the four mirrors in its own way the presence of the others. This appropriative mirror play of the simple onefold we call the world. 16. What is more, in saving the earth, in receiving the sky, in awaiting the divinities, in initiating mortals, dwelling occurs as the fourfold preservation. 132. Praxis, initiation and work of the fourfold. What we take under our care must be kept safe. 17. Mortals dwell, he says, in that they initiate their own nature, into the use and practice of this capacity, so that there may be a good death. Saving the earth means in fact liberating the earth in order that it may be as it is in reality. Is this not the essence of the lesser mysteries? This is in fact the nature of all the arts and crafts, which are termed the lesser mysteries not in a pejorative, but in a preparatory sense, being the revelation of the celestial in the terrestrial, and a necessary foundation so to speak for the realization of yet more transcendent states. Says Ganon, there is no true initiation, even in the most inferior and elementary degree, without the intervention of a non-human element, which is the spiritual influence regularly communicated by the initiatory rite. 18. But we may here go further than this and say that the initiatory rite nurtures and guides the individual through the praxis of his given craft or art, the mastery of which is transmitted from master to disciple since time immemorial, to the expansion of that art into the realization of the full potentiality of being in its primordial plenitude prior to differentiation into societal fragmentation. This latter state is one of complete, spontaneous freedom. To cite a modern instance, it appears in the tea ceremony for the Buddha, which is performed only by the most experienced of tea masters, and indeed, even to their students the freedom may appear as mistakes, when it is really the play of a being fully realizing the plenipotentiary inherent within not only that form, but existence itself. The gods and other beings also attend that ceremony, in countless numbers, and so it was also in ancient Egypt. This accounts for the fascinating power of the traditional arts, which invoke our attention by their concentrating power, beauty, and serenity. They are the transmutation of this earth into its celestial, which is to say, its truer reality. We have on other occasions made reference to the power of this transmutation, and will here only allude to the Chinese tale of the painter whose painting was so magnificent that he entered it, never to be seen again, testimony to the truth that the creation of a work of art is the revelation, not of merely temporal human existence, or of fantasies woven from it, but indeed, of transcendent possibilities, of virtually limitless scope. 19. There is a profound correspondence between this understanding, and the Buddhist term dharmadhatu, which implies entry into a transcendent field of knowledge. Praxis, initiation and work. 133. Any work of art is ultimately an entry point into the transcendent, revelatory of not only subtle, but celestial beauty and power, and if the given work is not so, it cannot properly be called art at all, but only masquerades as such. All works of art, in other words, are religious, sacred, or nothing. It is this which the statues, friezes, and hieroglyphs of ancient Egypt have to tell us. It is here, and nowhere else, that their secret lies. We might here observe, by the way, that no art opens merely into an imaginative realm which isolates the individual in his own fantasies. This is a romantic fallacy, a tendency of thought inherited from the 19th century, and from the dissolution of the traditional understanding in the West. Rather, art opens one's eyes to a wider vision, a vision which reveals the celestial magnificence and unitary nature of all beings. Every work of art involves the transmutation of the artist, of the audience, and of the entire ambient environs. A grove becomes a different place when it holds a temple, say. Every work of art is, therefore, an existential transmutation and, simultaneously, the result of such a transmutation, that is, it is accomplished under the guidance, visible or otherwise, of one's teacher, and beyond that, of one's lineage of teachers, and its irradiative power is thus a direct function of the degree of the initiatory understanding which created it, born of power stretching back into primordial antiquity. All this leads us, then, quite naturally to the nature of the ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs, and to the creation of the manifold statues, amulets, and friezes which are to be found now throughout the world, due to the dispersion of the Egyptian treasures attendant upon modernity. The hieroglyph is the most direct means by which the art of language is manifested. An hieroglyph is a direct revelation of archetypal reality, of the seed realm, Sanskrit, Alayavihnana, or the realm of form, as Plato called it. To inscribe an hieroglyph is indeed to manifest celestial reality itself, and the same is true, though in a slightly different medium, of creating a statue, or a temple frieze. In all of these can be seen, not temporal fact, but celestial meaning. When, for instance, in the chaplet of victory in the Book of the Dead, we read that Osiris Contamentet hath made thee to triumph over all thine enemies, when we read of the night Osiris was made to triumph over his enemies in the presence of the great sovereign princes, who are in the horizon of Amentet, when we read Horus repeated these words 4 times, and all his enemies fell headlong and were overthrown and cut to pieces, and moreover that this is celebrated in 134 Praxis, Initiation and Work. Millions of festivals, 20 surely only the most obtuse of modern observers could think that historical events were being referred to. Yet even so, many still look for real battles, and real slave sacrifices, not recognizing that the confusion of celestial meaning with temporal fact has plagued moderns for some time, especially with regard to the Mayan, the Aztec, and the ancient Egyptian cultures, these being the most symbologically oriented, and therefore most foreign to the profane modern mentality. 21. The inscription of an hieroglyph, the creation of a scene, with all its geometric irradiative implications. 22 is not, we cannot emphasize this enough, simply an act which exists in and irradiates through time, but a transcendent manifestation, which is to say, an act which irradiates in countless ways throughout time and space, with effects of which the profane mind has no understanding whatever. It is the understanding that the subtle and celestial resonances are invocations which in fact constitutes mastery, in the technical sense, of an art. It is, in this respect, of some interest to consider the changes in ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs from the Old Kingdom to the Middle and New Kingdoms, since the earlier the work under consideration. Generally speaking, the less human figures are to be seen, whereas the later the glyph or frieze in question, the more likely it is to be dominated by human figures, a fact which suggests the increasing self-consciousness of man, and the multiplication of God figures in human form as a kind of balance. This latter tendency is of course to be seen also in Buddhism, in which the earliest artworks are indubitably aniconic, and only later, in concord with the needs of a later era, did anthropomorphic figures of Buddhas and Bodhisattvas appear. 23. At all events, to return to the arts as the lesser mysteries, the natural correspondence is always between the artist, as creator of his work, and the divine, as creatrix of this present realm. Says Proclus, in this regard, as of statues established by the telistic art, some things pertaining to them are manifest, but others are inwardly concealed, being symbolical of the presence of the gods, and which are known only to the mystic artists themselves. After the same manner, the world being a statue, image, of the intelligible realm, and perfected by the Father, has indeed some things which are visible indications of its divinity, but others, which are the invisible impressions of the participation with the Father who Praxis, Initiation and Work 135 gave it perfection, in order that through these it may be eternally rooted in real being. 24. The relation of artist to his work is precisely that of the creative power to creation. 25. Everything in spatiality and temporality yearns for its liberation from that conditionality, and the artist, by invoking and manifesting the divine, acts to bring about that resurrection, which is to say, the opening into freedom. In other words, not only does the artist mirror the manifestation of the cosmos, he shows forth the transcendence of the cosmos as well. The Ars Magna, of course, is the great work, the consummate transmutation of dark matter into shimmering, complete transcendence. Now this liberatory work of art is attained through purification of the self, of the artist, first of all, so that the being can reflect its transcendent origin, and hence we read, in the chapter of knowledge, in the Book of the Dead, this chapter shall be recited by a man who is ceremonially clean and pure, who hath not eaten the flesh of animals or fish, and who hath not had intercourse with women. 26. And what is the virtue of the initiatory knowledge realized by the artist? If this chapter be known by the being, he shall be victorious both upon the earth and in posthumous states, and he shall fulfill all human potentialities. This is a great protac. Tion granted by the God. 27. The artist, through his work, is victorious in life, having realized the potentiality of being, and is victorious after death, for certain posthumous states are already his by right. He lives in the dark earth, in Makath, and yet continuously through his existence as an artist transmutes it into its celestial origin, to use Egyptian symbolism. Writing even upon iron, with lapis lazuli letters, the scripture of life. To invoke a god through a given artwork, after all, requires identification with that god, it requires sanctification and, indeed, unity. This is the secret of all the ancient rites, from theater, which is 136 Praxis, initiation and work, to say Osirian rites manifesting the very gods themselves, to the songs of the poet, to the temple friezes of the painter-engraver. Truly, this is the secret, not only of the arts, but of life itself. It is only through union with anything that it can be truly possessed, be this union through long assimilation, as in living in a given area or ambience, or through the more condensed power of the rite, or through other means. All involve concentrative power, all involve the transmission through tradition of a given mode which channels the power, or one's capacity to receive it. There is one power which circulates throughout the traditional civilization, causing all the works of its citizens to glow with the degree of their realization of it. Initiation is the means by which, through which, it continues to manifest. Without it, society becomes chaos. Fixated upon the merely physical, men retreat into solipsism. Egypt was a culture able to maintain the manifestation of this power through the symbolic, and the consequence of its fragmentation, its loss, was the birth of the modern era. Chapter 4. Praxis, the flame and the flower. Flames, flames, flames. What is the true nature of suffering? What is it that we must pass through in order to truly live? What is living? Throughout antiquity one finds reference to the Jadalakis, or fire worshippers. And interestingly, the fire worshippers were the only ancient sect to be immediately admitted to the Buddhist order without any preliminary period. Why is this so, and what has it to do with our central focus, Egyptian initiation? Let us first look at a mythologem told of Mahakasyapa, the first of the Buddha's disciples, and of the Buddha himself, for from it we shall be able to penetrate yet more deeply into the nature of initiation in ancient Egypt. For in it we see the keynote of initiation itself, that within the very flames of existence is the flower of transcendence found. Now it is said that Mahakasyapa had warned the Buddha that his brother, a Naga or serpent being, and also a fire worshipper, was extremely dangerous, but taking no heed, the Buddha entered the Naga's cave and, seating himself, entered into a state of samadhi. The Naga filled the air with a dense smoke, but the Buddha, deep in meditation, emitted a thicker fog. The Naga began to emit flames, but the Buddha emitted yet greater flames, until the entire cavern was engulfed and outside, Mahakasyapa began to lament the Buddha's death. To his immense astonishment, however, the next morning appeared the Buddha at the cave entrance, with the Naga coiled in his alms bowl. Significantly, the conclusion to this chapter of the manifestation of Buddha-dharma is the so-called fire sermon, in which from a mountain, simultaneously Meru, the cosmic mountain, and all sacred mountains, he demonstrates that the entire universe, all possible cosmoi, are nothing but flames, and that this is because the eyes, the ears, and all manner of perception are themselves flames, transitory. 1. Now all of this is especially meaningful if we consider that Buddhism is very much an initiatory religion, and that throughout its history there runs the fiery apotheosis, be it in cremation ritual, in the self-sacrificial. 137. 138. Praxis, the flame and the flower. Death by fire, to or for that matter, to enter into celestial history, in the dissolution of Gavampati, and later on into himself, into flames upon their entry into nirvana. 3. What is the nature of fire, and particularly of death by fire? Fire signifies the transmutation from one state to another, it signifies purification. Now we can observe here that there are two meanings to fire. On the one hand, there is the fire of samsaric existence, which consists in being split asunder in the constant neurotic attempt to situate oneself securely, in the attempt to maintain the aerial self. The nature of existence as desire is existence in fire, it is the constant pain of burning. But the other meaning of fire is that of the ascetic tapas, of initiatory purification which, within existence itself, consumes one's conceptualizations and illusions. It is this which is meant by the alchemical fire in the belly or at Hanar, it is the sun of existence, irradiating through the individual, through the Hara, which strictly speaking is not the solar plexus below the chest, but that below the navel. The heart is the center of the being, the heart being solar, and the brain lunar, it is true, but the umbilicus is that from which we become manifest, and it is here that initiatory rebirth, which is to say, the dropping away of eye, ear, nose, tongue, body, mind, begins also, in a natural parallelism. For it is through fire that the other elements are conjoined to create light and heat, illumination of the heart and the mind. Fire is, in other words, the means of return to the source, it is sign of that transmutation of which the seal is the transmutation itself. All depends, in other words, upon one's orientation, for if one is turned downward to use Platonic terms, one is caught in indefinite suffering, in the fire of desire, whereas if one is turned upward then by passing through the fire of initiatory suffering one recaptures that serenity and bliss which was once natural to man. All is fire, whether one likes it or not. 5. This unity is suggested also in the Buddhist mythologism with which we began, for the Naga is an extremely important being in Buddhist cosmology, with meanings beyond those we can point to here. 6. Suffice it to say that the Naga is serpentine, cold and wet, manifesting matter at its darkest or most obscure pole, and that the inclusion of fire with the Naga signifies its transmutation into celestial light and heat. Moreover, in the Nagas being coiled in the Buddha's bowl the next morning we see the cosmic crater of creation itself in the Buddha's hands. Praxis, the flame and the flower. 139. Now it is at this juncture that we begin to enter into the ancient Egyptian teachings regarding the Great Fire. In the chapter of the Book of the Dead entitled Sailing in the Great Boat of Ra to Pass Over the Circle of Bright Flame, we read, the Osiris Nu, overseer of the palace, chancellor-in-chief, triumphant, saith, hail, ye bright and shining flames that keep your place behind Ra, and which slay behind him, the boat of Ra is endangered by the whirlwind and storm, shine ye forth then, and make yourselves visible. 7. Later, Osiris Nu continues, I have gathered together for him his manifold parts, I have driven back for him the serpent fiend Apep, I have healed his gashes for him, with my saliva, I have made my road and passed among yet. I have gone forward over the circle of bright flame, which is behind the Lord. Behold, ye who cry out over yourselves, ye worms in hidden places, grant ye that I pass onward, for I am the Mighty One, Lord of divine strength, and I am the spiritual body, Sa, of the Lord of divine right and truth, made by the God as Uhat. His strength which protecteth is my strength, it is the strength which protecteth Ra8. We may first of all point out here the conjunction of serpent, or worms, the latter being fragments, so to speak, of the cosmic serpent, Apep, and fire, so parallel to the Buddhist conjunction of the Naga, an initiatory flame in the Buddhist mythologem related earlier. 9. Although there are of course differences between Apep and the Nagas, nonetheless there is here a clear parallel, both reflecting the same fundamental tendency. Note, too, that in the Egyptian text as in the Buddhist, the flames have the function of slaying, and yet to pass through them, in both cases, is to be granted life anew, transmuted. In the Buddhist instance, of course, the Buddha remains the same completely realized being. By passing through the fire he is simply showing the way for less realized beings, showing the way to their liberation. This is the Lalita Vistara, the play of the Buddha in existence, for the sake of all beings. At all events, let us observe that the flames are said to exist without fire for the initiate, which is to say, they have been realized as part of the being himself, this being the means through which all enemies, or destructive powers, are overcome. 10. By becoming identical with that flame which consumes the cosmoi continually, we transcend it, it is without fire. 140. Praxis, the flame and the flower. This is demonstrated all the more clearly in the chapter entitled of the four flames of the Ku, in which we read that the fire cometh to the Ka, O Osiris, governor of Amenti, the fire cometh to thy Ka, O Osiris Nu, overseer of the palace, chancellor-in-chief, triumphant. He that ordereth the night cometh after the day. It is set in order upon thy brow, O Osiris, governor of Amenti, fixed within thy shrine, it riseth on thy brow. 11. The Ka is the subtle manifestation of the being, and in the final fire, the corporeal and subtle realms are consumed, in order that Apocatastasis, return to the primal perfection, might come to pass. It is to this that the verse he that ordereth the night cometh after the day refers, for the night means the Mahapralaya, or dark sleep of existence, after the cosmic cycle of day, or Ra. Says the verse following: Hail Osiris, governor of Amenti, grant thou light and fire to thee, blissful being which is in Sudanthene, Heracleopolis, and, yet, children of Horus, grant power unto the living soul of Osiris Nu, within his flame. Let him not be driven back from the doors of Amentet. 12. In the fire at the end of time all beings are consumed, returning to their primal, germinal forms, which is to say, to the bliss of non-manifestational realms, to right and truth, and it is this fire which is said to encircle Ra, and through which one must pass in order to enter the bark of Ra. Now this passage ought not be conceived as at the end of history, though such an interpretation is not without some qualified truth, but rather as the fire in this very instant, for this is the initiatory truth. One must, as we observed before, perforce pass through the fire. It is up to us merely whether we do it voluntarily, being transmuted in this very life, or involuntarily, and, in the extreme case, being dissolved by it because so little in our being conforms to that which is to be preserved, though of course the heart of the being, which is real, identical to reality, is not consumed, nor can it be. The fire is upon the brow of Osiris, one cannot help but think of the mark of Cain, and indeed, Osiris is later said to be in his flame. It is this flame, or light and heat, which he grants the initiate, whose flame is simultaneously then his own, and Osiris. It is this which allows entry into Amentet, the state of virtual liberation. As Iamblichus has it, in his De Mysteriis, a purified soul exhibits a fiery praxis, the flame and the flower. 141. Form, in a pure and unmingled fire. But the soul which verges downward draws along with it the signs of bonds and punishments, heavy with material spirits. Every genera in the celestial hierarchy manifest their own flame, the aerial genera exhibit aerial fire, the terrestrial a blacker fire, and the celestial a more splendid fire. And the gods, indeed, exhibit the supreme and most pure causes of the triple order. 13. The flame in question is of an incorporeal light, which is more subtle and more perfect as one ascends, each degree in the hierarchy, containing in itself all the aspects of the lower, save intensified. The intensity and subtlety of the light determine the degree, those beings near earth, which is to say, attached to conceptualizations, blacken the fire, whilst those purified of dross irradiate it with greater and greater force. Now this fire is also at the heart, naturally enough, of theurgy and magic, and hence in a rare treatise by Celsus we read that often celestial fire is made to appear through magic, and then statues laugh, and lamps are spontaneously enkindled. 14. The fire in question is the very fire of life, it is the point at which the incorporeal fire becomes the corporeal, and vice versa, which is to say, it is the means through which manifestation takes place, and through which its transcendence and return to the source comes to pass. We can therefore see why the ancient Egyptians, conformably with the most universal of symbolism, 15 held Ra, the divine sun, to be the most transcendent manifestation of, the most perfect symbol for the real. For the physical sun is but an echo, a reflection of the divine sun, which, passing through the cycle of day and night, yet never changes, nor diminishes, but is only visible or not visible according to temporal perspective. Just so, too, is the divine sun always constant, it is only we who are either aware or unaware of the source of being. The sun is source of all light and life in this realm, and it is only natural to recognize that ultimately everything, all beings, must return into this source, which is to say, into pure light and life, or, if one chooses moral terms, into right and truth. Now the aim of the lesser mysteries is to divinize the initiate, to extend the individuality indefinitely, and to reveal the subtle body with some degree of durability, in order that thy face is illuminated near the sun and thy body is rejuvenated near to Osiris. 16. But the great mysteries allow one to realize identicality with the sun, with Ra, which is to realize the inherent and complete, plenary, self-sufficient, self-motive power of the source. Identicality with the source is marked by 142. Praxis, the flame and the flower. Absolute independence of temporal contingencies, the king is Ra, and Ra the king, so that he moves by himself, he moves by himself. 17. In other words, the arc upwards is the arc through greater and greater independence from the winds and tempests of temporality, of attachment and aversion. It is not coincidence that the name Athene was said to mean self-generated, and as such she was venerated. Parallel with Amentet and, for that matter, Isis, as mother of the gods. 18. For he who is born anew of the mother of the gods is identical with the gods, is he not? This transcendence, however, takes place upon earth. Earth is the determinative point in the initiation of the ark. Hence it is written, at the inception of the litany of Ra, that the beginning of the book of the worship of Ra in the ament, of the worship of Tempt in the ament, universal being. Whosoever comprehends this work, grounded upon the earth, like porcelain figures, at the hour of sunset, that is the triumph of Ra in ament over his enemies. For whosoever has knowledge upon earth, has knowledge after death. 19. That which a man realizes upon this earth, that he is in posthumous states. Gnosis, or experiential knowledge of the transcendent, is in fact realization of that being's potentiality, of those states which are more oneself than oneself. The degree of given knowledge can be ascertained by its freedom from sequentiality, which is to say, from any referentiality whatever. Now it is at this point that we may begin to draw some distinctions, however brief, between the Eastern and the Egyptian traditions. Both are, as are all traditions, descended from an antediluvian era, which is to say, one in which sacred knowledge was manifest to a degree inconceivable now, for us, we who cannot even comprehend the power and meaning of those fragments which remain to us of our own traditions. 20. It has been said that the Egyptian and Western traditions generally have always tended more toward the symbolic, whereas the Eastern tends more toward inward experientiality. Like all generalizations, this has its faults, but if we were to say that the Western traditions tended more toward the exoteric and the Eastern toward the esoteric, the East more toward individual realization, and the West more toward exoteric rites, one would not be far wrong. The Catholic emphasis upon the Mass, as we have seen, has its origin in the irradiation of the mysteries to as many as possible. 21. It is no doubt because of this difference that the Egyptian tradition, Praxis, the flame and the flower 143, itself finally ceased to exist, save through its reflections in Platonism, in Hermeticism, and, of course, and perhaps above all, in Kabbalism and in Christianity. In the East alone did the Mysterium Magnum remain alive, the centrum of entire cultures, and only today, when the world itself is fragmenting, coalescing in chaos, has it become known again in the Occident, part no doubt of that final seeding before the great renewal. And what is the nature of that renewal? What is the sign of the Mysterium Magnum? Is it not flames? Fire, the great apocalypse, reflected even now in our consuming desire? Om Mani Padme Hum, O. She of the lotus jewel, the flower of which and to which the flames give birth. Enter into them joyously, for they portend the loss only of that which besets, portend only the freedom of perfection, of absolute bliss and transcendence, which is not any mere immortality, but is the immortal, not solitary, but solitude, not fullness, but the fullness. The greatest, the supreme mystery is that which surpasses all states of being entirely, including that of Ra, of the Son, of all. It is not Jivan Mutta, or Paramutta, 22 but Sunyata, that pleromatic darkness which is the source of all light, and all plenitude, and all knowledge. May all beings flower within it, within its flame. Chapter 5. Conclusion, Initiation and the Present Era. We have, by now, covered a fairly extensive amount of ground, and it is time that we assess the implications of our discussion. Surely the fundamental question to be asked in this regard is, of what value is knowledge of all that we have discussed, given the abyss between modernity and antiquity? How does initiation, how do the mysteries relate to modern life, to the present? However, the form of such a question ought properly speaking be reversed to say, how may modernity relate to the initiatory mysteries? For truly, it is by the latter, which is a constant, that the former ought to be judged. 4. Although modernity consists in the forgetting of the nature of the mysteries, nonetheless it is in them that the centrum of life is ever to be found, in them that our meaning consists. Initiation is a universal, ever the path to true knowledge, and the distance of the present era from that path is but a measure of the anomalous nature of modernity itself. It is initiation which is central to life, modernity which is but a superfluity, an error in perception. But before we consider how this is so, and how one may enter into the initiatory arc even now, we must briefly note how the permeation of the mysteries through the West took place, and how its loss came to pass. The modern era indisputably has its roots in the Judeo-Christian tradition, which is to say, finally, in that time long ago when a small tribe broke away from the unitary ancient Egyptian culture, that monolithic unity, with all its generosity of symbolism, and we may well say that the history of the West consists in the continuation of that break throughout history. 1. Modernity is an arcade downward and away from traditional culture, of which a signal, and profoundly saddening point was the Christian destruction of the library at Alexandria, Egypt, in which sacking so very much of the ancient Egyptian, Chaldean, not to mention Mithraic, Buddhist, and Hindu influence into the West was obscured, so many invaluable works lost. Yet they were written works. Sign in itself that the living transmission of the mysteries into the 144. Conclusion, Initiation and the Present Era 145. Occident had been if not completely then at least functionally severed. Long before. 2. But at the same time, the Egyptian mystery tradition has continued to influence Western culture profoundly, albeit in an underground manner, not least through the Kabbalah and the Hermetic teachings, both of which directly reflect the Egyptian cosmology. Hermeticism has supposedly of course been disproven to be of Egyptian origin, but whatever its historical relation, its intellectual or spiritual nature is indisputably Egyptian, by virtue of its own self-attribution, and much other internal evidence. Yet the Hermetic literature is not metaphysical, but cosmological. It refers to the transcendent almost exclusively in terms of manifestation, which focuses very much in common with the ancient Egyptian tendency toward the symbolic, rather than toward absolute transcendence. And it is of course no coincidence that the early Christian eremites were known as the desert fathers, living as they did in relative solitude in the Egyptian desert, hence recapitulating at the beginning of this, the era of the fish, the solitude of primordial man in communion with nature and with the real. The beginning of each era or cycle always recapitulates the primal beginning, only to fall further in descent than the previous cycle, which observation has more than a little applicability to our own time when, as in Alexandria, all the truths of antiquity are, for now, at our disposal. 3. The Christian tradition itself continued the mystery tradition, not only through the works of Dionysius the Areopagite and others, whose influence permeated through medieval thought also, and who along with Platonism helped shape medieval Christendom into a comparatively stable traditional culture, but also through the Gospels themselves, which are replete with mystery aphorisms and symbology. From the mustard seed through the fish and the net, through the supreme Christi or Osirian sacrifice, to the worship of the mother of the gods, the Virgin Mary, she who is so akin to Isis. Yet at the same time, each of these continuations represented an attenuation, a narrowing of access. In ancient Egypt, the mysteries were open to all, in proportion as they were able to receive. There was no exclusion, only different degrees upon the same arc. When the Greeks, however, transmitted the mysteries, they were by every account exclusionary, from Herodotus to Diodorus Siculus to Plutarch. The testimony is the same, of this I am not permitted to speak. And the Hermetic and the Christian revelations each represent permutations. Conclusion, initiation and the present era. Upon this theme, Hermeticism being exclusive and esoteric, Christianity being open to all, and therefore seldom if ever realizing the full potential of the mystery tradition latent within it. Esotericism, Hermeticism, exclusivity on the one hand, exoterism, Christianity, and little or no spiritual realization on the other hand. Neither represents the traditional initiatory path, which is open to all, in proportion as they are open to it, and is neither esoteric nor exoteric. Neither exclusive nor a profanation and debasing, but speaks to each at his own level. Essentially, in the foregoing few words, we have sketched the permeation of ancient Egyptian teachings through the West, having pointed out those channels through which it passed. But by definition, this transmission is one of continuous attenuation, from living tradition to mere discursive understanding, to the near blindness of modernity. Yet nonetheless, as Kathleen Rain has pointed out, the continuation of traditional symbology and understanding through Christianity and Hermeticism allows us, even in the present time, to relink with, to realize anew the Sophia Perennis. And in fact, if the modern world is to recover from the delirium of scientism and technologism, from the accelerating confusion of her own inventions, it is necessary first of all that one return to that universal wisdom which lies at the heart of all traditions. If we are to govern our world rightly, we must first enter into the wisdom which allows us to do so. It is this wisdom which once governed an entire culture, from which the Egyptian, the Indian, and the New World cultures sprang, and, whatever the appearance of things, it is toward such a unity that we again move, with greater speed and power than any might anticipate, for attendant upon the dissolution of one world is the creation of another. Our study of the ancient Egyptian mysteries ultimately, as must study of any culture, brings us to the penetration of its form into the reality which is simultaneous amongst all cultures, recognition of which may indifferently be called precognition or remembrance, as one wishes. Entry into the primordial wisdom cannot be accomplished through mere visualization, mere fantasy, for it is not psychological, still less can it be attained through the practice of that magic which draws only upon the residual fragments of Egypt for its own ends. There was, after all, as more than one observer has noted, something fatally flawed in Egyptian culture, in its focus upon the merely cosmological, and what is more, once a transmission has been severed, as that of Egypt has, it. Conclusion, Initiation and the present era 147 cannot be resurrected save under circumstances which today are anything but likely. 4. Initiation depends upon the continuity of tradition, without which transmitted form the latent esoteric content is only recognizable, having lost its vehicle of sacred transmission. The power of the Catholic or Greek Orthodox Eucharist is a result of just such a continuity, without which there is no manifested entryway, or gate into the transmission. It is for this reason that, in both the Corpus Hermeticum and in Iamblichus de Mysteriis one finds warnings against changing the sacred form, particularly the linguistic form, for form and function, exoteric and esoteric are, in praxis, indivisible. Any who claims otherwise is merely divorcing them for the purpose of denaturing them, whatever his protests to the contrary. It is of course possible, in the sense that anything is possible, for one to attain initiatory degrees without formal initiation, but the nature of our present era tends to preclude this, relying as it does so heavily upon sensory foci. People, especially modern people, need dharmic supports for initiatory entry. What is more, tradition and the master-disciple relationship provide guards against error or missteps, which can have vast consequences. There must, then, be a form to transcend, a statement true even of Chan Buddhism. 6. No, the Egyptian mysteries are of value in understanding the nature of primordial wisdom, and in understanding the roots of Western civilization, but they no longer exist as a living transmission. In order truly to understand them, one must enter into one of the remaining spiritual paths, the continuity of which has been preserved through the present day, allowing one to appreciate that which lies inherent in Egyptian and in the Western tradition, to the degree that one can speak of the latter. Far from luring away, Eastern religion, possessing the primordial wisdom in its intrinsic purity, allows one to see that which lies implicit in other traditions as well. It is for this reason that we have in this study drawn so extensively upon Buddhist, Vedantic, and Taoist sources. All true paths lead back to the same primordial source, it is simply a matter of degree of realization and orientation. Yet one must choose one's path and, that path chosen, follow it to the end, which is to say, to the true beginning. Talk of a universal religion is fine enough, but one enters the path through specific symbology and tradition, and there is no other way. 148 Conclusion, Initiation in the present era. All initiation transmutes as one passes through its transmission. Tradition is a mediatrix. Initiate and symbol converge to reveal the immutable origin, and every moment is initiatory, for those with eyes to see. Let us begin. Notes. Part I. 1.1 Introduction. 1. On the one hand, some might object to the value of such study on the basis of diluted evolutionary grounds, the implication being that our society is above the traditional cultures, a supposition which is easily refuted by a comparison of the present chaos and confusion with the harmony and serenity of, say, ancient Egypt. On the other, some might object that one might better let sleeping dogs lie, to which we reply that these pages are intended, not to reinforce the great fall, but to anticipate the great restoration. 2. Our history is but a paltry thing, our modern memory stretching only back as far as written records, so ignoring the vast bulk and past cycles of human history and civilizations. 3. Revelation 3:14, the name Amen being, of course, a name of Ra, the divine Sunday. 4. Herodotus 2. 31.9 to 32.3. 5 cf. Plutarch's De Isis et Osiride, LXVLXXI.5, wherein he heaps derision upon those who maintain this literalist dragging down of divine truths, a tendency which has by no means waned. 6 cf. René Guénon, The Crisis of the Modern World, London, 1945. Corpus Hermeticum, Mead Translation, The Perfect Sermon, XXIV. XXVI. Though some have alleged that the Corpus Hermeticum is of relatively recent date, being of the 1st or 2nd centuries AD, there can be no doubt that that which it transmits does indeed find its origin in ancient Egypt, the latter itself being a reflection of primordial truth. 8 CEA Wallace Budge, The Gods of the Egyptians, London, 1904, 1.167. 11.241. According to Herodotus, 11.142. 10 Diodorus Siculus, 1.43.5-44.3. 11 Budge, OPCIT 91.332. 12 Prasna Upanishad 1.7. 13 Maitri Upanishad v 1.17. 14 Jaiminaya Upanishad Brahmana 3. 10.4. 15 Physics 2.2. 16 Budge, OPCIT 11.333. 149. Notes to pages 118 to 26. 17 cf. René Guénon, Man and His Becoming According to the Vedant. London, 1941, On the Vedantic Teaching of Conditional Liberation. 18 cf. Guy Eden, The King in the Castle, London, 1976, Man as Viceroy. 19 cf. Versluis, Primordiality and the Present, forthcoming. 20 Diodorus Siculus, 1.72.1-5. 21 Chandogya v Upanishad, 8.4.3. 22 See for instance Robert Wilson, The Christians as the Romans Saw Theton. New Haven, 1984. 1.2 Mott. 1 E. A. Wallace Budge, The Gods of the Egyptians, London, 1904. 2 Budge, OPCIT, 1.346. 3 cf. Payne Gala v Upanishad, 4. 18, where it is written it is only so long as the seeker does not attain knowledge of the real that endless ceremonies, observances of purity, prayers, and sacrifices, and pilgrimages, are prescribed by scriptures. 4 Chandogya Upanishad, v.10.1-8. 5 Kausataki Brahmana Upanishad, 1.2, also Chandogya Upanishad, v.10.5. 6 Tale of the Eloquent Peasant, in S. Moran's, Egyptian Religion, Ithaca. 1973, p. 115. 7 Long-lived, here, refers not so much to a temporal longevity as to an indefinite prolongation of individuality in the subtle and celestial spheres, in so far as order and harmony outlasts disorder. 8 Morans, OPCIT, p. 115. 9 Morans, OPCIT, pages 114 to 15. 10 Ibid. 11 Morans, OPCIT, p. 122. 12 Ibid, p. 133. 13 See Chapter 1.6 on the second death in this volume. 14 cf. The two lands in this volume, p. 73. 15 Pyramid Texts, 1775b, SETHE. 16 Sun Tzu, trans. B. Watson, New York, 1963, p. 94. JIB. 17 Chuang Tzu, trans. Gia Fu Feng, New York, 1974, p. 114. 18 Watson trans, OPCIT, p. 138. 19 Isa Upanishad, stanza 3. See also stanzas 9 and 12 in the same Upanishad. And Brihadaranyaka Upanishad April 4, 10 and April 4, 11. The stanzas observe the inadequacy of any antithetical framework, saying those who worship non-becoming, a samhuti, and those who worship becoming, samhuti, all enter into blind darkness. Notes to pages 24 to 34. 151. 1.3 The Primal Ennead. 1. The Key in Thrice Greatest Hermes, trans. G.R.S. Mead, London 1906. 2 158. 2 E. A. Wallace Budge, The Gods of the Egyptians, London, 1904, 1.296 ff. 3 De Isis et Osiride, Lix.4. 4 Budge, OPCITY 11.112. 5 This, the fourth pair of gods in no way contradicts the correspondence of the emanatory triads to the three worlds. They are, like yin and yang, the principal essences inherent within the other syzygies. 6 Budge, OPCITY 1.363. 7 Cf. René Guénon, The Reign of Quantity and the Signs of the Times. London, 1953. 8 Bradaranyaka Upanishad, 2.1.2. 9 Budge, OPCITY 1.347. 10 Budge, OPCITY 1.320. 11 Ibid.yi 324. 12 Diodorus Siculus, 1.83. 1.4 Isis. 1 Le Papyrus de Turin, Plite, Rossi, 1869, pages 31 ff. In E. A. Wallace Budge. The Gods of the Egyptians, London, 1904, 1.360. 2 Ibid. 3 Ibid, pages 131 ff. In Budge, OPCITY 1.361 ff. 4 R. E. Witt, Isis in the Greco-Roman World, Ithaca, 1971, p. 59. 5 Inscribed on the walls of the royal tombs, XLXTH Dynasty, Thebes. Budge. OPCITY 329. 6 We speak in the present tense because the same principial relation between man and God, revealer and revelation, obtains now as in the ancient past. It is only our present incapacity to see which separates us from that ancient and pure unity which are represented. 7 Thrice Greatest Hermes, Trans. Grs. Mead, London, 1906, 1.284. 8 C. Apuleius, The Golden Ass, Book 11. 9 Plutarch, De Isis et Osiride, 14.7, XLIV.4. 10 Pausanias, Description of Greece, Book X, Chapter XXXII.9. 11 The Sistrum of Isis, a sacred rattle which traditionally was said to contain 4 rattles, for the 4 elements, also contain 3 rods which sang the triple chords when the sistrum was moved. Hence the sistrum partook of the fourfold elementarities and of the 3 worlds of Hermetic cosmology. No doubt the 3 chords possessed harmonic and hence simultaneously symbolic significance of a Pythagorean kind. See Plutarch. De Isis et Osiride, LC8th ff. On the sistrum and its symbolism. 152 notes to pages 34 to 48 I. 12 Apuleius, The Golden Ass, Book 11. 13 Mead, Trans. OPCII, 3. 149 ff. 14 Plutarch, De Isis et Osiride, LXIL 1. 15 C. Tran-Tam Tin, Le Culte D9 Isis à Pompeii, Paris, 1964, pi. 14, XLX. 16 Diodorus Siculus, 1.12.3-7. 17 Kuberkatantra, Li. 18 Samkupravakana Sutra, 3.66. 19 A. Avalon, The Serpent Power, London, 1919, p. 346. 20 Ibid, p. 351. 21 The path of Kundali, of Sakti Yoga, is traditionally differentiated from that of Dhyana Yoga, from which the modern Zen Buddhism is derived. Principally because in the former siddhi or powers are accumulated, they path being more gradual, whereas in the latter liberation takes place in a flash, though not thereby denying the necessity of years of training and discipline. 22 Bradaranyaka Upanishad, v.9.1. 1.5 Osiris. 1 Plutarch, De Isis et Osiride, Lx8th.L. 2 Ibid, LXI.L. Note the terms in heaven and on earth, signifying states of being, multiplicity and unity. 3 Ibid, LC8.5. 4 Plato, Timaeus, 9.42-43. 5 Plutarch, De Isis et Osiride, XXVIII.6, XXIX.5. 6 E. A. Wallace Budge, The Gods of the Egyptians, London, 1904, 11.148 ff. 7 Ibid, 11.159 ff. 8 Ibid, 11.161. 9 Ibid, 11.116 It. 10 Marco Pallas, A Buddhist Spectrum, New York, 1981. 11 Budge, OPCIT, 11.141 Also Chapter CLXXV of the Egyptian Book of the Dead. 12 C. Sintamani Sattva of Sri Samkarakarya in A. Avalon, The Serpent. Power, London, 1919. 13 Pyramid Texts, 628b. 14 Labid 62 NC. /4H. 15 CF. Ananda K. Kumaraswamy, on the one and only transmigrant, in The Collected Works of A. K. Kumaraswamy, Princeton, 1978. 16 C. The Diamond Sutra, trans. A. F. Price and Wang Mao Lan, Berkeley. 1967. Number GM. 17 Budge, OPCIT, 1.178. LG. 18 Budge, OPCIT, 1.180. 19 Budge, OPCIT, 1.214. Notes to pages 48 to 57 153. 20 Budge, OPCIT, 1.167. 21 CF. Ocellus Lacanus, trans. Thomas Taylor, London, 1841, p. 69, on the Nature of the Divine Restoration according to Saint-Sus. See also pages 54 to 59. Of this volume on Typhon. 1.6 on the Second Death. 1 Pyramid Texts 1385b and c, italics added. 2 Ibid, 251 AD. 3 Ibid, 251d. 4 Plutarch, on the face which appears in the orb of the moon, trans. A.O. Prickard, London, 1911, pages 44 ff. 5 Ibid, p. 45. 6 C.S. Morans, Egyptian Religion, Ithaca, 1973, p. 193. 7 C.E.A. Wallace Budge, The Gods of the Egyptians, London, 1904, pp. 299 to 300, also Thrice Greatest Hermes, trans. G.R.S. Mead, London. 1906, 1.89. Cf. Also The Chaldea Oracles, ed. L.P. Corey, London, 1832. Kulski, the number 9 is divine, receiving its completion from 3 triads, and preserving the summits of theology according to the Chaldeans, as Porphyry informs us. 8 Henry Corbin, Spiritual Body, Celestial Earth, Princeton, 1972. 1.7 Typhon. 1 Ocellus Lacanus, trans. Thomas Taylor, London, 1841, pages 67 ff. 2 Plutarch, De Isis et Osiride, XLI.3. 3 Ibid, XXX 11.7. 4 It is significant that sulfur is still associated with hell and with the infernal, and not without reason, for fire is none other than purification. And, ultimately, it is towards this end that hell itself exists. 5 It is of value to note the main character of Apuleius' novel The Golden Ass was by enchantment made an ass, a condition for which Isis and Osiris provided the remedy. 6 Plutarch, De Isis et Osiride, XLIX.4-5. 7 The place and meaning of the Titans in ancient mythology is deserving of a study of its own. We have delved into the subject in an essay entitled On Giants, Asuras, Faerie, Pretas and Other Beings Now Unknown, to be published in Avalica, a journal of traditional religion and culture. 8 Plutarch, De Isis et Osiride, XLIX. 4-5. 9 Plutarch, OPCIT, LV.L. 10 Ibid, LV.2. 11 Saint-Sus, On Providence, in Taylor, trans, OPCIT, pages 67 ff. 154 notes to pages 57. 12 Ibid. 13 For an examination of the relation of the debasing of currency to the present era, see René Guénon, The Reign of Quantity and the Signs of the Times, London, 1953. 14 See My Primordiality and the Present Era, forthcoming. 15 See Apocatastasis, in this volume, pages 9-4 ff. 16 Taylor, trans, OPCIT. 17 Ibid. See also, on this subject, Manetho on the Israelites in Ancient Fragments by Isaac Preston Corey, London, 1832, and on the Typhonian city in particular. 18 cf. René Ganon's discussion of the antipathy of the saints to metal, op. Cit. It was said of Sri Ramana, as of Ramana Maharsky, that metal burned his skin. 19 Surely the anti-traditional virulence of our present era could be compared to nothing so well as to the reverse magnetization of iron against the divine current. 1.8 Hermanubis. 1 Plutarch, De Isis et Osiride, XLII.3. 2 Pyramid Texts, 694a. 3 Plutarch, OPCIT, XLIV.3-5. 4 Plutarch, OPCIT, XLIV.5. 5 Ibid, 11. 1-3. Cf. Also Plato's Republic, 11.375. 6 Quoted in Thrice Greatest Hermes, Trans. Grs. Mead, London, 1906. 3 252. 1.9 Ra, The Sun King. 1 3.2.1. 2 3.5.2. 3 S. Radhakrishnan, ed., The Principle of Upanishads, New York, 1953. Commentary upon the Chandogya Upanishad, 111.3,1, Verily yonder sun is the honey of the gods. 4 6. 16. 5 Ibid, 6. 17. 6 Chandogya Upanishad, 3. 12.6. 7 E. A. Wallace Budge, The Gods of the Egyptians, London, 1904, 1.338. 8 6. 4.24. 9 Ibid. 10 Jaiminaya Upanishad Brahmana, 3. 10.4. 11 Physics, 2.2. Notes to pages 68-82. 155. 12 John, 6.6.3. 13 Diodorus Siculus, 1.71, 1-72.1. 14 Ibid. 15 4.3.6. 16 Budge, OPCITY 1.332. 17 Quoted in Radhakrishnan, OPCITYP 593. 18 Bradaranyaka Upanishad, 2.5.18. 19 Radhakrishnan, OPCITYP 547. 20 Diodorus Siculus, 1.25.6-26.5, also Herodotus, 11.142 ff. 1.10 The Two Lands. 1 The name Amen Ra is itself illuminating, Amen, as W. Marsham Adams noted, in The House of the Hidden Places, London, 1895, means the hidden God, while Ra is the manifested God, the divine Sunday. Ra himself, therefore, is twofold, manifested and non-manifest, the latter being beyond human comprehension. 2 E. A. Wallace Budge, The Gods of the Egyptians, 2.5. 3 Lbid.y 2.7-11. 4 Ibid, 11.21. 5 Ibid, 11.22. 6 Ibid, 11.24. 7 Brugsch, Diet. Geography. 1888, p. 118. 8 W. Marsham Adams, The House of the Hidden Places, London, 1895. Pages 63 ff. 9 Lbid.yp 65. 10 Proclus, On the Hieratic Art, trs. Marsilio Ficino, Paris, 1641, 11.868 ff. 11 Ibid. 12 Thrice Greatest Hermes, Trans. Grs. Mead, London, 1906, 1.75. 13 Ibid, 3. 186. 14 Plutarch, De Isis et Osiride, XXXIII. 15 Mead, Trans. OPCITY 3. 158 ff. 16 Ibid. 17 cf. Mead, OPCIT, 3. 156. 18 Bradaranyaka Upanishadi 2.5.5. 19 Apuleius, The Golden Ass, Book 11. 1.11 On Sacred Language and the Hieroglyph. 1 Phaedrus, 275 ff. 2 ibid. 3c, for a discussion of the mysteries as a transmutation of the entire. Notes to pages 118 to 26. Being, My Introduction to Porphyry's Letter to Marcella, Grand Rapids. 1985. 4 Thrice Greatest Hermes, Trans. G.R.S. Mead, London, 1906, 3. 257. Being Fragment 16 of Cyril of Alexandria. 5 Mead, Trans, OPCIT, 3rd Sermon, PSAI 2, 3.259. 6 Ibid, 111.12. 7 Ibid, 11.267. 8 Ibid, 11.266 ff. 9 Chaldean Oracles, in Ancient Fragments, ed. IP. Corey, London, 1832. CLV, p. 279. 10 R. A. Schwaller de Lubas, Symbol and the Symbolic, New York, 1978. Pages 45 to 7. 11 Philo of Byblos, The Phoenician History, Trans. H. Attridge, Washington. 1981, FRG 445 to 455, PE 1.10.45-53. See also Chaldean Oracles, I. 12 Ibid. 13 Iamblicius, On the Mysteries of the Egyptians, Chaldeans, and Assyrians. Trans. T. Taylor, London, 1821, pages 295 to 6. 14 Ibid. 1.12 On the Mysteries. 1 Plato, Phaedrus, 248 ff. 2 R. A. Schwaller de Lubas, Symbol and the Symbolic, New York, 1978. Pages 76 ff. 3 Iamblicius, On the Mysteries of the Egyptians, Chaldeans, and Assyrians. Trans. T. Taylor, London, 1821, Chapter LX. 4 Ibid, Chapter 7. J. 5 Ibid, Chapter 8. 6 Ibid, Chapter 8. 1.13 Apocatastasis, Some Implications. 1 See Thrice Greatest Hermes, Trans, G.R.S. Mead, London, 1906. 3.286 ff. Too much is the dogs who lie in the manger and neither feed, nor allow others to feed. 3 cf. In regard to the anti-traditional nature of psychology in particular, and to this entire discussion in general, René Guénon, The Reign of Quantity and the Signs of the Times, London, 1953. 4 Found in Thomas Taylor, Ocellus Lacanus, London, 1841, pages 66 ff. 5 Ibid. Notes to pages 157. Part 2. 2-1 Theoria, The Nature of Initiation. 1 CFRA. Schwaller de Lubas, Symbol and the Symbolic, New York. 1978, pages 29 ff. Notes on Modern Thought. 2 From de Immenso, Introductory Epistle, see also Giordano Bruno's de Git. Heroici Furori. 3 Papyrus of New, Brit. MUS 10477.5. 4 Shandojiahu Panisad, 3. 14.3. 5 cf. Matthew 13:31. 6 This was a central focus of Dogen Zenji, who, as Masao Abe pointed out, in Zen and Western Thought, New York, 1985, reiterated that Buddha nature is not only at the heart of all beings, but surrounds them as well. 7 cf. A Versluis Akayana Buddhism, forthcoming, ch1, First Gate. 8 To use the phrase of Dionysius the Areopagite, Celestial Hierarchies, cap. 15. 9 Papyrus of New, Brit. MUS 10477.13. 10 Ibid. 11 Ibid. 12 No doubt this is the origin of the Christian caricature of the Gnostics as believing that man must pass through all forms of life, when in fact the truth is that man must reach a state which encompasses all lesser states. The same confusion was attributed to Mani. It is difficult to say whether the confusion was actually that of the Gnostics and of Mani, or whether it was only attributed to them. 13 The law of the fishes is pure barbarism, that is to say, it is the law of the jungle. Cf. The discussion of H. Zimmer, Philosophies of India. Princeton, 1969. 14. As the Hermetic maxim has it, as above, so below, but inversely. This is manifested also in the Seal of Solomon, which consists in two superimposed triangles, one apex up, one apex down, the former signifying celestial, the latter terrestrial reality. 15. We are aware that pointing out the etymological consanguinity of certain words and linguistic patterns is no longer academically fashionable. To those who cavil we recommend the Critylus of Plato. 16. In the shift from Amentet to Amenth we can see how linguistic permutation involves the debasing of the original meaning, and a correlative loss of power to invoke, a loss noted by both Iamblichus and De Mysteriis, and the authors of the Corpus Hermeticum. See 2.5, Note 5. Below. Cf. Plutarch, De Isis et Osiride, XXIX.7, and E.A. Wallace Budge. The Gods of the Egyptians, London, 1904, 11.200. 17. Cf. Henry Corbin, Spiritual Body, Celestial Earth, Princeton, 1972, in Notes to pages 107 to 12. Particular, for a detailed discussion of the relation of the individual and the Dana, a Persian word directly related to the Platonic daimon. Cf. Luke 13:9, Matthew 4:3 ff. Cf. Corbin, OPCIT. Cf. Ren and Ganon, The Divine Journey in Man and His Becoming. According to the Vedanta, CHXXI, New Delhi, 1981. Some of the lotuses ripen and open quickly in the paradisal lake, some do so slowly, the difference dependent upon the thickness of the karmic obstructions under consideration. But all ultimately reveal the Buddha they contain. Papyrus of New, Brit. MUS 10477.6. Compare the statement of the Buddha. Upon in heaven and on earth, I alone am the only honored one. Ibid 10477.15. This is one meaning of the sacred mountains, each of which is in its own way a recapitulation of the central mountain, Sumeru, representing therefore also the pole of the world. For a series of references to such sacred places, see the Avatamsaka Sutra, ch 18, which points to several in Central Asia and elsewhere. Hence, as Ganon says, Hermeticism is not metaphysical but cosmological, an orientation which derives directly from ancient Egyptian influence. Cf. Hermes and the Sword of Gnosis, London, 1986. One such instance of initiation en masse was mentioned by Marco Pallas in the essay The Veil of the Temple included in the Sword of Gnosis, OP. CIT. The initiation in question took place in northern India in 1950, and was conferred by the Dalai Lama. The universal identification of self and other is to be seen in the litany of R.A. Ch. 4:1, where we read that the birth of Osiris is the birth of R.A. and reciprocally. In Osiris we see simultaneously every initiate, and more generally, all of existential or manifested reality, the dismembered God. The meaning here is very much the same as the Buddhist formulation that the kleshas, attachments, ignorance, are in themselves bodhi, that nirvana is simultaneous with samsara. Cf. For instance, Iliad, Yoga, Freedom and Immortality, Princeton. I-969 SVB. Mahihima Nikaya 11.17. Cf. Papyrus of New, Brit. MUS 10477.9. Ibid. The archetypal realm of which we here speak has nothing to do with the supposed unconscious of Jung, or of psychologism in general. It refers rather to the Platonic realm of form, in Buddhism parallel to the Alaya Vijnana, though of course the former tends to be more static, the latter more dynamic. Cf. also H. Corbin, Spiritual Body, Celestial Earth, OPCIT. One is adorned with the sash that had bound one just as, after awakening, one realizes that in samsara itself is nirvana to be found, all that once. 18. 19. 20. 21. 22. 23. 24. 25. 26. 27. 28. 29, 30, 31, 32, 33. Notes to pages 112 to 18 159. Bound, now frees and adorns, and this earth where we stand is the pure lotus land. Cf. Haekuan Zenjis Zazenwazen. 14 cf. Levi, Buddhism, A Mystery Religion F. London, 1957, pages 42 ff. Cf. Also the Gnostic Hymn of the Pearl, and other Gnostic works which employ the investiture of clothing as significations of the qualitative revelation of the real. Investiture requires prior divestiture, however. 35 The omega point of Desjardins is just such a vain conceptualization, a postulation which valorizes evolution and even nuclear warfare, attempting to merge science and religion in an amusing but unproductive and even dangerous way. CFSH. NASR's discussion of Desjardins in Knowledge and the Sacred, New York, 1981. 36 cf. For instance, the Shinenkitaroku, translated by Trevor Leggett as the Warrior Codice, London, 1986, in which one finds the tale of a Zen master who strikes a wounded warrior during an interview and, when he cries out, observes, "You have not yet realized." There are numerous other instances, both in this collection and elsewhere, demonstrating the correlation between complete transcendence and impassivity to pain or trauma. 37 We might note, for instance, the parallels between the ox-herding pictures of Zen Buddhism and sections of the RG Veda, the enigmatic in particular, which refer to the footprints of the ox or bull. One might note, too, in passing, the epithet applied to R.A., divine bull. 38 cf. Iliad's discussion of the Matsanaya, or law of the fishes, in yoga. Immortality and freedom, OPCIT. It is interesting that the Christian sign is that of the fish, and that, moreover, in the precession of the equinoxes the present time is that of Pisces. 2.2 Theoria, Initiation and the Symbolic. 1. It is interesting to consider that like the ancient Egyptian, the Mayan and Aztecan cultures were also hieroglyphic, and that all three have virtually vanished in the modern age. 2. Although truth is universal, it must needs be approached through the particularities of tradition, not because of the nature of truth, but because of the nature of human beings. 3 cf. Dionysius the Areopagite, Celestial Hierarchies, I.2. For this blindness is simply an aspect or characteristic of the present cycle, into which beings are born, as into every cycle, in order to fulfill certain potentialities. There is in fact a science of such astrological cycles, the numbers of which vary in accord with the given focus. One number which recurs in both Eastern and Western sources, though, is 432 million. 5 cf. Versluis, on the symbolism of the Buddhapad, in Avalokita, 1986. I.2. 6 on sacred marriage in the West cf. Porphyry's letter to his wife Marcella. Notes to pages 118 to 26. Trans, A. Zimmern, Grand Rapids, 1986, as also Goethe on the Eternal Feminine, and O.V. Malaz most recently, in The Noble Traveler, New York, 1984. What is tradition but Platonic memory, the stream of the timeless passing through time? On the upper and lower waters cf. René Guénon, Multiple States of the Being, New York, 1982. This enhancement of natural currents became, in China, a science called Feng Shui, but no doubt, as John Mitchell has observed, every ancient culture employed a similar science. T. Taylor, Trans, De Isis et Osiride, 9. CFEA Wallace Budge, The Gods of the Egyptians, London, 1904, 11.459. See also Proclus Treatise on the Mother of the Gods. R. A. Schwaller de Lubas, Sacred Science, The Pharaonic Theocracy, New York, 1982, p. 187. Cf. also A. Versluis, The Philosophy of Magic. London, 1986, on the nature of sigils in relation to constellations and to natural harmonics. These aspects are reflected again in the cycles of the moon, one of which is of Diana, the other of Hecate, which become the two faces of Janus, a word closely related to gene tricks. The north, or polar direction, symbolizes movement toward the pole of life, the south symbolizes movement away from the pole, which is to say, death. Herodotus 11.59 ff. As in the science of Feng Shui, so also in Pitrayana, the dead are recognized to have a certain function in relation to the living, which they fulfill, whether they like it or not. From a verse attributed to Parmenides of Athens. Cf. Hippolytus, Philosophomena, a refutation of all heresies v 27-8, as also Heraclitus, Father 25, deals. Hippolytus transmitted the text of a mystery ritual, but interpolated some Christian overlay, as Grs. Mead has pointed out in Thrice Greatest Hermes, Vol. Ill, London, 1906. Ibid. Cf. the Gospel saying the first shall be last, and the last first. 2.3 Praxis, Initiation and Work. Cf. Herodotus' tale of the Egyptian preservation of the visages of the lineage of kings, and one is referred to the photographs of American Indians in the 19th century, the dignity of whom is undeniable. 2 quoted by A.K. Kumaraswamy, Essays in National Idealism, New Delhi, 1981, p. 105. 3 cf. Lepsius, Todden Butchby 113, Chaplet of Victory, on the Triumph of Notes to pages 102-161. Horus over his enemies on the night of his inheritance in the presence of the great sovereign princes at the great festival of the ploughing of the earth in Tatu. One is reminded also of the Christian harrowing of hell, and of the importance in Buddhism of the first ploughing, particularly observed in Ceylon. All relate to the primal seeding of the earth, and to primordial male-female symbolism. For this is in fact the derivation of the word Sufi, from the Arabic safa, or pure. It is also, incidentally, the meaning of the word Kathari, referring to the medieval Christian sect. 5 Book of Respirations, Sect 3. 6 Because of the Christian destruction of the ancient libraries, it is impossible to know the actual Gnostic teachings, but, as the Nag Hammadi findings suggest, it is unlikely that they were as anarchistic as some modern commentators would have it. There is a real tendency to mirror oneself in the past. At all events, Gnosticism, in so far as it was indeed dualistic, poses not a salvation, but a profound danger. 7 Papyrus of New, Brit. Mus 10477.22, cf. Also Papyrus of Nebseni, Brit. Mus 9900.30. 8 Suicide is, in this respect, a most radical form of dualism, of the mind, turning against the body, and surely those Gnostic sects who practiced self-mutilation are flagrantly guilty of radical dualism. The most radical dualism is of course that of Satan in hell. 9 Louvre, Paris, number 3284, Catalogue des Ms. Egypt. 10 Ibid. 11 Virtue is here used in the ancient sense, as in the virtue of a thing. Cf. Lukunu, Taoist Yoga, Alchemy and Immortality, London, 1965. 12 Paradise derives from the Sanskrit paradesha, cf. In regard to paradise. René Guénon, The Lord of the World, North Yorkshire, 1983, on Agartha, though the discussion is limited by virtue of the exclusion of Buddhist teachings, the omission of Jamhala from the discussion being especially odd. 13 Futuhate 1.127. Cf. Also H. Corbin, Terre Celeste et Cours de Resurrection. Paris, 1961, as also Stephen Birnbaum, The Way to Shambhala, Berkeley. 1972, and the description of Jamhala as a valley seen in proportion to one's gnosis. 14 Generally speaking, we may say that the mysteries allow of access to subtle and celestial reality. Yogic praxis gives access to complete transcendence of being as well. Though not Buddhist, Heidegger's thought often shows striking parallels to Buddhist, and especially to Hawaiian, teaching. Heidegger's appropriative mirror play is very much parallel to the Buddhist understanding of mutual interdependent relationships. Heidegger, Poetry, Language, Thought, New York, 1971, p. 178. 17 Ibid, p. 151. 18 René Gouffenon, Initiation and the Crafts, London, 1983, p. 6. 19 The modern restriction to a single cosmos is in fact somewhat unnecessarily restrictive, as can be seen from the Avatamsaka Sutra, for example. 20 Lepsius, Todtenbuch, B113. 21 This is especially true of the Mayan and the ancient Egyptian cultures, which really are manifestations of a previous epoch, in which light the sacrificial offerings of the period must be understood. That is, under certain circumstances, sacrifice is a means of transmutation to a higher state of being. 22 CFR A. Schwaller de Lubas, The Temple in Man, New York, 1983, for a discussion of geometric harmonics in relation to hieroglyphs and temple structures. 23 CFAK Kumaraswamy, Elements of Buddhist Iconography, New Delhi, 1980, as also Avalokita, I.2, on the symbolism of the Buddhapada. 24 cf. Proclus, Commentary on Timaeus, Trans, T. Taylor, London, 1820. 1.228. J. 25 cf. The Avatamsaka Sutra, ch. 27, it is as when a magician keeps repeating a spell, he can become able to cause various forms to appear. 26 Papyrus of New, Brit. MUS 10477.13. 27 Ibid. 2.4 Praxis, The Flame and the Flower. 1 E. Levy, Buddhism, A Mystery Religion? London, 1957, p. 94. 2 The self-sacrifice performed by the Vietnamese monk during the recent war in that country is not uncommon, being as it is the taking of suffering upon oneself, a traditional expiation. 3 It is said that when the first council was convened, Puma was sent to bring Gavampati, who handed over his bowl and robe and disappeared into self-created flames, saying that without the Buddha, there is no reason to live. Ananda, in the drama of the first council, is the prototype of the initiation candidate who is first humiliated, then exalted, as his merely intellectual knowledge is supplanted by his samadhic power, so that ultimately he is able to re-enter the assembly through the keyhole. 4 cf. The Prajnaparamita Sura. No eyes, no ears, no nose, no tongue, no body, no mind. 5 Hell is the maintenance of the illusion of self in solipsistic separation, it is the ultimate affirmation of egoism. 6 cf. The discussion of Nagas in T. Clifford, Tibetan Buddhist Medicine. New York, 1985, as also in A. Versluis, The Way of Healing I. Forthcoming. The Naga is in traditional medicine closely aligned with leprosy and other skin diseases, as well as with cancer, all of which signify. Notes to pages 118 to 26. Notes to pages 139 to 42 163. Distortions of the physical being. Nagas are, because they can assume human form, specifically excluded from the Buddhist order proper. 7 Papyrus of New, Brit. MUS 10477.28. 8 Ibid. 9 Apep, the Serpent of Manifestation, of Nescience, occupies a place in the Egyptian cosmology not altogether dissimilar from that of the Naga in Buddhism. We might add, though, that there is a Mahanaga, or Rajadhyaga, who rules that realm, and who was in fact appointed treasurer of certain scriptures to be revealed at a later date by Nagarjuna, the second Buddha. 10 It is the case also in regards to the Tibetan dark deities, like Mahakala, that they must be identified with the initiate in order that the negative aspects which they manifest be neutralized, realized as sunyata, as part of the pleromatic fullness. 11 Papyrus of New, Brit. MUS 10477.26. 12 Ibid. 13 cf. Iambiatius, Demistems, 7. 2. 14 Celis, on Daimons, see also Iamblicius, De Mysteriis, 4. 7. 15 cf. Vairocana in the Avatamsaka Sutra, BK 37, when the sun rises over the land, it completely removes darkness. Mountains, trees, lakes, flowers, Earth and all beings, all species receive benefits. The Son of Buddha. Emerging is thus first illuminating enlightening beings, then the self. Enlightened, then at last the heavens and all beings. 16 Book of Respirations, 3, 4. 17 Litany of R.A., 1.78, La Litanie du Soleil, Leipzig, 1875. 18.1 is reminded that Proclus wrote a treatise on precisely this, the Mother of the Gods. 19 Litany of R.A., 1.1. 20 cf. In this regard, Plato's observations on the flood of ignorance which obliterates Atlantis in Critias, see also a Versluis, Primordiality, and the present, forthcoming, Li F., which focuses on the nature of the flood, and on its continuing nature. 21 It is interesting to consider that in Catholicism the sacraments were seen to be efficacious regardless of the capability or rectitude of the priest, whereas in, say, Tibet, the effectiveness of a given initiation is recognized to be directly dependent upon the samadhic power of the priest, or lama. Georges Nagel, in his essay The Mysteries of Osiris in Ancient Egypt. In the Mysteries, ed. J. Campbell, Princeton, 1955, observes, as we noted earlier in this work, that the Greeks were responsible for creating the idea of the mysteries as secret, as exclusive, and offers an amusing picture of a Greek asking an Egyptian bystander of the significance of the ceremonies, this constituting his secret initiation. However, Nagel, and other academics so inclined, are quite mistaken to think that because in Egypt the mysteries were open to all, that they did not include hierarchic gradations corresponding to initiatory degrees. 164 notes to pages 143 to 4. 22 cf. Natha Siddha Yoga, especially Siddha Marga, or the Pure Way, Jn. Which there are two aspects, Jivanmutta and Paramutta, the former concluding in Divyadaha, the body of pure light, the latter in the transcendence of Jivanmutta. In Tantrism these are termed Baindava and Sakta respectively. Cf. Iliad, Yoga, Immortality and Freedom, Princeton. 1969, 7. 283 FFI. 2.5 Conclusion, Initiation in the Present Era. 1 cf. In this regard, the works of Berosus, and of Josephus Etaly in Ancient Fragments, ed. I.P. Corey, London, 1870. See also René Guénon, The Reign of Quantity and the Signs of the Times, London, 1953, p. 355. N. 138, as also a Versluis, Primordiality, and the Present, forthcoming. 2. This is in fact the purpose of the Platonic writings, which continue the mysteries in some degree in written form, though even so, written in the form of oral dialogues, in order that initiatory truth might continue through an era increasingly materialistic, increasingly solidified. 3. Where, though, one must ask, shall be the monastic center for the new Dark Age? Perhaps sacred knowledge shall only be stored in the pillars of Hermes, which is to say, in other realms, for it cannot truly disappear, but only be obscured. For there is always the possibility of a direct connection with the primordial tradition through the intervention of one like Khidr in Islam, but one must take into account the insensibility to receive such supratemporal revelations characteristic of an era in which only that exists which one can grasp with the hands, as Plato put it. But nothing is impossible. 5 cf. Corpus Hermeticum, 16. 1. The Greeks use words, mere noise, but we, Egyptians, use words fulfilled with reality. See also Iamblicius, De Mysterious, 7.4. The gods have shown that the whole dialect of sacred nations, such as the Egyptians and the Assyrians, are adapted to sacred concerns. When the Greeks translate into their own tongue, he continues, prayer loses its efficacy. 6. Zen Buddhism is nothing if not iconoclastic. Yet observe the scrupulosity with which Zen Buddhist ritual is performed. Nowhere is ritual more meticulously observed, and this despite the modern conceptualization that Zen Buddhism is above ritual star. So it is, but one must have mastered something to transcend it. Select Bibliography. The following works, it is hoped, will prove of use in further study. Adams, W. Marsham, The House of the Hidden Places, London, 1895. Adams, W. Marsham, The Book of the Master, or the Egyptian. Doctrine of the Lightborn of the Virgin Mother, London, 1985. Angus, S. The Mystery Religions and Christianity, New York, 1925. Apuleius, The Golden Ass, trans. J. Lindsay, London, 1932. Avalon, Arthur, The Serpent Power, London, 1919. Breasted, J. H., Ancient Records of Egypt, Chicago, 1906. Breasted, J. H., The Development of Religion and Thought in Ancient Egypt, New York, 1912. Budge, E. A. Wallace, The Gods of the Egyptians, London, 1904. Budge, E. A. Wallace, Osiris, the Egyptian God of Resurrection, New Hyde Park, 1961. Budge, E. A. Wallace, Egyptian Magic, New Hyde Park, 1958. Corey, Isaac Preston, Ancient Fragments, London, 1832. Diodorus Siculus, Vols I and II. Faulkner, R.O., The Ancient Egyptian Coffin Texts, Warminista. 1978. Firmicus Maternus, Matheos Libri. Ganon, René, The Reign of Quantity and the Signs of the Times. London, 1953. Herodotus, Vols. I and II, trans. J. Powell, Oxford, 1949. Iamblicius, On the Mysteries of the Egyptians, Chaldeans and Assyrians, trans. T. Taylor, London, 1821. Lamy, Lucy, Egyptian Mysteries, New York, 1981. Maspero, G., The Dawn of Civilization, London, 1894. Mead, G.R.S., Thrice Greatest Hermes, London, 1906. Montet, P., Eternal Egypt, New York, 1969. Morens, S., Egyptian Religion, Ithaca, 1973. Muller, W. M., Egyptian Mythology, New York, 1964. Plotinus, The Enneads, trans. S. McKenna, New York, 1957. 165. 166 Select Bibliography. Radhakrishnan, S., The Principal Upanishads, New York, 1953. Schwaller de Lubas, R.A., Symbol and the Symbolic, New York. 1978. Schwaller de Lubas, R.A., Leroi de la Théocratie Pharaonique, Paris. 1958. Sethe, K., Übersetzung und Kommentar zu den Altägyptischen Pyramidentexten, Hamburg, 1962. T. Eveld, H., Set, God of Confusion, Leiden, 1967. Van der Leeuw, G. Egyptian Religion, 1933. Van Rekenbroek, Jan, The Ancient Egyptian Gnosis and its Call in the Eternal Now, Haarlem, 1962. Witt, R.E., Isis in the Greco-Roman World, Ithaca, 1971. Index. Actaeon and Diana, 63. Amaris, 7-8. Amentet, 106-7, 142. Amitabha Bodhisattva, 48, 106. Anubis, 24, 35, 60 ff. Apis, 41, 60. Apocatastasis, 48, 53, 58, 94 ff, 140. Apuleius, The Golden Ass, 33 ff. 40-1, 45, 46, 79-80. Aristotle, 68. Ars Magna, 135. Bacchus, 40. Book of Respirations, 126-7. Bradaranyaka Upanishad, 67-8. Bruno, Giordano, 102-4. Buddhism, 104-5, 107-8, 109, 111. ff. 118, 134, 137 ff. See also Zen Buddhism. Buddhist Sutras, 6, 139. Chaldea, 4, 89, 144. Chaldean Oracles, 84. Shandogya-Upanishad, 14, 66. Christianity, 122, 123, 144-5, 147. Chuang-Tzu, 21. Cities, Upper and Lower Egypt, 75 ff. Kumaraswamy, A.K., 152, 160. Corbin, Henry, 157, 158, 161. Corpus Hermeticum, 7, 24, 58, 81. 83, 84, 147. Cyril of Alexandria, 63. Devayana, 14. Diodorus Siculus, 11, 94, 145. Dionysius the Areopagite, 115-16. Egyptian Book of the Dead, 18, 43. 128, 133,135, 139. Eleusinian Mysteries, 122-3. Ennead, Primal, 23 ff, 52. Fates, Atropos, Clotho, and Lachesis. 51. Firmicus Maternus, 34. Golden Age, 38. Greater Mysteries, 141-3. Ganon, René, 6,149,154,158,160. 161,162. Hather, 120. Heidegger, Martin, 131-2. Hermanubis, 60 ff. Hermes, 13, 26, 60 ff. Hermeticism, 3, 6, 76, 145-6. Hermopolis, 24. Herodotus, 3, 7-8, 94,145. Hieroglyphs and Sacred Language, 81. ff. Hippolytus, 122. Hiranyagarba, 105, 108. Homer, 33. Horace, 4, 38, 56,130. Sun Tzu, 20. Iamblichus, 84, 86, 87, 91, ff, 140. 147. Ibn Arabi, 129-30. Irenaeus, 123. Isa Upanishad, 21. 167. 168 Index. Isis, 4, 14, 24, 26, 31 ff, 65,119,120. Iswara, 9, 38. Kali Yuga, 4, 57, 71. Kansan Bodhisattva, 39. Kipara, 24, 26. Krita Yuga, 71. Kshatriya, 27. Kundalini, 37, 41, 56, 86, 92-3. Lalita Vistara Sutra, 139. Lesser Mysteries, 126 ff, 141-2. Mott, 13 ff, 57. Mahabharata, 27. Mahakasyapa, 137-8. Mahapralaya, 44, 140. Maitreya Upanishad, 9, 66. Manetho, 4, 73. Matsyanaya, Law of Fishes, 105. 114. Mercury, 64-5. Mysteries, Egyptian, 89 ff. Nagas, 138. Neoplatonism, 3. Nephthys, 24, 32. Net, or Neith, 121. New Testament, 4, 94. Nut, 24. Obon Festival, 122. Osiris, 15, 18, 26, 40 ff, 50, 55, 65. 126-7, 140 ff. Pallas, Marco, 43. Pausanias, 33. Phaedrus 81 ff 89. Philo of Byblos, Phoenician history. 85. Patriana, 14. Plato, 27, 40, 81-2, 88, 89, 133. Plotinus, 29, 91, 94. Plutarch, 25, 32, 40, 51, 52 fives. 4,79, 120, 145. Porphyry, 16, 94. Prisca Theologia, 12, 23, 81, 88. Proclus, 76-7, 97, 120,134-5. Cellus, 141. Totep, 16-17. Pure Land, 9, 48. Pyramid Texts 19, 50. Kabbalah, 25, 31, 101. RA, 8-9, 13, 28, 31 FF, 66 FF, 73-4. 120-1, 130, 141,142-3. Rain, Kathleen, 146. Revelation, 4. RG Veda, 114. Sakti and Siva, 35, 36, 41, 44-5, 86. 92-3. Sakyamuni Buddha, 111. Samkarakarya, 66. Serapis, 41, 60. Satan, 55. Sephira, 25, 31. Seth, 24, 33, 56. Sothis, C. Manetho. Symbolism, 115 ff. Sign Sus, 54, 55, 57, 58, 96. Taittiriya Upanishad, 69. Tantrism, 37. Tao Te Ching, 10, 11, 17. Taoist Alchemy, 129. Taylor, Thomas, 54. Tefnut, 24. Tertullian, 123. Thoth, 24, 42, 56. 3 KOs, 113. 3 Worlds, 25. Tibetan Book of the Dead, 47. Titans, 57. Trinity, 24-5. Twat, 75, 109. Two Lands, they, 73 ff. Typhon, 24, 26, 33, 54 ff, 97. Upanishads, 4. Vedanta, 104, 105, 113. Venus, 34, 36. Virgin Mary, 4, 9, 145. Index. Xenophon, Epkesiaka, 44. Yama, 14-15. Yoga, 92. I Zen Buddhism, 49, 92,147.